Chapter 51. It's so boring without Jiraiya. Tsunade felt something was off. Now that she knew that Jiraiya is fine, she came back to the normal her. Hey, you should behave more mature, understand? Akabane looked so troubled. Jiraiya went to Mount Mayaboka, so Akabane had to fill their lack of personnel for a mission. But why Hiruzen must find a replacement if he can do it himself? It is very stressful to take care of these two without taking rest. Hihi, I don't have the politeness of Tsukiya. You don't really need to join us for the mission. She rushed up to the front, looking ugly. If it weren't for Akabane's physique, she might have punched him on the stomach. That not what I meant. Akabane shrugged, looking nonchalant. Orochimaru looked at Akabane suspiciously. He just felt something strange. If it weren't for Jiraiya who suddenly disappeared, Akabane could fit Jiraiya's role on the team perfectly, a slacker full of complaint. Then again, Akabane's subtle movement reminded him of a clone. You dumb, you shouldn't talk too much. Akabane cursed the clone secretly. Akabane's shadow clone has an individual consciousness. Therefore he must pay more attention to his behavior more. Otherwise, Orochimaru could notice it. He pondered for a moment, and this mission might not be enough to let the clone do it. The shadow avatar slowed down and fell behind the other, then, substitution jutsu? Switch positions and quickly release the clone. Orochimaru sensed something and quickly looked back at Akabane, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Hey, you're falling behind, slacker, don't let me come after you. Tsunade turned around with a fierce expression on her face. If he wanted to run away, she might really give him some lessons. No, I just felt a bit tired. From the beginning, Akabane just wants to test his combination of Shadow Clone and Genjutsu. He can't be lazy for now because, without him, those two will cause trouble sooner or later. He is a slacker, but he still cares about his teammates. By the way, what is our mission today? Akabane followed behind slowly, not knowing what to do. Searching for Jiraiya or killing invaders. Sarutobi-sensei didn't really explain it. It should have meant that we have to check it for ourselves. Yesterday we met a lot of ninjas. Thus we will check about some clues of Jiraiya today. Orochimaru pointed toward the forest ahead. I'll take a look. Akabane walked to the front, standing on the big tree to observe his surrounding. Yesterday, you were separated. Looking at the surrounding, he had a rough idea of what to expect. The forest is too suitable for the Hidden Mists ninja to ambush, and without Hiruzen's clone, they were left alone to deal with the trouble. Yes, we were. It was because of their Hidden Mist jutsu. Tsunade explained the detail. The traces have been cleaned up, and someone had likely came back afterward. Orochimaru walked around and speculated. It was the pursuit force. Tsunade didn't have the slightest surprise. The Hidden Mist village must be able to do it. Thus they became one of the 5 great ninja villages. It must be good if Tsukiya is here right now. Akabane sighed in his heart. With her perception, all the hiding jutsu are all jokes. But then again, how cruel he is to ask a 6-year-old girl to go behind the enemy's line. Came back to the current situation, Akabane carefully checking the possibility of clues around. What is that? Suddenly, he saw something strange. What? Tsunade looked at him curiously, and then looked at where he was pointing, and she immediately noticed something. Slowly walked over and got closer. It was the remaining corner of a page. What is this? Akabane asked. The torn paper has only one corner, but it looks. Tsunade recalled carefully. Then her face suddenly turned red of embarrassment. What's the matter? It seems that this page belongs to Jiraiya. He must have dropped it before he was disappeared. Orochimaru immediately recognized it. Jiraiya? Is it possible? Akabane was stunned, looked at the page. It might be his work of art. He accidentally dropped it during spiritism? His brain made up a bunch of speculation, and his expression became weirder and weirder. No wonder Tsunade had this expression. What's the matter? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, wondering why they both looked embarrassed. Have you never seen Jiraiya's drawing? His drawing? I just knew that he could draw. Orochimaru was startled for a moment. He knew that for the first time, that idiot could draw. What do you think is a fool's work? Tsunade gritted her teeth. As she recalls, Jiraiya became wiser from then on, such as peeking on women's bathhouse. In fact, I'm quite curious. Orochimaru whispered. Knowing that Jiraiya can also draw comics, he couldn't help but think of what story that idiot will write. Don't bother by it. It's not a drawing, more like, nightmare. Akabane thought about Jiraiya's terrifying drawing style and couldn't help but shudder. He doesn't have any talent for drawing. Let's not talk about it. Although we have this piece of paper, we can't track his smell. If only Sakuma was here. Tsunade changes the topic before it went too far. Akabane looked around and said, let's just keep looking. The rebellion's number and strength far exceed them, and they hopefully didn't meet their hideout on the way. That being said, it's better to search the clues slowly. Honestly, Akabane was curious, what was the expression of the invaders when they saw Jiraiya's drawing? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Somewhere in the Uzumaki village, a group of invaders gathered together, each holding a page in their hands. Pictures were drawn on each of the pages. The pages are passed around, and everyone looks at it with great fascination. There is no drawing jutsu in this world. Everyone's perception of drawing is just boring decoration. But seeing this kind of art for the first time, it baffled them. After a while, everyone put down the page and sighed dumbly. Finished reading the pages, but the story stops on a cliffhanger made everyone upset. Unfortunately, it only reached this far. If that white-haired boy wasn't disappeared, we can kidnap him to continue his work. One of the Chuyunin sighed in disappointment. He turned around after the sigh and couldn't help but shiver. What happened? Everyone's expressions were very weird, and their eyes seemed to be gleaming, making him shudder. Master, I'll go out. I want to go as well. Yes, go get me the remaining scattered pages. I will collect it and keep it. It's amazing. Chapter 52. The three of them split up and searched 100 steps away from their direction, and for Akabane, he wandered casually then arrived at a small river. The Uzumaki village was surrounded by rivers. That way, the Hidden Mists ninja could escape easily through the rivers. Akabane approached the river, looking for the remaining traces. However, not far away, there was a rustling sound of bushes. What is it? Animal or? He was puzzled and approached cautiously, so he didn't startle it. As he got closer, Akabane saw a blue cloth flashed through the bushes. Hidden Mists ninja? He was caught off guard, but at the same time, he felt something strange. What is that person doing? Walking silently on the ground, he cast hand seals. Earth release, head hunting jutsu. Under the ground, the sounds of movement from above became clearer. Just before Akabane drags him to the ground, the ninja seemed to be picking up something. Without any warning, he quickly launched an attack. Boom! The ground cracked, his hand grabbed the rebel's leg and dragged him to the ground. Arg! His voice rang out in the quiet forest. Enemy! The other two seemed to notice the voice and rushed toward the source immediately. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Akabane's clone was placing a kunai on the rebel's throat, while the real Akabane was washing his hands by the river with a disgust expression. What's the situation? Orochimaru was slightly faster than Tsunade and reached Akabane first. Akabane rubbed his hands vigorously, sighed, and said, "It's hard to put the words, just look over there." After hearing this, he turned to look at the rebel. N/O/vel/b/c/om. You are Konoha's ninjas. The rebel looked at them, ashamed. Who the hell a Chuyunin like him easily beaten by a kid? But he didn't dare to say another word after reminding his position. Did you just catch a live Hidden Mists ninja? Tsunade was baffled, seeing the Hidden Mists ninja stuck on the ground. He was busy doing something, and Akabane took the chance. Orochimaru calmly explained the situation. Yeah, it was thanks to Jireiya's work. Akabane added, while still rubbing his arms with water vigorously. His hands didn't touch those, but the thought of it alone made him goosebumps. If he weren't on the outside, he would immediately take a long bath. The most depressing thing is that this rebel is treasured such a thing. That is absurd. This is an insult to the arts? What do you mean? Tsunade was confused when she heard it. I mean, have you seen a white-haired kid? Akabane didn't want to explain it much more and turned his attention to ask the captive rebel. No, as a matter of fact we are currently looking for him too. The rebel explained. Next question, where is your gathering point? Akabane asked. I won't say that otherwise, the leader will kill me, he said in fear. Your life is in our hands. Yes, your leader might want to kill you, but I'll assure you that we will do it first before him. Orochimaru licked his lips. By the rebel's words, at least it means that the enemy is organized, and a leader is leading them. If you don't say it, I will emasculate you. Akabane threatened viciously. Emasculate? There was a look of fear on the rebel's face. If he is going to be emasculated, then what is the point of living? But when he thought about what the leader will do to him, he immediately shut his mouth. It seems that there is only one way. As soon as the voice fell, Akabane's clone, who's holding the kunai, slit his throat viciously. After a scream of despair, he found himself still alive. Akabane appeared in front of him. Genjutsu? Can you tell me now? Akabane's voice rang in his ears. I won't say anything. He still had some doubts in mind. As a result, he immediately died once more. Endless death illusion, but all the pain that he went through is real as if he already died a dozen times. Painful, endless torture. What kind of genjutsu is this? Even as a Chuyunin, he never encounters an enemy with this terrifying genjutsu. Kurama's 5 senses of control. Akabane said faintly, I am still a kid, and I haven't polished this ninjutsu well enough. That being said, I will use you as my guinea pig. No, not again. Just kill me already. When he heard the word Kurama, his heart trembled in fear. Only someone with extreme talent will acquire it. For example, this time, Akabane used hell viewing jutsu, but all the pain was transferred with the 5 senses of control that made it all felt real. The Kurama's successor of this talent is a nightmare to face on the battlefield, and after he experienced it himself, he knew that Akabane is more terrifying than any other. Killing you gain me nothing, rest assured, if calculated it and it took at least 100 of death to hurt your real body. So, how many were now? Akabane's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Okay, I'll spill it out. Our hideout is on the mountain on the upper reaches of the river. There is a cave there. He was so terrified that his explaining it well stuttered. The information came out like beans. If I know that you lied to me, I'll double your torture, Akabane said, directly letting the clone to stun the rebel with the kunai's handle. At this moment, he saw Orochimaru and Tsunade looking at him in horror. What's the matter? Good question. Orochimaru complained secretly in his heart but didn't know where to start. Tsunade took a deep breath and carefully asked, if you can control it, will it leave a wound after 100 of death? I was just bluffing, and no, it will not leave any wound, only the trauma will remain. Akabane shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you used the hell viewing jutsu. Hell viewing jutsu can also be combined with the 5 senses of control? Yeah, but I'm still doing a trial and error. Akabane nodded and explained, and at the same time, winked at the shadow clone, indicating that he would take the person back to the Uzumaki village. In this situation, living prisoners are far more useful than corpses. Orochimaru listened and couldn't help but sighed. He had recently asked Hiruzen about the 5 senses of control, so he knew some of its details. The 5 senses of control is indeed strong, but the clan's awakening rate is very low. From their first generation to the present, the awakener of the Kekkei Genkai can be counted by one hand. The combination of an ordinary genjutsu and the 5 senses of control is something that only Akabane can do even among his predecessor. As expected of Akaba-kun, Orochimaru was shocked, and at the same time thought another thing. Akabane's slacking attitude might be an act to hide his hard time practicing ninjutsu. Coincidentally, Tsunade also had this suspicion. When Akabane saw their expressions, he knew that they seemed to have some misunderstanding of him. The predecessor of the Kurama clan has tried it far long before him, but they found that the fusion couldn't transfer the pain into reality. Thus they've changed their research into something applicative and simpler. Therefore, Akabane's method is only to imitate part of the effect of the genjutsu with his Kekkei Genkai. However, seeing the shocked look on their faces, Akabane decided not to say a word. Chapter 53. Shouldn't we report it first to Sensei? Akabane looked troubled. Once they knew the hideout of the Hidden Mists ninja, the other two want to go there to confront them head-on. Let's check them first from outside. We won't go in. Tsunade said excitedly. I'm convinced that you've said that before. Akabane murmured secretly in his heart. He looked at Orochimaru, hoping that he had a better thought of the situation. Orochimaru thought of something for a moment, and explained, I think that Sensei asked us to come here because he wants to test us again like before, so it wouldn't be a problem if we keep checking the hideout first. Orochimaru is just as reckless as her. Akabane sighed lightly, and the two didn't care about his reasonable advice. At this moment, they have already set off, ready to go to the rebels' hideout. Seeing his teammates had left him, Akabane can only follow them even if he knew it would be a bad idea. The hideout was located on the upper reaches of the river, and they saw a mountain not long before they went there. It isn't far away. Orochimaru whispered to Akabane. There must be a jounin as their leader, I supposed, so we can't go further than this. Akabane just doesn't want to throw his life easier, and have to face a jounin is like approaching a death sentence. Akaba-kun, what does kill you makes you stronger, don't you think it's a good opportunity for us? Orochimaru said it while licked his lips. He looked like to be ready for everything. Opportunity? Do you think their leader is retarded? Akabane rudely retorted. For him, one retarded like Jireya's work is enough. I'm not sure why we should check it out. Orochimaru pointed to the front. Akabane felt something and then looked up. There, he noticed some bushes shrugging. By that time, he realized. His opponents who have never seen a real art must be obsessed with Jireya's comic. Wait, I have a certain plan. Akabane analyzed his situation smoothly, then quietly stepped back to hide. What are you talking about? Tsunade was confused. But then she saw Akabane sitting down and quickly swiped the pen. Why the hell he is drawing an adult content at this time? She leaned over, and chakra is surging on her body. As she is about to take a good punch to Akabane, Tsunade, wait. Orochimaru hurriedly held her. He knew it would be the right time to fight with each other. I don't like this kind of drawing, but I want to let them know about the real meaning of art. After he finished painting, Tsunade glanced at it and found that it truly looked amazing, more erotic and seductive style. Even as a woman, she wanted to read it a bit. That's it. Orochimaru finished reading it and realized that Akabane had no intention to continue drawing. I said, I don't like this kind of art. One page is enough to deal with these invaders. Akabane said proudly. What is your next move? It looked like Tsunade had a better understanding of his plan. I'll summon a shadow clone in disguise, and then go there to show them the drawing. After that, we will wait for the signal. If suddenly my clone is forced back to me, it means we must retreat immediately. With such a dangerous task, his shadow clone is a perfect subject for it. This is the best plan that I've thought. Tsunade and Ashimaru looked at each other and nodded in response. As they instinctively agreed at one thing. Akabane is a dependable person in times of crisis, just as their teacher told them. Akabane cast his shadow clone, then used transformation jutsu to disguise the clone as one of the ninjas before. Akabane handed over the drawing. Then the clone looked at it dumbfounded. He just knew whether he or the drawing wouldn't return in the end. Go now. I will remember your sacrifice. There is nothing more humiliating other than holding an erotic drawing for some pervert invaders. But he won't say anything else. The clone took the drawing and went to the cave entrance. Passing by the bush, he glanced, and those invaders were still reading Jireya's comic obsessively. Without daring to interrupt their doing, Akabane's clone continued to move forward until reaching the mountain, and no one came to a stop or probed him. They don't do anything to me, why they were so scared? He secretly complained. With only a few pages that he held, such an erotic story could cause an uproar. Thus he must handle it with care. The greatest physiological weapon. The clone shook his head and continued to move forward. Then a fire appeared, followed by a narrow cave entrance. The cave was camouflaged, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect it without looking closely. Just stepping into the cave, he said, Boss, it's me. What is it? I've sent someone to search outside and found the remaining pieces of that white-haired kid, but he couldn't catch him, and I came to give it to you. The clone said respectfully. Another page? Hand it to me. The leader walked out from inside, and after receiving it, his face looked surprised. After just a few glances, he was ready to keep on reading, but unfortunately, there only one page of it. Damn it, you only got this page? He asked irritably. Yes, Akabane said with shame. Where did you find it? He found it by the river. The words that the clone said were half-truths, leading the leader to go check it by himself. There is only one person there. Yes, boss, he seems to have separated with his friends perhaps because of his strange ninjutsu before. The clone continued to explain. The leader was struggling to endure it, but he was moved when he heard that there was only one of them. He thought, if he can capture the boy, not only he can get the next pages, he can also use him as trading with the Konoha. I was catching two birds in one shot. Take me there to see it. Yes. Bingo? The clone turned around and immediately led the way, but after a few steps, he asked with some worry, Boss, what if Konoha's ninja found this place while we were going outside? Even the Uzumaki village doesn't know that we were here. How for a Konoha's ninja know if they only have been here for a few days? Impossible. Besides, does this matter? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He sneered. Konoha's strength was amazing. If they found out his hideout, he will leave his comrade without a second thought. What a nasty person. Yes, sir. According to Akabane's guess, there should be no other jounin here, and their leadership is fragile. This is our opportunity. We have a chance to win? Thinking of this, he didn't imagine that he could lure the leader himself to go outside alone, while the leader seemed to be close with the ninja whom he took the form of, with his surname of Yanagawa. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Chapter 54. It works. Akabane just happened to be able to see his clone successfully lure the leader out of his hideout. Good, I can't wait to put some sense to that leader. Tsunade clenched her fist. It was all because of the invaders that ruined the happiness of Uzumaki. Even though she is not from the Uzumaki clan, it's her relationship with her grandma that made her felt that way. Calm down. We have to wait for now. Orochimaru held tight his kunai. This is a chance to prove themselves on how they could overcome their situation. Akabane's clone leads the way with the leader to the river. Then he waved his hand as a signal for everyone to start stalking behind. Orochimaru and Tsunade left instantly and headed for the mountain. You two should be enough to fight him. I'll stay here. Akabane sat cross-legged in a hidden position down the mountain while observing the movement around the hideout. He starts to restore his chakra. He had wasted too much chakra after 2 consecutive summoning shadow clones. On the other side, the clone and the leader had arrived at the river where he told him before. So, you met him here. Something felt wrong? He was suspicious but did not do anything because he is obsessed with the erotic comic. Yes, boss, that kid had put up a good fight with our man, and he managed to escape leaving his pages scattered around here. The clone made up some false details. The leader stepped on the liquid under his foot and understood in his heart why his man was ambushed. Stupid, you aren't even able to catch one boy, shameful of you. Yes, boss, I'm very sorry. The clone must keep acting like his subordinate and admit his mistake. After that, the clone pointed to the location of Uzumaki village and said, he was able to escape when we chased him near the village border. That's where we stopped because it was too risky. With our power, we can't just enter the village for the time being. When it comes to the village, even the leader must admit their lack of manpower. But here was the problem, if he didn't dare to enter the Uzumaki village, how could he delay the plan? Just to think about it makes him a headache. To let the leader return to the hideout will put Orochimaru and Tsunade at great risk. In any case, he must stall for a little longer or give them a warning. But, Yanagawa, what are you thinking? The leader asked lightly. The clone suddenly trembled. He felt some murderous aura targeting him. Did he suspect me? He made a decisive decision, instantly forming a seal with both hands, and used substitution jutsu to change his positions. Water release water dragon bullet jutsu. The huge chakra surged, and a magnificent water dragon jumped out of the river, just in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. Just before the clone managed to escape, he was hit by the water dragon. But at the same time, he able to release his last ninjutsu. Hell viewing jutsu? The clone had disappeared. Akabane felt it instantly. He was hit by the water dragon. Insane. The water dragon is B-level ninjutsu. It belongs to the powerful water release that only a jounin can use. Not to mention, he was only using a shadow clone. It was an inevitable outcome. More than that, Jounin's combat experience is far beyond him. Complete defeat? Akabane quickly got up and headed up to aid his teammates. Now he had acknowledged the strength of their leader. He had to finish all the invaders on the hideout as soon as possible. Not long after. Boom! A loud noise came from the corner of the mountain. Needless to say, Tsunade couldn't hold back, and her fist was stronger. Akabane quickly approached there, and a moment later, another big tree was broken, and the tall trunk fell straight down. That was too much. The physique and chakra of the Senju clan are almost abnormal. Those who were unlucky enough to take a direct hit by her will be dead in an instant. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Akabane's forehead. Tsunade, the leader, has taken notice of our plan. We should retreat. After a command, Akabane quickly moved to another direction. What? Damn it. Tsunade heard it but tried to catching up with a ninja and killing him with a full blow, and then she was about to find Orochimaru. However, they turned around and found a figure at the foot of the mountain quickly approaching. Arg, we got no more time. I'll finish it. Tsunade shouted out, and then ran up the mountain quickly, reaching the top of the cave in a short time. She lands a clean hit on the cave entrance. Boom! With a loud noise, the cave couldn't bear the huge force. With another punch, the cave collapsed. Retreat now. After yelling, Tsunade fled directly to Uzumaki village without looking back. Excellent. Akabane was surprised that she managed to block the rebels' entrance and then retreat towards Uzumaki village. Although it was unclear if Hiruzen was secretly protecting them, from the strength analysis, the combat prowess of the Jounin was far from what they could handle. On hearing the signal, Orochimaru immediately gave up his fight and quickly retreated to Uzumaki village. However, 3 genin dares to mess up with me and my hideout. Who do you think you're facing right now? For I am Akama Takaichi, the leader of the invaders. An indifferent voice was heard, and a thick fog filled the surrounding area. The hidden mist jutsu covered the entire mountain. Orochimaru looked hesitant, and after knowing what was wrong, he quickly evacuated toward Akabane and the others. We have to go back right now. Akabane also noticed the fog that was gradually spreading. If he didn't go back at this time, it would be a death sentence for them. How could we find Jiraiya in the mist? Tsunade was anxious. She couldn't save Jiraiya, and if she couldn't save Orochimaru as well, she will break down. Follow my lead. Akabane made it simple and led the way directly. The fog is the hunting ground of hidden mist ninja. Akama is a Jounin level ninja, but he was baffled on how Akabane able to talk and navigated in the fog. Although Orochimaru hasn't trained in this certain situation, he had a very strong memory, and he clearly remembered the location of the mountain road and Akabane's last location. He used both the instantaneous jutsu and the substitute jutsu, and he did not dare to stop. Whoosh! There was a faint sound, and Orochimaru immediately turned sideways, and at the same time made a big breakthrough with hand seals. The whirlwind flew out, and although the mist could not be blown away, the shurikens were blown down. Wow! There was a splash of water, and then Orochimaru sensed a chakra wave. Water release water bomb. Its power was outstanding. Orochimaru's face was slightly pale, and he couldn't move for a while. Just at this moment, boom! A big tree fell from the fog, blocking the middle of Orochimaru and the opponent, and the water bomb was blocked by the trunk for a while. At this slight window, Orochimaru barely slipped away. He was stunned and then moved slightly in his heart. Don't talk nonsense, what else should we do next? The opponent's chakra has at most 10% left. We'll fight and retreat soon after, just enough time to deplete his chakra. He wouldn't dare to chase us again after that. Your part is important. Listen to my orders closely, don't act on your own. Akabane said calmly. I know. Tsunade looked solemn. With her extraordinary strength, she was facing a ninja with 2 levels above them. She is invaluable. Chapter 55. There are always 10 Chuunin in this hideout. We've taken out 6 of them. The remaining 4 will fight back anytime soon. We'd better retreat quickly. Orochimaru's voice was a little hoarse. Even though the 3 of them are undoubtedly geniuses from their generation, but in terms of real combat experience, they are far behind their enemy. Being able to kill Chuunin and solving exam problems are 2 different things. Next, listen to my instructions. Akabane's face was solemn as he ran to distinguish his position. The 3 of them quickly retreated, and at the same time, they paid an intense focus towards their surrounding. In their midst, both the Jounin and Chuunins could deliver a fatal blow. Turn to the right and attack. As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade instantly struck out, striking the enemy's right side with a punch. Boom! Substitution? However, that piece of wood was blasted out by her huge force and put the enemy in trembled. That was too terrifying. The attacked Chuunin was baffled. Is she a genin? Orochimaru flew out shurikens, and at the same time, his hands formed seals. Wind release, Gale Palm? Gale Palm itself is not powerful, but it became devastating when combined with the shurikens. The Gale Palm was turning into a storm of steel blades. He used it not to kill the enemy but as a distraction. The 3 of them fought and ran, and it didn't take long for them to manage a safe distance. But suddenly, a figure swiftly approached. The leader, Akama Takaichi. Against a Jounin like him, there is no room for chit-chat. Because if they let their guard down just a millisecond, it could become a window for the Jounin to attack, so Akabane has no time to command his team. But, fire release, fireball jutsu? The flames counterattacked instantly when Akama's mist came over. What? Akama was shocked and was too late to dodge, and he got a direct hit by the huge fireball. Fireball jutsu is only C-grade ninjutsu, but the power that was released was tremendous. Akama couldn't figure it out. How did he able to master 2 elements that good? And how did he able to saw me through the hidden mist jutsu? This is impossible. He was going crazy just to think about it, but he has another problem. He was hit hard by the fireball. Water release, great waterfall. Ninjutsu that needs a lot of chakra, and at the same time was very difficult to use, but when he hadn't finished his seal, he suddenly felt his chakra stagnate. What happened? Genjutsu? This kid can also use genjutsu. When Akama thought of the previous shadow clone, he realized everything in an instant. The shadow clone belongs to this kid. Underestimated, his opponent made him pay the price. Then he tried to dispel the genjutsu. However, he found that he had failed. How is it possible? This genjutsu was from the Karama clan. He couldn't believe it, and he felt dread, but then a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and the genjutsu suddenly dispelled. In the next second, he saw that a kunai was planted on his chest. I told you not to come back. Akabane panted, eyes bloodshot from the intense consumption of his chakra. It only happened in a few seconds, but so effective and deadly. And it was revealed that he had escaped from the fireball. It was just an illusion from the beginning. You, what? Akuma's eyes widened, but Akabane had already escaped, avoiding being dying to fight back. Soon after, he breathed his last breath. But after his death, the mist still won't disappear. You killed the leader. The remaining 4 Chuunin couldn't believe it and looked at the leader who was lifeless on the ground. There is no way he is a genin? Even Orochimaru and Tsunade were equally shocked by Akabane's action. Genjutsu, fire, earth, Akabane had already mastered it all. From his power level, he had already surpassed a Jounin? Wasn't that enough for a proof? Akabane's eyes were red, like a madman. Even if he used the 400 points accumulated in the system to exchange 8 points of chakra, and successfully used the 5 sense control on Akuma at the end, he was still unable to turn all the genjutsu into reality damage. Otherwise, based on his character, it would never be possible to fight him hand to hand. The 4 of them were terrified, and who knows if the other 2 have another terrifying ninjutsu. They don't dare to bet. They still want to live a little longer. Because if they died, their village wouldn't be bothered to take revenge. For them, they were all alone in this. Go, go. Seeing the 4 of them ran away, Akabane gritted his teeth and did not faint, but took Orochimaru and Tsunade away steadily step by step. Orochimaru looked back, his eyes unwilling and resentful. What he hates is not the enemy, but instead himself that became farther behind Akabane. There is no doubt he is the genius of our time. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Akabane's Kekkei Genkai cannot be compared, but any other element can be learned by anyone. Tsunade was a little worried but also felt uncomfortable. She has no problem fighting against Chuunin, her strength and chakra were unbeatable, but if she is fighting against a Jounin, she understood how powerless she was. Your strength alone is not enough? The words of the third Hokage echoed in her ears, and she truly understood the meaning now. Akabane's specialty is genjutsu, but did he only know genjutsu? Nov, L, B /JNN. That's what Tsunade used to think, but now she realized that Akabane had been trying to make up for his shortcomings. Their gap is too big. A thought flashed through both of them at the same time. Hurry up and take me away. Akabane's chakra was so consumed that it made his head felt like it about to explode. And his head was like an explosion. And after barely supporting himself for a while, it was difficult for him to even walk, let alone retreat. Orochimaru and Tsunade immediately held his hand, urging him to escape to Uzumaki village with the instantaneous jutsu. Before they knew it, Akabane had passed out. What's the matter? On the way back, they soon ran into Hiruzen, who hurried over. Because he trusted the abilities of Akabane, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, he did not arrange any backup, but he could see Akabane's clone sent back the captivated Chuunin, and he knew something was going to happen. Sensei, it was my fault. I was too impulsive and arrogant. Tsunade blamed herself. Without her reckless acted, Akabane wouldn't need to fight the Jounin. Akaba said we shouldn't go, but Orochimaru was half silent. He knew that Hiruzen could guess it from the beginning, so he didn't say much. You are too reckless. You think that the enemy is just going to watch when you destroyed their hideout? Thinking that your life is long? Hiruzen was furious and immediately went to check Akabane. At this time, there is no medical ninjutsu, but as a ninja doctor, he knows a lot, and he knew some medical skills. After checking, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, it's just that his chakra was exhausted, so he will be fine after taking some rest. Carefully tell, what's going on? Hiruzen put on Akabane's back and scolded with a red face. We planned to use the Akabane clone to separate the Jounin with his allies. At first, the plan was successful, but then the enemy seemed to react and returned to the mountain. We were hunted down. Fortunately, Akabane was able to identify the enemy's movements in the hidden mist jutsu. Otherwise, we would survive this far. Tsunade said back and forth, still trembled. After hearing this, Hiruzen interrupted and asked, you have cleaned up the traces of the scene. Orochimaru's expression was dull, and then he shook his head dejectedly. For a Jounin, these are flaws. They can track you back at any time and kill you all. Hiruzen said with a sneer. In your eyes, what is Jounin? At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. If Akabane had not mastered the third element of chakra, perhaps they would all be dead by now. Chapter 56. Don't think about going out anymore, just stay in the village and reflect on your attitude. Just after waking up, Akabane heard the good news. Don't go out, it's too dangerous to go out. After facing one Jounin, it forced him to use the fireball jutsu, which was his trump card, and spent the remaining 400 points to exchange it into chakra for compensating the ninjutsu, which means he must save up from the beginning again. In the time of the Great War, there were many elites, and the battlefield was brutal. Akabane had thought about it, but then dismissed the idea. It took him a long time to get a break. Sensei, but Jiraiya, Tsunade was anxious. They couldn't go out now, and they have failed to find Jiraiya but instead risking their own life by attacking the invaders' hideout. We have reached an agreement with the Uzumaki village. Next, there will be ninjas from Uzumaki village to help find Jiraiya. Hiruzen said coldly, Tsunade, you are a very talented girl, but I don't want you to die so young. Your life is as precious as any other life. Yeah, sensei, I understand. Tsunade lowered her head, reflecting on her action before. Sensei, please train us more, please. Orochimaru's voice came afterward. Akabane did not move while lying on the bed, but his mind was full of thoughts. These two children were hit hard by their childish act. But it is also a good thing since now they understood their mistakes and reflected on it. They will grow more responsibility next time. This is a good lesson to learn. Very well, I am very pleased that you all have reflected. First of all, Tsunade, you need to learn to control your chakra, emotions, and strength. Orochimaru, you are excellent in all subjects. You've mastered your ninjutsu well enough, and with your intelligence, it would be a perfect combination. But now you lack powerful and effective attack ability. Your next goal is to learn vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum wave. The first element that Orochimaru had learned was wind, so the goal given to him by Hiruzen is to continue to strengthen his foundation. However, Orochimaru had another idea. He didn't tell Hiruzen because he knew that he wouldn't agree to it. Next is Akabane, get up, I'll say a few words with you alone. Hiruzen turned around and came into the house. Akaba's awake. Orochimaru was stunned, and then quickly ran into the house. Tsunade ran in quickly behind him and saw Akabane was still lying on the bed, showing no sign of recovery. Ahem, sensei, I just woke up. Akabane sat up with a guilty conscience. The alertness of Hiruzen was too high. He controlled his breathing rate and breath slowly as if he was still asleep, but Hiruzen could see it through. Hey, don't underestimate a Hokage like me. Hiruzen sneered and then waved his hand to let Orochimaru and Tsunade leave them alone to talk. Then he sat down next to the bed, smoking a cigarette, looking melancholy and silent for a moment. Was he waiting for me to say something? Akabane muttered in his heart but still said nothing. For a while, the room fell into silence. Hiruzen had no choice but to smoke, pretending to be choked, and then said gently, "Oh, Akabane, do you have any other opinions on the village?" "Nope, what makes you think of that?" Akabane replied immediately. "You have 5 senses control, and you a high level of genjutsu, surpassing anyone in the village. You have a tremendous talent. You can master 3 elements of chakra, and you can use the B-level ninjutsu like Shadow Clone when you were just a student at the academy. Even your physique is among the top from the Kurama clan." Hiruzen praised him continuously, making Akabane more and more clueless. JNN. What should I reply to that? But moreover, you never told us, and even more out of touch with everyone. Who are you hiding it from? Hiruzen cut it with a side and looked melancholy. A jounin is not an easy enemy to dealt with, even if he was careless. Sensei, Akabane was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Are you hiding from who? He couldn't find the answer. Maybe it was from Danzo, or it may be an unknown enemy in the future. Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette, and continued, I didn't understand it at first until I read your comics. My comics. Akabane was even more confused about what was Hiruzen tried to say. Following that, he heard Hiruzen said, in your eyes, we are the people in your drawing, and you are the author who draws the world into your comic. I know it is something that you cherish, but it will also cause you to lose something, your playtimes, your friends, or your training. And I hope you can stop drawing comics for now, and focus on other things. At first, Akabane was shocked. He was thinking that his secret was being discovered. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, the tension and fear within him calmed down a bit, and he said calmly, Sensei, I may be just like you said. It's good to hear that. This news might excite you. I will send you back to Konoha within a few days. Use it to spend time with your family. Hiruzen has done talking, smoked some more, and leave the room. As he watched him leave, Akabane's crazy beating heart gradually calmed down. Sure enough, Sarutobi-sensei thought that I had awakened the Edo because of my affection to the comic or whatever. I must be more careful from now on. Akabane frantically reviewed himself. However, it was just a false alarm. Some of what Hiruzen said was right. He treated everyone around him just like a person seeing a painting. Thus he needs to work on it. As now the agreement between Konoha and Uzumaki village has been settled, everyone can go back home now. The meaning of what Hiruzen said was to help him handle the situation with Danzo. Danzo Shimura will never turn back, and he does things according to his will. Within the current situation, there is one thing that he might be doing now, to engage his roots. The holidays are not easy to come by, so we should cherish them. Without any mission to attempt, Akabane finally got up to breathe in the fresh air while watching the training of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Of course, it's mainly Tsunade. Akabane hasn't grown his relation with Orochimaru recently, and they might clash along the way, but he was quite experienced with Tsunade. The training venues of those two were different. Tsunade needs a larger open space to control her strength, and the vacuum wave that Orochimaru needs to learn needs some targets. After looking around, Akabane found Tsunade outside the village. There are fist marks all around her, but the control cannot be done as she wishes so that the fist marks vary in size. Akabane lamented slightly. He didn't know what happened with Tsunade in the original plot, so he thought that if she could control it, she can become the greatest medical ninja, but looking at her right now, she is still very immature. Orokai, it's you, Akaba, you are willing to go out of the room. Tsunade's voice and expression didn't show the slightest shock because she was really in no mood to make any jokes. So you thought that knowing me, I wouldn't go out of my room. Akabane smiled disapprovingly. I'm not in the mood to say this right now, Sensei asked me to train my control, but I got no clue. Tsunade was frustrated. Her chakra control is not weak, but to control on storing her chakra perfectly, a more refined technique is needed. For the time being, she is nowhere near perfect. I'll give you some advice, Akabane said while swiftly opened his drawing. It didn't take long for Tsunade to be affected by his genjutsu and found herself in another world. Then, she saw a figure. It was another her. When she was still amazed, she found that another she punched the ground repeatedly, making countless rocks flying around and looking very beautiful. Look at the effect of this punch. How is it different from your own? Akabane's voice came. Tsunade leaned closer and looked closely at the effect of the, and soon she was shocked. There seemed to be no difference, but the crack in the ground from the impact of the punch was very uniform, and even the periphery suffered an equal amount of damage. To achieve such a level it required a very frightening level of control. That's right. What Akabane showed her was the Sakura punch she created herself in the future. Chapter 57. This punch simply takes the chakra control to another level. Tsunade marveled at Akabane's ability to use his ninjutsu, but at the same time, she was extremely distressed. Doesn't that mean it needs much stronger control? You said that you're clueless, I just gave you a clue, the rest is up to you to decide. After Akabane finished speaking, the illusion collapsed. How to learn it is hers problem to solve. This is the process she must go through. But she is too impatient now, if he intervenes more than this, it would be bad for her. You are right. There is already a clue. I'll figure it out myself. If it's just a control, I can do it. Tsunade took a deep breath, then jumped up and continued her training. Boom! Her movements were still full of flaws. At first, Tsunade was a little impatient, but after a few tries, she gradually figured some tricks, and her chakra control became more stable. Akabane was not surprised by her progress. After all, she will be one of the 3 legendary ninja. It was coming from her personality and mentality. She just needs small guidance. After she settled down, she slowly gets used to it, and everything will come naturally. It's amusing when you're serious. He stepped aside, lying on the grass while watching her. The noise came one after another, but from the sound and movement becoming more and more efficient, it can be seen that she had made great progress. She began to control her strength and save unnecessary chakra consumption. Akabane spent the afternoon with the ear-filling roar until evening. Ha 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 ha, I finally made it. With a big laugh, she quickly bombarded the ground with one punch, and every punch had the same power. That was just the first step, and now you have another mission. Akabane finished speaking. He yawns, looking sleepy. Although this place is only a barren land, it still belongs to Uzumaki village, and she smashed it into this small hole that had to be dealt with. I know you don't need to remind you. Tsunade smiled and started to push back the surrounding soil and rocks. As Akabane said, controlling power is only the first step. If you want to use the full power of the chakra control, she must control it while exploding the force at one point. Moreover, the real chakra control is not just relying on fists but can be used anywhere within her body. In short, Tsunade wasn't even close. Well, the only benefit you have with so many holes here is that in the future, you can plant some trees here. Akabane stood up and looked around, smiling and joking. Tsunade surprisingly did not refute, but was silent for a moment and said, that's good, at least it shows that I'm useful. Ha, don't be arrogant. Akabane kicked some dirt in with his foot, pretending to be helping her cleaning the mess. That's true. At least I can fight a Chuunin, much better than that idiot, Jiraiya. Tsunade said with a smile. Jiraiya, he is really stupid for a lot of reasons. Akabane seemed to have a feeling, glanced back, and then agreed with her knowing Jiraiya's characters. A moment later, damn your flat chest, talking behind me again. An angry voice came from the forest behind, and a figure jumped out of the tree in the next second and revealed his identity. Jiraiya. Tsunade was surprised and delighted but followed by another burst of anger. Flat chest? What a joke? I just haven't developed it? She clenched her fist and about to rush towards him, but she took a deep breath and told herself, restrain. Hey, Jiraiya. Where did you go? Akabane asked while smiling gladly. Do not mention it, a weird place. I was forced to learn some weird ancient ninjutsu, and I still haven't figured it out yet. Jiraiya was also looked distressed and sighed, I have to go back there within a few days. Nov, L, B /JNN. Oh, it's just so your style stupid, but to met, that kind of thing out of sudden is a blessing for your 3 lifetimes, you should cherish it. Tsunade's words were harsh, but they also implied that she was concerned about him. Jiraiya didn't notice it at all. Instead, he was angry with Tsunade's harsh words and retorted, blessing? I don't need to rely on such a place. Okay, but Jiraiya, you must learn it diligently, don't waste such luck. Akabane interrupted their meaningless quarrel and continued to ask, did you say that someone forced you to practice? That place is called Mountain Mayaboku. There is a group of weird toads. I couldn't believe it. First, there are such strong toads in this world. Jiraiya also remembered some of it with a bit of fear on his face. Although his whole body was sore from the training, he had to admit that he made rapid progress during his time in the mountain. Mount Mayaboku? Akabane nodded, getting the answer that he already knew. The sacred Mount Mayaboku is full of mystery, and only a few people know their existence. Yeah, and I even saw a super scary big snake there. Jiraiya also showed off excitedly. Big snake? With so many terrifying beasts on Mount Mayaboku, but there are still snakes who dare to go there? Tsunade's surprise was authentic. Snake, although a toad predator, but a big toad fighting a big snake, was too much for her to swallow. If Mount Mayaboku is a sacred place for the toads, and that kind of serpent dares to go there, it might also be a sacred place for the other psychic beasts. Akabane said his guess. Indeed, I asked the toad, and it told me that the snake was from the Ryokai cave. Jiraiya replied. Ryokai cave is as mysterious as Mount Mayaboku. Akabane sighed lightly, and couldn't help but envy the Sunin's luck. Ryokai Cave, Mayaboku Mountain, and Shikotsu Forest are the sacred places where the three beasts are located, which were met by Sunin in the future, and they will act as the protagonists of the Second Ninja World War. However, it is not too strange to get two names at once, and the corresponding information will appear in the comics. He secretly said in his heart. By the way, where's Orochimaru? I feel stronger now. I want to test it with him. Jiraiya looked very stubborn and wanted to find someone to fighting. He had just wanted to provoke Tsunade, but when he jumped down from the tree, and saw the big holes on the ground, and immediately stopped by the thought of death. Akabane was speechless. He didn't know whether to say it or not. Just as Sasuke discovered that Naruto became stronger and began to change his character in the original story, he wasn't sure what kind of character would change when Orochimaru, whose character was already a little broken. What will he do when he sees Jiraiya? Tsunade also considered this point and did not answer for a while. Just when the two of them were lost in thought, the voice of Hiruzen came. He is on the mountain behind Uzumaki village. If you want to find him, then go. Thank you, sensei. Wait until I defeat Orochimaru, and then I'll tell you everything that has happened. Jiraiya immediately jumped up from the treetops and headed towards the back of the mountain. Will they be okay, sensei? Tsunade asked worriedly. It would be fine, don't underestimate Orochimaru. Hiruzen said it while smoking from his pipe. Perhaps. Akabane did not refute, and the future is inherently uncertain, and deep in his heart, he wants to know what happened with the Sunin during their training times, while Orochimaru is still very different from the future. Chapter 58. Orochimaru, Jiraiya has came back. The voice came first before the person arrived. The loud shouts spread all over, and Orochimaru, who was practicing his ninjutsu, stopped. Oh, the idiot is back, at last, he looks very different. A smile appeared on his face. There has been a lot of bad news recently, so the comeback of Jiraiya has lightened the mood a little. Of course, this genius has trained on Mount Mayaboku, and now I've surpassed you. Jiraiya said it proudly. Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru was startled slightly. It seems that the teacher and Akabane were right, and Jiraiya was indeed being chosen by a certain sacred spirit. Then he inspected Jiraiya from the bottom to the top. He doesn't seem to be different from before. Come on, I'll show you myself what real talent is. Jiraiya taunts Orochimaru arrogantly while clenching his fist. That's what I meant. Orochimaru chuckled softly. He had just completed his training and had just mastered the ninjutsu, and he needs someone to test his new ability. Although I don't know how far Jiraiya has improved, he is undoubtedly a decent opponent. On the other side, Sensei, who do you think will win? Akabane sat on the stool and watched the live broadcast comfortably through Hiruzen's crystal ball. Hiruzen did not answer, but only keep smoking from his pipe. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Who will win? To be honest, he didn't have the answer right now, because he didn't know what Jiraiya had learned. Tsunade was shocked. This is her first time seeing Hiruzen used his telescope jutsu. Sensei, is this? She pointed to the crystal ball, a little in disbelief. Hiruzen's face was slightly stiff, and his hand holding the cigarette pipe shook, almost shaking the fire-hot soot into his hand. This ninjutsu. He thought about it, on how to put it simply for Tsunade. As I wrote in the comics, this crystal ball is ninjutsu called the telescope jutsu. Akabane helped Hiruzen to explain it. No, I'm not asking about that. With this kind of ninjutsu, there must be some other lewd usage. Tsunade clenched her fists and looked at the crystal ball suspiciously. Ahaha, Tsunade, how can you think of me that way? You would think of me doing that kind of stuff, don't you? Hiruzen said it with a bit sweaty. What do I think? I think you did the same thing as what Jiraiya did. No wonder you took him as your apprentice. Ugh. Tsunade is surprisingly quick to catch up, and her sensitivity is quite strong with this kind of thing. The mood was awkward in an instant. Hiruzen smoked, thinking about how to repair his prestige as a teacher. Akabane stared at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, remember? Restraint and control. Taking a deep breath, she gradually loosened her emotion. But, seeing her reaction before seemed to warn Hiruzen to be more careful next time, very careful. Cough cough, look at them. Hiruzen awkwardly changed the topic. If not, he doesn't know how long he could maintain his remaining dignity any longer. Hiruzen vowed deeply in his heart that he would never show this ninjutsu in front of Tsunade ever again after remembered that Jiraiya was hospitalized because of it. While they were arguing about this, in the crystal ball, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had almost finished. Look, Akabane interrupted their thoughts. Let the two people turn their eyes back to the crystal. Vacuum wave. Tsunade was baffled. This afternoon, Orochimaru had mastered vacuum wave, and this proved that his talent was indeed undoubted. Not only ninjutsu but also a gap in combat experience. Hiruzen tried to give a depth explanation of it. Jiraiya was also forced into the corner by the vacuum wave. Moreover, Orochimaru still has a lot of stamina to spare. Wind release, vacuum wave, boom. With a loud noise, the vacuum wave slightly missed Jiraiya's head and blasted a rock behind him into debris. You're lost. Orochimaru said it nonchalantly. Jiraiya was still shocked and disbelief. Afterward, he touched his nose angrily and said, I haven't summoned Gamabunta, otherwise you are far from being a winner. Gamabunta is still at his young age right now, but even though his strength is already sufficient. However, Jiraiya didn't want to rely on anyone. You have quite notable progress, but I don't just hang around on your absence. Orochimaru consoled his heart. Akabane snuck a glance at Tsunade. Both of them were so proud of themselves, obviously caring about Jiraiya, yet they made such a face. This genius will surpass you, just you wait and see. Jiraiya was also lost for a while. Anyway, he was used to losing and he didn't care about winning or losing this match, he simply just want to prove his progress. Orochimaru is different. If it turned out that he didn't even need to use ninjutsu, he could defeat Jiraiya with physical skills alone, but now he knew he couldn't do it. Jiraiya has improved a lot. Everyone is making progress. He looked at the mountain and said in his heart, not enough, I am not strong enough. Before, he had no direction, but now he has set goals ahead, and this small improvement is insignificant. Anyway, I'll just say that you still as arrogant as before, but you proved your point. Tsunade said while curling her lips. However, she had to admit that now Jiraiya is getting closer to their level. Jiraiya's current strength can be regarded as the best among a normal genin, and you guys thought that he was weak because you are all already surpassed the strength level of Chunin, including you Akabane, thus I'm proud of your progress. Hiruzen said it with a smile. Each of these students has its strengths, which made him very pleased. Of course, he couldn't admit that he was helpless with Jiraiya before, and didn't know how to teach by his aptitude. The only aspect that Jiraiya was good at was impossible for him to teach. Fortunately, now, Jiraiya also got his chance to prove himself. Okay, but now it's his time to bite the dust. Akabane yawned, thinking that he could see a more exciting battle, but Jiraiya still needs more time to improve. That's right, he is still below us. Tsunade said with a gleeful smile. Hiruzen cancelled his telescope jutsu and prepared for their lunch. Akabane could see that his index finger moved. If it hadn't been for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, would have already started the lunch in advance. Before long, there was a mess of footsteps outside the door. There they are? Akabane immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to eat. However, the first thing Jiraiya jumped in was not to eat, but to come over to find Akabane. Akaba, I found this by the river, take a look. What is it? Akabane turned his head, but already grabbed a prawn and peeled it. Look at this character, drawing style. They are truly exceptional, but unfortunately, I only got fragments of it. Jiraiya also sat next to him, and mysteriously took out on a piece of paper. The paper was broken, but it was pieced together by Jiraiya into a full page of the picture. You are a master in comics, can you help me find out whose work this is? This, how do I know about this? Akabane was dazed and answered in denial. This thing was hit by the water dragon bullet, but how possibly it could still be collected? Also, how much free time he has? Hey, isn't this? Orochimaru was about to talk about the author of the page but was held back by Tsunade. Let me see. Hiruzen took a glance and suddenly had a moment of clarity. Huh. Tsunade's eyes were fierce, like a tiger. I was just curious about what kind of drawing is that? Hiruzen could only restrain his intention and stepped back with regret. Chapter 59. If Jiraiya hadn't asked whose work but instead a little firmer like your drawing, Akabane also asked not whose work, but a little firmer your painting, Akabane would have been unable to deny it. Now, he pretended that those lewd drawing wasn't from him and sat there quietly eating seafood. This drawing technique, oh, what a waste of talent, I've searched along the riverbank, and only able to collect these pieces. Jiraiya treated the remaining pieces like a treasure. What are you going to do with what stuff? Tsunade asked while looking disgusted. If it hadn't been for Akabane to remind her to restrain, she would have rushed over to tear that page instantly. You wouldn't understand such art. This is the pinnacle of art and a reminiscence of genius to pursue learning. Jiraiya explained it fluently. Orochimaru was speechless at his shameless teammate. As a fellow of the same genre, Hiruzen sighed lightly, pointed to the table, and said, eat up now, or else Akabane will eat it all by himself. Don't say nonsense, sensei, I only eat 2 shrimps. Akabane didn't dare to put another word with Jiraiya. If he knows that Akabane still had the remaining pages, he wouldn't be able to come back alive to Konoha. It's alright, you can eat everything. Hiruzen pretended not to hear him, otherwise, the topic would never end. You beast, I'm starving too. Jiraiya also shouted as expected, and quickly put the topic behind him. While everyone was eating, they felt something weird. Tsunade's hands were full, she eats messily. What the hell? Akabane was stunned, looking at the shrimp shell she spat out, very heartbroken. It is an insult to eat like that? Well, why everyone looking at me? Tsunade asked. Come on, eat. This is so yummy. No it's nothing, I'll ask them to fry up some more. Hiruzen didn't dare to interrupt her. I haven't seen her eating before, but now it looks too terrifying. I feel sorry for those shrimps. Sorry, I just haven't got a decent meal these days. Tsunade realized that she was eating too much, and bowed her head shamelessly. After a non-stop training all day, she was exhausted and everything that she ate was to replenish her chakra, or so she said. Akabane had seen this before when he read the comic, but it turns out that the reality is completely different. He silently picked up a few shrimps, crabs, and such. According to what he knew, before he could finish eating his few meals, there was probably no more food on the table. Glancing at them, Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't know how serious this situation is, and they were eating slowly, without any thought of saving some food from Tsunade's reach. Within seconds, two of them were staring at the empty table. Then, the three of them stared at Akabane in a daze because until now, there are still 2 uneaten crabs remaining on Akabane's plate. Okay, Tsunade, but there is still another way to replenish your chakra other than eating. Akabane guarded his crabs with an alert look. She just ate too much too fast to replenish her chakra, and after all, they weren't in hurry, so she doesn't need to worry about it. But, I still want to eat. He was deceived by Tsunade for a while and almost forgot about it. Stingy. She didn't force him, and her chakra almost fully charged again, thus it wouldn't matter if she waited a little more. New dishes are here. The chef brought them some more food still hot from the fryer. Tsunade, spare us some this time. Even Sarutobi-sensei hasn't eaten yet. Akabane had finished his meal, but witnessing this scene, slightly moved his emotion. This meal is their last supper in Uzumaki village. Tomorrow morning, they will have to hit the road again. Although there were twists and turns, their journey to this village gave them some good memory. But Akabane felt a bit sad because his comics weren't sold out. It probably because of his readers was only from children, and after all the comic depicted mainly on Konoha, and villager here didn't feel much familiarity with Naruto. This makes his points increased not as much as before, which is almost the same as when the first book was released. Akabane sighed secretly, and then think about his current 100 points and the 4,000 points ninjutsu on the list. There is still ahead of me Just to think all the work that I need to reach 4,000 points gives me a headache. In Naruto, the comic solely focused on Konoha, and rarely described other countries. Akabane thinking hard, he thinks that he needs a pen name. After all, he is an independent illustrator here and might be the first one, thus he can't affiliate himself with any village or else he could be suspect as a spy or some kind of conspirator. More than that, I have to come up to distribute it into another country, such as a water country. Just finish up your meals and then take a rest. Akabane will stay for a while to tell you about Tsukiya. Hiruzen was smoking his cigarette, and waited until his students finished their meals to call Akabane. Oh, I hope it's not something sketchy. Tsunade sneered, then went back to her room. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I wonder. Jiraiya also muttered secretly after glancing at Akabane and Hiruzen, and couldn't think of something. Don't think about it too much, it's just an official business. Hiruzen's face blushed. Since he exposed the telescope, he has no confidence in front of Tsunade Akabane. Akabane kept his eyes and thought to himself, not interjecting into such a topic. Okay, sensei, we will leave first. Orochimaru bowed, turned, and took the lead to leave. After the three of them left, Hiruzen was silent for a moment, and then said Tsukiya will temporarily reside in your house from now on. I hope you can take good care of her. No problem, I've promised her that I'll give her the best life possible. Akabane said without hesitation. Shikai is not at ease right now, with the current situation of this village, he wouldn't be able to visit her for the time being. Thus he privately gives the Kurama clan some benefit through you, and the gift will be delivered tomorrow. What? Akabane was shocked hearing that. It sounds like you're going to give a marriage proposal to my parents? Are there any other than Tsukiya Uzumaki? I have told Tsunade about a few children, and the other 3 were accepted by our clan. Hiruzen said. Then I don't have any problems, is there anything else? I want to meet my bed as soon as possible. Akabane yawned, feeling sleepy. Akabane, I wonder what is the content of that painting before. Sensei, I don't know anything about it, maybe Tsunade knows something. Akabane smiled and denied it. Although Jiraiya probably didn't notice it was Akabane who wrote it, as a teacher and a Hokage, he can see clearly through Akabane. He must find another way to see the pages without getting caught, especially from Tsunade. Chapter 60. When Akabane got up the next morning, he was baffled by the group of people outside his house. To put it precisely, almost the entire villager had gathered up. Thus he went out to check what's going on, and everyone outside immediately took notice of him. There he is, Akabane from Kurama clan. The author of the drawings? I mean comic. My children love to read it, but alas, this makes me feel sad about their departure, but later when they go to Konoha, they might have a good time there with more of comics to read. The parents' presence today was because they will be part of their children. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy, but Akabane found out that they talked about him and his comics the most. Akabane looked at them curiously while there's still a pillow mark on his cheek. Suddenly a figure squeezing out from the crowd, running towards him. Nii-san, shall we go to Konoha today? Tsukiya's hands were full on holding her belongings. It seemed that her father didn't plan for her to return to the Uzumaki village in the future. Akabane touched her head, smiled lightly, and said, yes we will, you get inside my house to play for a while. Okay. Tsukiya responded nervously, but she wasn't timid. Where's your father? Akabane glanced around, looking for her father including Hiruzen that they were not seen. Dad is very busy he said, so he can't come over to drop me off. Then I decided to take my things and go to see you Nii-san. Tsukiya looked so mature at such a young age. She seems to be very independent, different from other children, and moreover, today she is dressed beautifully, like a princess. Akabane felt something was wrong, but couldn't say anything specifically, and couldn't remember it for a while. Seeing the presence of Hiruzen, Akabane wondered as he walked. When he looked upon the way, he saw a few mothers coming to send their children, and he thought secretly in his heart, where is Tsukiya's mother? I just realize I never saw her before. During this time, he was too busy to pay much attention to other issues, and only that he thinks of it, it bothered his mind. All I remembered was I've been tricked by those two old men. Akabane still felt that he was pushed by their agenda, and got fooled around. And there is no way that she only stays for a while, with the current situation happening here, they only sweet talking to ease their children that everything will be okay. Well, I guess that's what a parent should do, to make sure that their children can live a peaceful life even without them around. He accelerated his pace and hurried to the place where he last saw Hiruzen. Well, everyone, you can go back, now that we have everyone here, we are ready to go. Hiruzen waved his hand and motioned to the parents to give their goodbye, which might be their last. Sensei, Akabane is here, let's set off, it may take much more time to get to Konoha with this many children. Orochimaru informed Hiruzen that everyone had gathered. Okay, let's set off. Kazuma left a greeting and departed the caravans. From start to finish, he didn't give Akabane time to speak at all. Before he arrived, he saw Hiruzen only looked to the front without looking back. Ugh. Afterward, Akabane glanced at Tsukiya and followed with a flustered look. It's nothing. Akabane touched her head, and at the same time sighed lightly. Are you okay, Nai-san? Yay, let's go. Even if his blood was boiling, he can only appease Tsukiya, since her father hasn't come, he can't leave her halfway. On the way back, Hiruzen directly revealed his true face. This is a warning, which invader ninja dares to fight with them, and they will taste the anger of the god of shinobi. The First World War ninja has just ended, and Hiruzen's reputation is at its peak, which reaches the level of the 5 villages cage. Few ninjas dare came to provoke him, so everyone who came out from Uzumaki village back to the Fire Country will be guaranteed safe and sound. However, when everyone returned to the Fire Country's border and arrived at the side of the Fire Temple, Akabane saw a splendid and gorgeous caravan. The eye-catching banner, clearly from an army escort, instantly made it clear at a glance who he was. That was the daimyo of the Fire Nation. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Hiruzen was baffled. He knew that the daimyo would oppose his plan, but he never expected that the daimyo would be bothered to stop them himself. This is too sudden. When the two convoys met, Kazuma didn't dare to stand in the way, quickly withdrew to the sides, kneeling respectfully. Orochimaru and others stood aside, half kneeling respectfully. Salute to you, your majesty. Hiruzen salutes. Even if he is the Hokage of Konoha, but nominally he is appointed by the daimyo and was considered to be a subordinate of the daimyo. Oh, it's you, Hiruzen. I just went to the Temple of Fire. I didn't expect to meet you. It's been a long time since we last met. Why not come up for a cup of tea? Daimyo's voice came from the carriage. His voice was gentle and elegant and had a peculiar persuasive power that made people feel as if they were in a spring breeze. I'm afraid that many people would unconsciously believe daimyo's words just by listening to his voice. Thank you, your majesty. Hiruzen then slowly approaching the daimyo carriage. Before driving, he nodded and smiled at the head guard. The head guard paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Hokage same, please. Then, he put down the wooden ladder, lifted the curtain, and signaled Hiruzen to move forward. Akabane watched the Hokage go up, then lowered his head. Coincidence? He didn't believe it. It is by no means a coincidence. Perhaps it was a warning, or perhaps it was an exchange of benefits, but in any case, the daimyo's intentions were already obvious, and he just didn't want to make the relationship between the Fire Country and Konoha village too rigid. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to visit the Temple of Fire and meet Hiruzen by chance. Hiruzen, during this time you led the team to escort the caravan. I heard some of it. I heard that it was quite thrilling. It made me worry about your students. I happened to see them all safe today, and I felt relieved. The daimyo poured a cup of tea and smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Fortunately, the students that I took were amongst the best, thus they could protect themselves until I arrived. Hiruzen said. Is that so? The daimyo smiled and looked careless, and turned to him. Well, tell me then, who's these students? Your majesty, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan took an interest in Akabane Karema, and wants to arrange a marriage between Karema and Uzumaki clan, which is why he sent a team back, while the rest of the children came along. Hiruzen continued to explain. So, speaking of Akabane Karema, I have heard his name before. He was well known for his artwork. I wonder which one is he? Daimyo nodded his head with a smile and looked curiously from the carriage. Have you seen the most beautifully dressed red-haired girl? The boy next to her is Akabane Karema. Hiruzen pointed out for him straightforwardly. Tsukiya was clinging to Akabane. Although she is not inseparable from each other, for them, a glance was enough to identify the affinity. The daimyo curiously glanced at them, chuckled, then retracted and said, the last time there was a marriage was with the Senju in exchange for a close bond with the Uzumaki village for many years, and this time is the Karema clan. However, it is a good match. Thanks for your praise, your majesty. Hiruzen said with a smile. Marriage is the rise and fall of clans. Uzumaki clan has always been a good candidate for it. This time I want to be no exception, so I wouldn't worry about it. Alright, I still have to go to the temple to burn incense, so I won't delay Hokage's trip. As the daimyo finished, he took a sip of tea. Yes, thanks for your time, your majesty. Chapter 61. Ouch, the feeling of being watched. Akabane sensed daimyo's gaze and immediately felt that they must have talked about him at some point. Nii-san, they seem to be watching us. Tsukiya whispered. Not only the daimyo but also the guards around him. Akabane's eyes swept around, seeing the children of the Uzumaki clan surrounding Tsukiya and the truck wrapped in red cloth, and he became more sure of his guess. I was being gossiped. What temporarily stay, what to temporarily change of surname. His blood was boiled, but at this time he has reached the point where there is no turning back. Seeing Tsukiya's uneasy eyes, he took a deep breath. It's okay, Hokage-sensei introduces us to your majesty. You are guests from the Uzumaki village. Oh, is that so? Tsukiya is the daughter only of the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and thus she held the title of princess of the Uzumaki clan. This set of words made sense, plus Tsukiya trusts Akabane wholeheartedly, so she didn't ask any further questions. Soon everyone saw Hiruzen get off the carriage and stood aside. Not long after, the daimyo drove away to the Temple of Fire. The two seemed to have reached some sort of understanding, so each headed to their respective destinations. Let's continue our travel. Hiruzen cut back and said lightly. Akabane followed behind and remained speechless. There were so many children around, it was not the time to ask those unnecessary things. The two retained some sort of tacit understanding, and it wasn't until they were outside the Konoha's territory that the party gradually relaxed. Here, they are safe from any threat. No villages dare to break their truce after the First World War ninja. Even if the current Konoha still recover from the recent loss. At this time, Akabane walked to the front and asked in a low voice, Sensei, what is exactly your deal with Shikai Uzumaki? Well, we just need to make sure that the daimyo got some benefit from our plan, to give him some sense of guarantee. Hiruzen walked ahead and said slowly after exhaling the smoke from his mouth. So, you sold me. Akabane gritted his teeth. To put it simply, yes. As I said before, as a guarantee. Hiruzen said with a smile. But you aren't left empty-handed, don't you? Do you still remember the specialty of the Uzumaki clan? Huh? Could it be that? Akabane's eyes gleamed. Well, you guessed it right, sealing jutsu. Hiruzen sternly said, the price of the Uzumaki clan is the sealing jutsu. Humph. Akabane took a breath. This is one of the most important traits of the Uzumaki clan to settle down. They were willing to hand it over. But when you think about it, this is their way of surviving from this conflict. With the sealing jutsu and the Uzumaki bloodline, even if their hometown will be destroyed, they can rely on Konoha as a safe haven for a couple more years to grow another Uzumaki clan settlement. This is their best way to retain their bloodline. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire the patriarch. Your Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai is exceptional, but when you letting your Kekkei Genkai take control every time, you know what will happen, that kind of monster. Hiruzen said slowly. Well, it's actually because of the overwhelming pools of chakra, coupled with abuse of ability, resulting in split personality. Akabane said of his own understanding, in a certain sense, it can also be regarded as a demon. Yes, but if there is a sealing jutsu to control it, the main problem of your clan will be greatly alleviated. Hiruzen finished the remaining sentences. Akabane understands what he means. Any family has its own secret ninjutsu. Konoha has the power to learn their characteristics, abilities, but not the power to plunder as their own, otherwise, it will be treated as a threat to all of the clans. The predecessor of the Uzumaki clan has only a dozen children, but this would mean nothing without intermarriage between the clans. This is a well-thought plan for years to come between the two patriarchs of Konoha and Uzumaki village. Akabane hates this feeling, but he has to admit that this gives him benefit and there is no harm to gain. Just accept the marriage that is. You are really wise. He gritted his teeth and sent a praise. Ahaha, it's nothing. Hiruzen happily smoked his cigarette, ignoring the hidden resentment in his words. Akabane slowed down, and when he passed Tsunade, he heard her whisper, what are you talking about? What deal that sensei made Akaba? Well, you can ask him yourself. Akabane sighed, not knowing how to face her, and returned sadly to Tsukiya's side. Tsukiya was too young to understand what's happened, but she could felt that Akabane was upset, so she doesn't want to ask anything. After they reached the gate, Akabane eased his emotion, it was only the change of surname. And when the time came, it would be fine if mom and dad took him as their goddaughter. Perfect. Everyone, this is the front gate of Konoha village, take a look. Hiruzen turned around and pointed to the door to the children. Hey, that sign looks like ours. The one in the middle is also an Uzumaki. It turns out that Konoha village is the same as the one drawn by Nii-san n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. These children brought their comic books, and they had always wanted to see Konoha with their own eyes. Seeing the huge common between Uzumaki village and Konoha made them felt nostalgic and homesick at the same time. Although they might need to take some time to truly integrate into Konoha, it will make Konoha to them feels like home. More than that, all the children looked at Akabane and asked about the meaning of the signs. The mark of Konoha was set by the first Hokage, symbolizing the inseparable friendship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Akabane smiled and said, in fact, the first Hokage's wife is the elder of your Uzumaki clan. Really? Even Tsukiya was a little surprised by that fact. It's true, my grandma's real name is Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade said triumphantly. It turned out to be like this. Neisan's grandmother. Does Granny Mito has red hair like us? Is she good looking? The children quickly merged into the topic. This is also the reason for choosing children. They are pure and flawless, although they have thoughts, they are easily changed and influenced. We are going to meet Grandma now when the time comes. Don't be a surprise. Tsunade had a mysterious smile on her face. To these children, she was very likable, because she knows very well that they can't go back to their village. The children are always worry-free, Akabane sighed in his heart, but at the same time, he was a little nervous. As Tsukiya's guardian, he was ordered by Hiruzen to go together, and they were about to meet Mito Uzumaki. I didn't realize it until now, but this is going to feel awkward. Chapter 62. The group of children followed Tsunade to her house, and they were shocked by the situation of the Senju clan. Did we come to the wrong place? A boy said straightforwardly. In the mind of these children, the Senju clan represents the strongest clan in the world. Thus their place must be luxurious. But instead, an ordinary old courtyard without gates or clan's marks. If it weren't for the story that they heard, they would believe that the Senju clan was once the most prestigious clans all over the world. Ha ha ha, my grandfather said when he was alive, that was not our taste. Tsunade laughs happily, but her face instantly turned indifferent when she turned her head and said at Akabane, who was leading the way, let's go, friend. It's not like I volunteered for this, she's bitter. He sighed silently and led his head to the courtyard of Mito Uzumaki. If he can, Akabane doesn't want to see her, but if he doesn't come to pay a visit, he will suffer the next time. Just, gotta see. As he walked, he comforted and encouraged himself. Before reaching the yard, Akabane heard a sigh from inside when he turned the corner. Some boy hasn't been here for some time. I wonder if there any compensation for it. Hey, I'm old. I don't deserve to be treated like this. Old? How old are you? Akabane was full of resentment in his heart. She was only 30 years old, but she was like an old lady all day long. It was. There is no compensation for my late visit, but there are a bunch of other special gifts. He stepped into the gate of the yard and said angrily, oh, presents. Mito shook her chair with a relaxed look. Dang dang dang, the present is here. After shouting, Tsunade jumped out from the door. In the next second, a bunch of red-hair cute children emerged from the door, followed by strange and lovely faces. Ah, they are. Mito was struck, and after a moment of surprise, she quickly regained her calmness. Smiled serenely, her demeanor revealing the boldness of once the princess of Uzumaki village and the wife of the first Hokage. Oh, children, come here and let grandma see you. Her face was calm, but her trembling hands revealed the excitement in her heart. This was just too much for her to process. The group of children is a little timid since in front of them is Mito Uzumaki herself, but her beautiful face with the red hair made them felt familiar. Before long, Tsukiya was the first to stand up and walk towards her. Granny. Yes? I know you must be Tsukiya. And you are Manamai, Shiharu. Mito had seen them before at the pictures. Her eyes swept when the names quickly matched the faces. Are they the only ones? She looked a little upset, adding a bit of irony to her heart. Well, only these 10 children came to Konoha. Tsunade actually understood some details on why these children came to Konoha. At this moment, she understands Mito's mood very well, but in front of her children, she can't express too much sadness even if she was, in fact, just a child. Suna-chan, will they all lives with us? Mito's smile didn't diminish. No, Tsukiya lives at Akabane's house. Tsunade said grimly. Huh. Mito was stunned. Her eyes swept towards Akabane. What happens here? But soon she realizes. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, I understand, Tsukiya will be fine boarding in the Karema's house. She thought it well for a reason. As the daughter of the patriarch, there is no way Tsukiya could normally live at Konoha. Okay, I'll take you all for a tour around the house first, and by the way, feel free to pick your room along the way. Tsunade took the children away because she knew that Mito must have something to say to Akabane. Tsukiya stood still right next to Akabane. Let's go and take a look. Here are your family members, don't worry about it. Akabane touched her head. Okay. Tsukiya turned around and followed the group. Mito lay on her chair, as if her face changed instantly, lying there doing small things, and after a while, she said, why is she so clingy to you? And you hadn't taken the initiative to visit me when you were in Konoha. Look at me. You finally came here empty-handed, where's your comic? Her questions were too much for him to process, and her attitude changed drastically towards him. Is it because you are handsome? At this time, Mito sat up. Akabane, who was also only 10 years old and just the right height to be at eye level with her sitting, stared at Akabane and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but I always thought it was something rather rude. Why? I just want to surprise you, Grandma. Surprise. Akabane took out the comics in his arms. This is the 11 to 15 episodes he drew on Uzumaki village, which was just too troublesome to send here via courier. Oh, this is the original drawings. Mito's eyes lit up, and she immediately sat up. Her tone softened instantly. I did not misunderstand you. You are a good boy. True? Women at least have two faces just in case. Otherwise, it is impossible to turn their mood so easily. Akabane murmured secretly, and then bravely squeezed out a smile, "Ehehe grandma, but don't remember to print a copy, and send it to Yamano-san, and let him print it out as soon as possible." "Don't worry, my precious, grandma will do this for you," said Mito gently. "Well then, about Tsukiya." Akabane hesitated for a moment but still asking. "Rest assured, I could see the bigger picture. I will entrust her entirely to your household. I'm more relieved that way. By the way, don't you dare to influence her with your laziness, and the other thing, while your hands will full, unfortunately, I could help you." "Mito, speak softly. What do I want you to help?" Akabane could think of anything related to her words. Thus he remained speechless. "Hey, you have to understand. As a grandma, you can't force her to be tolerant, right?" She sighed on how dense Akabane was. "Grandma, please stop telling me that." Akabane admitted that he had thoughts about Tsunade, and she seemed to have some feelings for him, but he didn't have many thoughts about Tsukiya. It was just a brother and sister relation, maybe with a little love here and there. But these seemed to be unnecessary to talk to Mito. Nov. L.B//JNN. An older woman is scary and can make up thousands of stories in minutes. No way I could tell her? Hey, if there is no other for you to say, I'm going to read, don't disturb me for a while. Mito waved away. "Thank you, Grandma Mito. I will come to see you another day." Akabane fled as fast as possible. This terrifying woman is simply a wolf in sheep cloth. My poor drawing. He sighed inwardly, but then he thought that there would be an extra 300 points, which was a bit of good news. 300 points are enough for him to redeem the lowest rank Sherinon. Chapter 63. However, there is one problem with Sherinon. Akabane isn't from Uchiha, can he use it freely? He can only get the answer until he made the exchange. But with Sherinon in his possession, it would cause distress around the Uchiha clan. Unless he planned to leave Konoha, he couldn't take the chance. Forget it. I'll wait for the next volume to be released and see Uchiha's reaction. Akabane shook his head and rejected the idea. In the next volume, Kakashi's Sherinon will appear, which may test Uchiha's standpoint. But the other thing that needs to pay attention to is Danzo. How will he react when he sees it? Everything is still unclear. After handing out the third volume, Akabane was seriously distracted and almost hit by Tsunade, who was taking the child back around the corner. "Did you finish talking to Grandma?" Tsunade was a little surprised at how fast they had finished talking. "We only talked about minor things." "Well, I shall take Tsukiya to meet with my clan." Akabane said. "Yes, go ahead. I got my hand full here." Tsunade didn't hold back. During this period, they must focus on other important things, and the first is to settle the problems of Uzumaki's children. Akabane nodded and waved to Tsukiya. "I'm leaving first, come find me if you need anything." Tsukiya said tenderly to her friends. Out of 10 children, she is the most talented and also the most serene other. "Goodbye, Tsuki-chan." After saying goodbye, Tsukiya walked next to Akabane. Walking on the street, her eyes glanced at everything that she passed, her hands trembling slightly. "Don't be afraid, you will be safe here." Akabane tried to assure her. "Yeah, Nii-san." To the Uzumaki's bloodline, they aren't only being monitored by the hidden mist ninja but also Danzo. But the 3 generations will take care of it. Thus that leaves Akabane to rest assured. "We will now go to the patriarch of my clan to change your surname. Your new identity is my little sister starting from today," Akabane said as he walked. Tsukiya stayed for a while, turned her head to look at him, and said suspiciously, "But daddy said it should be a wife." N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. What the hell did that old man doctrine her daughter? Akabane was slightly choked heard that. Fortunately, he was determined, looking at Tsukiya and shook her head and denied, "It's just a sister, don't mind what your father says." "Yeah." She nodded and said nothing. Akabane put away his underestimated thoughts. He found out that Tsukiya was very precocious, seemingly ignorant, but as a mirror of himself. In the future, some things are better to be prepared. For example, she is testing her blood. Akabane needs to test further whether the blood of the Uzumaki can reduce the points requirement for him to exchange their traits. At the Umbu headquarters, "Danzo, stay your roots away from her." Danzo has just begun to arrange his plan, and the third Hokage, who has just returned, has found out about it. "Hiruzen, Tsukiya Uzumaki is the most suitable vessel for the next generation of Jinchuriki. Moreover, we got her under our possession," Danzo said solemnly. "No, she is the patriarch of the new Uzumaki clan, and there is no room for negotiation." Hiruzen shook his head. "Everyone can be a patriarch, but not a Jinchuriki." Danzo said indifferently, "That weakness of yours will cause Konoha harm in the future." I said, "Stop it." Hiruzen snapped, looking cold and stern. "You." Danzo clenched his hands, took a deep breath, and sat down with a cold snort. "In addition, regarding the situation, we must recall Sakumo and Murasaka to come back from the Land of Waves." Hiruzen continued. "Hiruzen, you." Danzo stood up as his face was full of anger. "The 5 major villages have just gone through the war, and we can't do any more stunts. Secretly supporting the Uzumaki village is the bottom line." Hiruzen said nonchalantly. "Whose idea was that?" "Me, the third Hokage." Hiruzen rarely this firm and unhinged. "Just do as you wish then." Danzo punched at his table after his plan being halted. At Akabane's house. "She must be Tsukiya. The Karema's patriarch looked at with a strange gaze, and after a careful look, he took out a scroll from underneath. Yes, the patriarch, but our agenda here is to add her to our family as my sister. Akabane explained his intention. Sister. The patriarch was surprised, and then he took the scroll and said, but, what's written on this? Akabane took a look at it. It recorded the many seals of the Uzumaki clan, each with a seal, which requires special ninjutsu. He looked at Tsukiya and asked, can you unlock these seals? Tsukiya glanced at the patriarch and shook her head slightly. It's okay, anyway, you can keep this scroll. The patriarch smiled reluctantly, and then said after a pause, since you insist, I will change her to your sister, but the genealogy is impossible to be added. It doesn't matter. Akabane doesn't care about the genealogy, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't include it. Well, let's settle this first. The patriarch nodded and said nothing else. Akabane took the scroll and left. After walking out of the patriarch's house for some time, Akabane turned his head back. He sensed something off. There was a second person in the room just now. Tsukiya whispered. I know. Not only did he know a person was eavesdropping on them, but he also knew that it was probably Umbu. No, to be precise, his mother asking him who is the girl that he brought. My sister, your new daughter. Akabane couldn't help feeling a little ashamed when he said the second half. He himself is the troublesome son, and now he brought back another kid for the to take care of. Thinking about it carefully, he could only felt sorry. Our daughter. His mother was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted and said enthusiastically, bring her in first. You both must be tired from the walk, go take a shower, and change your clothes. She knew, and she had tons of questions, but she couldn't ask it all in front of a little girl. Thank you. Tsukiya was blushing as she thanked her, and she was about to say the last word but still hesitated. Chapter 64. Sherry non-user, from outside Uchiha clan. This is going to cause a lot of trouble. Mito Uzumaki sighed. She didn't understand Akabane's thoughts. She knew what kind of people the Uchiha clan was in by writing this story as if he were asking for a death wish. As soon as the third volume release, the Uchiha probably couldn't sit still after reading it. She was hesitating whether to cancel the manuscript from being printed or just go with it. Forget it, the young man can't think straight, let him be. After pondering for some time, Mito finally decided didn't cancel the manuscript. But, as Akabane said, printed the book in its entirety for the third volume, and then sent the printed one to the printing factory. Akabane didn't know that something bothered Mito's mind, but he was sure that Mito had read those 5 chapters because his points were increased. Adding 300 points to the original over 100 points, he now has over 400 points. But, with his fast growth in recent days, 400 points are pretty much useless now. Currently, the only ones that can be exchanged are Liquefy Jutsu, Water Prison Jutsu, Water Dragon Jutsu, and Great Waterfall Jutsu, in addition to Sherinon and the Uzumaki's Vitality. The Water Dragon Jutsu could be a good choice of complement, and as for the Great Waterfall Jutsu, it's good, but it costs 500 points. The points exchange succeeded. Liquefy Jutsu has been learned, Water Prison Jutsu has been learned. Akabane thoughtfully of his choice, and instead choose that both ninjutsu. The water prison can be more versatile, which is quite useful for him. The 5 senses control uses drawing as a medium, and drawing can be done with one hand, and the other hand can completely maintain the water prison. After exchanging the water prison and liquefy jutsu, in addition, he exchanged his physique by 6 points, increasing his physique by up to 30 points. Oh, my current strength has reached the Chuunin level. At this time, Akabane found his rank has risen, but specifically, he didn't feel much change, as if it was just an overall evaluation. Hey, don't you know how to care? While he was studying, the clone drawing next to him couldn't help but ask, is there anything to care about? Forget it. I can do this alone. The clone answered directly with a sarcastic tone, and then paused and said, have you considered how you would deal with the Uchiha after your volume released? Not yet, my hands are full right now, Akabane said directly. Heh. With a chuckle, the clone said no more. There is a chance that Umbu might be listening to their conversation right now. In order to prevent it, further details mustn't be discussed. Akabane got up and prepared to meet Danzo. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It stands to reason that after Tsukiya's affairs were done, he should report it back to his teacher. But as soon as he leaned on the bed was like a suction, leaving him unable to move. Downstairs, Tsukiya and his parents get along quite well. Although it can't be called godmother or godfather, it is enough to make both of them happy to have another kid to take care of, since Akabane has grown older. Akabane smiled slightly and informed them, I'll go out to meet my teacher for a while. Okay, Akaba, take care. Nii-san, be careful. Yeah, I just got a sister like that, huh? Akabane sighed and walked slowly into the street. Passing by the comic store on the street side, he saw a lot of people got inside the store and brought a comic on their way out. Are sales doing good, EY? His comic sales in Konoha were slightly comforted. He lightens up his bad mood. Not long after leaving the store, to a more secluded spot, a figure appeared in front of him. Akaba, Shimura-sensei has been waiting for you. The figure wore black clothes and a mask with a unique mark using a familiar sound to Akabane. Oh, Yorika, you have joined the Umbu. Akabane greeted weakly. In an instant, the atmosphere was deadly silent. Ahem, how can you know it's me? Yoriko couldn't help but coughed a few times, looking rather upset. You need to practice your voice more. Akabane reminded briefly while smile slightly. Capable of being recruited by the Umbu proved that she got some potential, but her body was still weak as ever, made her voice easy to distinguish. Well, follow me now. Yoriko is not yet an official Umbu ninja, but still on orientation. One after another, it didn't take long for them to arrive at Umbu headquarters. Shimura-sensei is inside. He wants to meet you alone. Yoriko pointed the way, slightly nodded, then left immediately. Walking out of the cave, he was slightly surprised. Umbu was well known as elite assassins from Konoha. With such a reputation, he expects their lair will look like underground prisons or something like that. But what he saw was a beautiful scenery surrounded by mountains. You seemed a little surprised. Danzo appeared silently. He has mastered a various set of skills around the assassination. It is not difficult to perfectly cover up his footsteps and breaths. Sort of, but I didn't expect the Umbu would be so beautiful. Akabane smiled reluctantly. Well, you guessed wrong. This is not Umbu but the root. Danzo said lightly. Akabane almost jumped out, but fortunately could maintain his composure, and then asked in surprise, root. Konoha can be taken as a big tree, with prosperity around it. To support such a tree, it needed countless underground root. That is my philosophy, and here is where I make it come through. Danzo was unusually patient and went inside while talking. Obviously, he has been waiting for Akabane to come there. Sensei, what are you saying to me? Akabane was anxious, knowing that the deeper he went, the closer he is to die. You came to me for the contents of your third comic volume, right? Danzo took out a book in his hand. Akabane glanced at it. This is not the original volume. It should be a printed copy stolen by Danzo from some source. He smirked and said, you can't hide anything from your teacher. Why would you do it if you know the danger? Danzo said with a sneer. No, I just wish Sensei wouldn't step in to stop it. Akabane shook his head and answered. You want to test Uchiha? Why? Curiosity. What will happen to with Sharingan when it was used by an outsider? Faced with Danzo's question, Akabane simply replied, will its power still exist? Are there any side effects, and whether its power is weaker than the original version? I want to know all this. Danzo did not answer as he walked forward silently. The two walked from outside the cave to the inside of the basin. That is when Akabane saw the roots training ground. The scale is small, only fit for a dozen people. It seems that Danzo has reached his peak, which was less powerful than it was later. Akabane secretly said in his heart. At this time, Danzo broke the silence and continued, your ideas are dangerous. I simply just want to know. Anyway, I just think about it, but I didn't actually. Akabane was cut by Danzo. For Uchiha, you have insulted their heritage. Danzo sneered lightly. They are extremely sensitive and able to harm if they want to. He doesn't have a good impression of the Uchiha clan, and even has a bit of disgust. Extreme affection and disgust. It seems that the sensei knows their secrets. You can continue your printing. If the Uchiha's patriarch tries to take the initiative, I can accommodate you a help. Danzo did not answer his question but turned into another topic. But there is a price for it. It is my honor to be under your protection, sensei. Cooperation reached. Chapter 65. The route was just established not long ago. We have implemented harsh training and assessment to the trainee, and the casualty rate is very high. Danzo said slowly, in order to reduce our losses, I need your genjutsu. 5 senses control. Yes, it will allow them to be repeatedly immersed in the experience of death without causing harm. Danzo nodded. Piece of cake. Akabane agreed, but in his heart, he gradually became confused. How did Danzo know? Hell viewing jutsu is fused with 5 senses control, which is an unorthodox way to use it. There are very few people in the Karama clan who know how to use it, let alone outsiders, and there are only a handful of people who know Akabane had studied and tested it. After thinking about it, a name came to his mind. Orochimaru was working as Danzo's intel. Akabane thought the possibility and quickly settled it. At this time, Orochimaru had nothing to offer to him. Perhaps it was just Danzo's investment. Here comes the problem. Did Danzo reveal this secret with any other intention in mind? This is the reason why he doesn't like to be around Danzo. This old man has tons of eerie secrets and plans, and for Akabane to understand the bigger picture, it might be too late. After a while, Akabane was too lazy to think about that much in a short time. Let's not worry about Orochimaru for now. I'll focus on Danzo's request. He followed Danzo and walked into a courtyard, and then heard the sound of clattering irons. It was the sound of kunao and shurikens. When a ninja was only a month old, he naturally knew what weapon it was all at once. Do you need to wear a mask? Danzo asked lightly. 5 senses control. Does Konoha have another user other than me? Akabane shook his head. What's the use of wearing a face mask? Then, everyone, gather up. Danzo walked in with his sword, neglecting Akabane's question. The audience was silent for an instant, and in the blink of an eye, everyone gathered in front of him. This is the route. Akabane glanced around. Although he could not tell from the appearance, he could still tell the origin of these people from the subtle differences in their attire. 2 members are from the Abarame clan, and there is one from the Hyuga clan, and a huge one must be from the Akimichi clan. There are more than a dozen others, but I can't see them clearly. You should know him, Akabane Karama, and he will train you all under his genjutsu. Danzo said this with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The genjutsu of Karama clan. You should understand what it is. You will feel the real sensation of death. Whoever can't bear it, are free to leave now. The audience was silent, and no one stood up. Akabane pursed his lips slightly. He didn't know what kind of brainwashing method that Danzo used. But he knew one thing very well: no harm doesn't mean that he couldn't kill them. Well, since no one leaving, then from now on, you must resist. He continued. Akabane stood there, adjusted his state, and preparing his chakra. When everyone sat down, he cast the seals with both hands and completed the seals in the blink of an eye. Hell viewing jutsu. After a surge of chakra, everyone was unable to move. Sensei, hell viewing jutsu can be deadly if used too frequently. Akabane warned the side effect of his genjutsu. Hell viewing jutsu can seek what their heart fears the most. Those who are still traumatized by their past are most likely to go insane permanently. I know, but this is the best way to reduce casualty without lowering the difficulty. They must pass no matter what n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Danzo was silent for a moment, and then said softly, there is no shortcut at the route. Well, that is reasonable. Akabane said it nonchalantly. He does not agree with Danzo's philosophy, but he equally disagreed with Hiruzen's. Besides, here is the route, Danzo's territory. Ha, sly. Danzo sneered, but he was secretly satisfied. Hiruzen wants to take two of the most talented people into his grip, but not knowing that neither of them agrees to it, thus there is an opportunity for him. In the end, it would just be a waste of time. As time passed by, the genjutsu gradually reached its most terrifying stage. The screams resounded through the valley. The next second it was over. Everyone woke up, all covered in cold sweat and trembles. Take a break. Danzo said lightly. Sensei, we still can. Didn't you hear what I said? Danzo sternly repeated. Yes. Thank you, sir. A group of people sitting, some panting for breath, and some still felt depressed by the experience. Akabane felt slightly tired. Danzo has found the best way to torture people. If they keep exposing their mind to the genjutsu, without a doubt, they will completely break down. It would be best to let them regain their control, but because of the trauma caused by the five senses control, their trauma will be dug deeper as the training continue. Now some of them looked at Akabane in horror. A mere boy possessed such a genjutsu is unthinkable. After some time, Akabane cleared up his mind, too focused on how to maximize his genjutsu. This is a good chance for him to hone his genjutsu since he got subjects to be played with. Akabane thought for a while and had something in mind. A few minutes later, he started the second session, and a few more minutes later, everyone woke up. Rest again. Danzo spits out the two words. Akabane, on the other hand, sat down as if to start chattering. Many of you are the best of the best, had gone to war and killed people. Death itself is not a fear. I want you to understand what the true meaning of the root. The group listening intently, but some were questioning and mocking with a low voice. Konoha is a big tree. What will happen to the tree without its roots? You can imagine that you are the roots, and your family is the big tree or the fruit on the tree or the birds that perch on it. What will happen when the roots are no more, and the wood leaves will be broken? As Akabane said this, his hands suddenly cast hand seals. Hell viewing jutsu? Their imagination extended to another level. Before, they may have seen their death in battle, suicide due to failed missions, or all the fears in their hearts, but this time, they will see the death of their parents, children, and lovers. No, stop. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Agony, anger, hatred, eerie voices, and emotions radiated from their words. Danzo was silent for a moment and finally laughed out loud. After all this time, he looked at Akabane and said, are you interested in joining Root? By joining, he is certainly not talking about becoming a regular member, but implying a position of a successor. However, Sensei, I'm not suited here. You might find another fit candidate. Akabane waved his hand as a rejection. This is enough to stop Danzo for trying, but you can't deny it. This is not a normal place to live. Danzo was not surprised, but still regretful. Afterward, he smiled dumbly and said, it doesn't matter, who knows the future? Akabane glanced at him, feeling a little surprised. Seeing that he was moved, could it be that his remarks fooled Danzo too? No way about it. Wandering, and suddenly he noticed something was wrong with one of them, and immediately said, Sensei, wake the person on the far left of the second row. Danzo, who appeared next to him suddenly and patted his head. Using a dispel for genjutsu, the man was able to regain his consciousness. However, after he woke up, he kept yelling, as his shadow expanded wildly, trying to control everything around him. Boom! He has just fallen into the depths of the genjutsu, so dangerous. Akabane took a deep breath, a little frightened. Smart people always think one step ahead. Danzo was sorry, and was a little bit disappointed. Release your genjutsu, this is enough for today. Yes. Akabane immediately knots the seal to release his genjutsu. There was no serious damage. Everyone had been released from the illusion, and their emotions were in a mess. However, after seeing Danzo and Akabane, most of them quickly gained their control, but a few of them almost ran away like some formed the Nara clan. This ends for today, take your rest. Chapter 66. After the training, it will take at least 3 days to start again. Although there is a price to pay, the deal would be very cost-effective as Danzo guaranteed his safety from the Uchiha clan. As long as the comics are in place, he can start selling them immediately, but this may take another 2 or 3 days. In 2 days, Akabane hadn't been out of Konoha. On the one hand, he has to accompany his family and go out to help Danzo with his route from time to time. On the other hand, from the encounter to the final success of the bridge construction, it is a long series of coherent plots. To keep the heat, he needs to rush to the system as soon as possible and update these completely in the fastest time. So, on the third day, Akabane had just got up, and his staff, Yuma Karema, was already waiting underneath. Akabane-san, Yamano-san has waiting for you at the store. Got it, I'll come right over. Akabane rubbed his temples to ease his headache. After washing his face, he hurriedly went to the store. When he got there, the printing factory had already stacked the comics on the shelf. Akabane-san, this is the profit from before. Just give the money directly to my parents, and this is for you. Akabane handed over the draft of the 4th volume that he just completed yesterday to Yamano. 4th volume. Yamano flipped it through. It just happens to link in the last sentence. Zabuza was killed on the plot. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This time it was completed so quickly. Incredible? Well, you helped me print so many within 3 days, plus if you guys can help me selling this around, I can give you 20 to 30% of the profit. Akabane said. So generous of you, Akabane-san, I'll inform this to the others. Yamano gladly agreed. Their main business is an arsenal, and caravans are often traveling around the country. Some of these caravans came from the country of fire, and some came from the neighboring countries that had good relations with the country of fire. That's it from me, Yamano-san. Farewell, then, I'll go back to the factory and tell them to start print the next volume. Izumi Yamano nodded and greeted his caravans to leave. Akabane sat down at the front door, took out his drawing board and pen, and started painting to waste his time. It didn't take long. Oh, Akabane is back. Looking up, it wasn't Shikado like always, but instead Ishii Inuzuka. Ishii is one of his classmates who graduated at the same time but hasn't much been friends with Akabane, but they both are friends with Sakumo, so they are indirectly familiar with each other. I just came back 3 days ago, and I am going to take a vacation for a while. Akabane glanced around and replied casually. Inuzuka clan is a family of ninja known for their use of ninkan as a fighting companion and are easily identified by the distinctive red fang markings on their cheeks. Comics? He knows nothing about it. Ishii glanced at the comic store, looking hesitant. Just as Akabane had thought, he had never bought it, only read the contents in the hands of a friend. Now that he happened to be passing by, Akabane couldn't help but struggle inside. Is the 3rd volume is on sale today. His eyes were bright, and after a few glances, he saw that the cover was different from before. Whoa, new comic. Yes, I came here right after I printed it. Akabane replied smoothly. Ishii was taking his dog for a stroll as he happened to pass the store and saw an old classmate. It was ridiculous to see what Naruto had done to the Konoha. What a brat! The land of waves, speaking of which, I haven't been out of Konoha yet. Ishii dropped 100 ryo and then sat down in front of the stall, reading the comics while observing the posters drawn by Akabane. You don't want to be anywhere outside the village. Akabane sighed. His peers have a strong desire to go outside the village, but all he wants is to come back as soon as possible. Dangerous? I don't think so. I think I might. Just as he said that, he saw a shadow of a sword flying over from the comics. What? The huge sword, just looking at the drawing, makes him sick. He sucked deeply after taking a sigh of relief. He swallowed back half of the words he hadn't finished before, followed by the sight of Kakashi's hand on the forehead guard. What's under his forehead guard? Ishii couldn't help but ask. Just turn to the next page. You will see it yourself. Akabane completed a poster, and he continued to the next one. Originally he can just stop there, but since there was his old classmate came by, he decided to give one away. As he was about to make a stroke, suddenly, what? Sherinon! Ishii yelled. His face was full of horror. Sherinon is the distinctive trait of the Uchiha clan. Since the dawn of Konoha, they have kept intermarriage within the clan, unwilling to let the bloodline mix with other clans, but now Akabane was told that Sherinon was used by an outside. He was surprised but more worried. Even if it's just a comic, knowing how the Uchiha behaves, I'm afraid that this will cause big news. Don't mind about it, calm down. Akabane glanced at him, then prepared to continue to put pen to paper to paint. But Ishii stood up and said solemnly, Akaba, this is your last chance. Before everyone buys it, you must change this story ASAP. I got it under control, Ishii, don't worry about it. Akabane said nonchalantly. Although he might be right, I've made a deal with Danzo. By him backing me up, what is there to be afraid of? Akaba fine, then, I'll take my leave. Ishii put away the book and hurriedly got out from the play soon to be a murder scene. Akabane was dumbfounded, then sighed softly. Even if you are afraid of being involved, there is no need to rush. Uchiha's people wouldn't come all of a sudden from the sky. Akabane sat there, thinking for a moment. The Uchiha clan indeed has authority in the village now, and Ishii reacted wasn't exaggerated. Akabane was about to draw the next poster and suddenly heard a voice from behind. Turning his head to see, hey, Jiraiya? He hadn't noticed it at all, but Jiraiya's level of chakra had improved a lot. Oh, it's Jiraiya. You want to buy my new release? Akabane said he didn't plan to tell his thought to him. Hey, the 3rd volume? I want one. Jiraiya hurriedly got inside, took a comic from the shelf, and then dropped another 100 ryo. n/o/vel/b/c/om. After taking the comics, he immediately disappeared again. After a while, he reappeared and said while grinning, "Yes, I just forgot to say. Akabane, how do you think about my progress? I can feel you've trained a lot." Sure enough, Akabane knew that Jiraiya just came here to show off. Hehehe, I have something else, goodbye then. Jiraiya also laughed happily, then waved away, probably looking for Orochimaru for another rematch. After that, he sat for a while. Yuma, our store, has the business been so intermittent? Akabane was a little speechless. He thought the business was busy, but in fact, only a few got sold. They are busy with tasks and work during the day, and some people don't know that the new release has arrived, so there will be fewer people, and normally there will be a wave of customers in the evening. Yuma explained. It seems that we have to set a fixed opening time and place an advertisement along the street. Akabane thought. He was in Uzumaki village when the second volume was released, and he didn't know anything about sales. Now it seems that many people don't know that there is another volume got released. But in the evening, it is estimated that a large number of people will buy the comics. I can predict that by tomorrow, Uchiha will have a corresponding action. No hurry, just another day to relax. Chapter 67. Patriarch Sama, someone leaves this thing outside the door. What is it? Once he checked it, Izuna Uchiha frowned in confusion. He arrived at the courtyard in an instant. Then he pulled out a book wrapped in black cloth from his bosom. Spread out the black cloth. It is a book with a picture of a man on its cover. The man wears a mask, his forehead guard slanting over his right eye, looking charmingly cold. What does this book from a boy in the Kurama clan have to do with us? Izuna didn't understand. After full of hanging questions, he turned over a few pages. Because he hadn't read it before, he didn't understand the plot and just kept looking at the pictures. Because of that, he flipped through the pages quickly. Before long, he reached the answer to his questions. Waves of chakra exploded instantly. Izuna could contain his anger that he was so angry that his hands trembled. Patriarch Sama, what's the matter? Sensing his anger, his wife walked out and asked suspiciously. It's nothing. A member of our clan was informed me about something. Izuna replied. However, turning around again, he found out. Gone? He was taken aback for a moment and looked at the picture album in his hand. Someone used a shadow clone and disguised just to give me this book. What is the motive? Izuna lost in his thought. This is just fiction made by a boy. I must respond to this carefully by hold a clan meeting. However, this masked ninja has the surname of Heitake, who is a foreigner. A foreigner, but has a left eye with Sharingan. Comic. Akabane Kurama. Danzo. He thought about it one by one, and his expression suddenly changed. Uchiha's greatest strength to maintain their hierarchy on Konoha is by having Sharingan. If anyone can also use it, can the Uchiha clan still retain their supremacy? Hypnosis, replication, illusion. The functions of Sharingan can be used perfectly by Kakashi. Although it was only a comic, once everyone in Konoha had this idea, the Uchiha clan position will be in danger. Patriarch Sama, there is a boy. Before his servant able to finish his words, someone rushed over. Izuna looked up, and it was Ryuu's father, Han Uchiha. He saw the comic in the patriarch's hand, froze for a moment, then touched his head and said, "Do you already know about this, Patriarch Sama?" "I just knew it recently," Izuna said calmly. "Go ahead and call an emergency meeting." Yes. Han left immediately. Before long, all the elders and important officials of Uchiha gathered together. Because of their bad relation with the Kurama clan, there are only a handful of Uchiha people who have come into knew about the comic, and most of these elders have never read it. Izuna distributed a few pages that had just been printed and then sat on the main seat speechless. After a while, "This brat is too presumptuous. How dare him to tell a story about our clan like this? Patriarch, this is an insult. Hokage must be punished severely. Otherwise, our clan will lose face." For a while, the scene was rowdy with compliant. But the patriarch remained speechless and gradually calmed down the other. Han hesitated and asked, "Patriarch Sama, is it just a story made from imagination, or, what do you think?" "I think there is a possibility. That brat is a disciple from Danzo's team." Izuna lost in thought, then suddenly stood up. After glancing at each other, everyone quickly quiets down. Then he continued, "This is probably Danzo's doing, but also a warning. The villagers mostly are uneducated. If the majority think that Uchiha can't be replaced, even if Danzo did this, it wouldn't matter much." An elder who has never spoken told his thought. Uchiha has got the privilege to become the military force of Konoha, but that doesn't exclude them from public affairs. If Danzo threatens us with this, we can join hands with the Hyuga clan. After a while, an elder thought of a plan. "Patriarch Sama, I think it would be best for us not to join hands with Hyuga." Izuna sighed. "This is our problem to handle. The Hyuga clan is one of the strongest clan established on Konoha right now other than Uchiha, and it would be too much for the two strongest clans to deal with this, or else it would blow up and could cause bigger problems. However, among the Uchiha's elders, many of them hold a grudge with Konoha and Danzo. Han, I order you to teach that brat a lesson, and we'll see how his teacher will react." An elder said. "Exactly, we must teach that brat a lesson." His decision was approved by the majority. The others thought for a while and felt that there was no loss in doing so, and at most, they would only scolding him. Izuna looked around for another opinion and sighed, do it then. The proud and arrogant Uchiha. However, Izuma looked reluctant with their solution. The decision-making of the Uchiha clan had changed after the rebellion of Madara. Thus he couldn't disagree. Brother, if you're here, maybe things would be completely different. The next day, Akabane was about to lie down on his bed, but early in the morning, there was a rustling sound from the window, and a figure surprised him by jumped in from the window. Whoa! Akabane was baffled, but when he opened his eyes, he immediately sat up and covered his body with a blanket. Hey, don't make it a fuss. It's just me. Tsunade glanced at the bed, a smile appeared on her face, and then waved her hand weakly to greet Akabane. What are you doing here in the morning? Also, I've said it before, go through the front door. Akabane was a little angry. He was still sleepy before, but now it all gone, and his heart was still pounding hard from the shock. I just saw your latest volume. Are you planning to die young? Be careful who you poke with that comic. Tsunade said it like an old hag. Well, it's just a comic, and if you can go out, I want to change my clothes. Akabane waved his hand and said weakly. Don't be bothered by me. After all, we are entrusted, comrades n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Tsunade said with a smile. Whatever, I lost hope in you a long time ago. Akabane sighed while grabbed the clothes and started to change. I've got to go to the store now. Do you have anything else to say? Nothing else, but I'm very curious. Do you know what will happen after what you do? So what? Within a few seconds, Akabane was already dressed. He didn't have time to wash his face. The Uchiha should get the news by now. You're going out knowing Uchihas will come after you. Yeah, Akabane said calmly. Although he doesn't know what Danzo will do, since they've set an agreement, there will be some way he could help him with the Uchiha. It's a risk worth taking. Chapter 68. In that case, I also want to watch the excitement. Tsunade continued, unaware of the subtle hint on Akabane's eyes. After a few moments, Akabane lowered his head. I want to take a bath. Can you not blocking my way? In that case, I'll be waiting for you outside. Tsunade finished speaking, opened the window, and crawled out quietly. Ugh, everyone's habit of climbing the window seems to have started with her. Akabane sighed weakly, then directly went to his bathroom. After some more time, Akabane left his home early to check his store. When he arrived with Tsunade, they saw several people come in and out of the store bought his comic. Business is good, I guess. But obviously, the Uchiha's representative hasn't yet to be found. If it weren't for Tsunade, I could sleep a little longer. Akabane Karema, you're finally here. Following the sound, Akabane saw a middle-aged man walking out from the street in front. Looking at the dress, judging by the dress, he is at least a Chuunin, but there is a familiarity with his face that made Akabane wondered. He was like, is he the father of that? Whoever he was last time. After some moment, he still couldn't remember the name. Ryu is my son. Han sighed lightly, if you think that this will irritate me, then you've failed. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a peace-loving cartoonist. Akabane smiled and waved his hand. Peace-loving my ass. Tsunade was speechless, and she would be as stupid as Jiraiya to believe in such nonsense. I'll be straight. I want you to revise the plot of your latest volume. We Uchiha can't accept such an insult. Insult? Uncle, it's just a comic book. Akabane smiled. Then, I have to teach you a lesson. Han's eyes sharpened instantly. With their few words of exchange, this brat looked confident and has some support behind his back. Danzo's plan starts with this comic and then ends up as a civil war with the Uchiha clan. If he wants to fight, it means to kill Akabane? In his heart, there is a murderous aura. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Akaba, something is wrong. Tsunade's expression stiffened. Even if you kill me, the comics have been sold, so does the story in it. Akabane tried to intimidate. I wouldn't know if I didn't try. Han's eyes turned blood red, and he opened his Sharingan. I'll demonstrate to you the power of these eyes. Oh, yeah? Why do you think I talk so much nonsense for? Akabane sneered. Tsunade was a bit left out but later found that Han was standing there motionless. Genjutsu? But when she was still caught by surprise, she saw a figure hidden in the store secretly drawing. Ridiculous. She couldn't help but vomit. This is not a sneak attack. He's trying to kill me, so it's not too much to ask for me to sneak up on him, right? Sharingan? If he couldn't detect it, it's over? Akabane had a hint of coldness in his eyes. If he does it now, he can easily kill Han with a simple move. Let's stop here, Akabane Karema. The familiar voice was unprecedentedly nonchalant, and the figure slowly stepping out stopped Akabane's thoughts. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Poof! His shadow clone who was standing in front disappeared. At the same time, Akabane lifted his genjutsu. Arg! With a scream, Han Uchiha covered his eyes, and drops of blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. How did I get into this brat genjutsu? However, the way Akabane executed his plan is beyond imagination, just like how Danzo would do. Forcibly breaking through the illusion, isn't it? Akabane chuckled. Han's chakra is fairly strong with a set of skills from the Uchiha clan, and Akabane would be at a disadvantage if not for his sneak attack. However, Han has a superior rank and a member of Uchiha, who claims to have the best at genjutsu. This alone embarrassed him more than death. You brat? I will. Han Uchiha, you are not responsible for today's guard work. What are you doing here? Hiruzen snapped angrily. But, Hokage-sama, Han only just discovered that Hiruzen was there. His face suddenly turned pale. Hokage has appeared. No matter how he wants Akabane to die, he simply couldn't continue. Akabane, come here. Hiruzen's clone disappeared, but this fight stopped right here. Akabane Kurama, you better think about what I've told you. Han leaves it halfway as if thinking of the battle just now if they're fighting. Will he survive? Thinking of this, he held back the latter half of his sentence and left in silence. Seeing that Han has left, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said worriedly, "This is the first time I saw my uncle this angry. Don't worry about it. I'll leave you be." Akabane replied. With the wisdom of Hiruzen, this kind of plot goes as well. Therefore, the result is still under control, not too far from his prediction. But he just doesn't know what Hiruzen wants to talk about. Akabane was secretly guessed that he had reached the bottom of the Hokage building unknowingly, and he just saw a pair of eyes looking down from the upper floor when he raised his head. Danzo Shimura? He paused for a second or two and waited for Danzo to turn around before continuing to enter the building. When he reached the second floor, Akabane happened to pass Danzo on the stairways. "Don't forget that you still have training today." Danzo left a sentence and then coldly left him. Hearing these words, Akabane was more relieved. It seems that Danzo has taken their agreement as promised. Knock, 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 come in. Knocked on the door lightly, and after receiving a reply, Akabane entered the office and bowed slightly to Hiruzen. "Akabane, why are you doing this?" Hiruzen immediately snapped him with a question. "Hokage-sama, the Uchiha was too arrogant and has forgotten that they lived side by side with other clans in Konoha. It's like they want to create a village of their own inside Konoha." In front of the third Hokage, Akabane did not dare to perfunctory. "Even so, you shouldn't do this. You have ruined the peace of the village." Hiruzen stood up and said angrily. Akabane was speechless. Danzo and Hiruzen must have a dispute, so not answering this time is the best answer. "You must stop the comics. This story needs to be revised." Hiruzen said it while raising his tone. "Hokage-sama, but seeds of suspicion have been planted. Besides, I didn't even draw anything. I just said that the Sharingan appeared on foreigners. Isn't that enough to cause an uproar? Do you want to force Uchiha to rebel against Konoha?" After that, Hiruzen sat back again. There was disappointment in his eyes. Akabane was remained speechless. Hiruzen had good intentions, but it's a pity that the Uchiha clan didn't appreciate it, so they chose to do so in the end. After a moment of solemn, he took a cigarette and said in disappointment, "It's my fault. I shouldn't accept Danzo's condition to make you his student. Maybe you will be different." "The condition?" Akabane moved slightly. "Vaguely understood. It's nothing, you can go back." Hiruzen closed his eyes and didn't mean to spill secret anymore. Yes. Chapter 69. Patriarch-sama, the Hokage has intervened. Han came back with his trembled legs, not mentioning that Akabane had made him experiencing a life and death event. "That's good." Izuna Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. An intervention by the Hokage means that Konoha's situation isn't that extreme. It was all just because of Danzo and that brat of him. But we can't let it slide from our hands. Otherwise our clan's name will be in disgrace. Han said solemnly. "Of course, we will intimidate the Kurama clan and contact the Hokage at the same time, implying that he must resolve the conflict. If that brat isn't stupid, he will walk down the stairs." Izuna said. But Danzo must have thought about this ahead, and maybe Hokage and him. Han was indignant, but Izuna raised his hand before finishing talking, stopping him from continuing. They were speechless for a moment. Then Izuna continued, "Where can we go if we leave Konoha? There is no next Uchiha. If we leave Konoha, we will be the next Uzumaki clan." Izuna said lightly. "The Uzumaki clan. Hokage just brought back 10 red-hair children recently from his travel to Uzumaki village. I've asked an investigation for it, and I was told that the Uzumaki clan is facing their downfall." He sighed as he spoke, and his tone became firmer. What's going on?" Han was shocked and unable to add to it. The Uzumaki clan has always maintained a strong relation with Konoha, and they are equally powerful. Such a clan is facing a downfall. It is hard to even imagine it. However, when Han was processing all the information that he just heard, he understood one thing. No matter how strong or talented you are, even the impossible thing could happen to anyone. Regardless of whether it was written on the comic or not, every ninja village wanted to claim the Sharingan. This problem itself had nothing to do with the comic, but Akabane's drawing was straightforwardly told that there is a possibility. He sighed as his mind became more blurry. But at the same time, Izuna suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, we could turn this situation into our favor. We will ask Akabane to describe the side effect of transplanting the Sharingan much more seriously. Which means, to make everyone understand that the cost of transplanting Sharingan far outweighs the benefits." Han was shocked by the plan. That's right. It's useless to use Sharingan but must live like bird in a cage. Izuna couldn't help but laugh when he said this. "We can tell others about it through the wave of publicity. Comics can be a tool to your advantage if you play along with it. I want to meet that brat and Danzo." Leaving the Hokage building, Akabane still remembered the conversation just now. There is no doubt that the 3 generations have enough understanding of Sharingan, so they can say that. Listen to what Hokage said, and within a few days at most, there will be a reconciliation. Akabane walked bored down the street. Starting from the second generation, the Hokage has tried to suppress Uchiha in various ways, and after the Kyuubi rampage, he decides to annihilate them. It can be said that the Hokage had never trusted them. Akabane just pushed the boat along the way. Of course, standing on the eye of the storm always requires a certain price. The advantage of this is that on the one hand, the Uchiha clan also paid more attention to my comics and could gain me more points. On the other hand, Danzo's willingness to take the blame means that he has made his moves. If he invests in this research, in the future, Akabane can get the Sharingan and give it to him. But, it's not enough. Akabane's mind turned sharply, thinking about another question. Should I modify or postpone the release of the next volume? When a foreigner acquired Sharingan, Uchiha's clan will jump off their feet, and as soon as the story reaches the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the only god knows what they would do. While thinking, he headed over to Danzo. And it didn't take long. Poof! Shimura-sama has an order. The training is cancelled today. Please immediately go to this location. The ninja of the roots? Akabane took the scroll, and the root quickly disappeared. Opening the scroll, a string of coded words was displayed on it, and he pondered at it. Death Forest, 32nd Training Ground. What does this mean? Is it possible that Danzo is now moody and wants to train him as revenge? Impossible, this is too naive. That's Uchiha. Akabane took a deep breath. Being able to make Danzo cancel the training at short notice and arrange another meeting on a remote location like the Forest of Death could only be the reason. But in case it was a trap, he thought about it and split a shadow clone. Here is your mission, take the trip for me. There are dangers everywhere in places like the Death Forest, not to mention that the Uchiha clan's plan is still unclear. Going there like this is undoubtedly a death sentence. If there is no danger, a shadow clone is enough to do it. Yeah. After the clone replied, he quickly set off to the 32nd training ground on the Forest of Death. Danzo stood in the center of the forest, waiting quietly. Danzo Dano, it's been a long time. Izuna appeared. Where is the kid? Not here yet. Danzo said lightly, what do you want to talk about exactly? What else can we talk about? That kid's work, we Uchiha took a good interest of it. Izuna Uchiha smiled. Huh. Danzo frowned slightly, not understanding what he meant. It's nothing, wait until the kid arrives. He leaned against the tree, and it didn't take long for the two to look in the same direction at the same time. There he is. There was a sound of rustling leaves, and in the next second a figure quickly jumped from the tree and fell between the two. Sorry for my delay. Akabane glanced at the two of them, with a calm expression but a little doubt in his heart. Surprisingly, Izuna Uchiha met Danzo directly instead of looking for the Hokage. It's okay. I'll first introduce myself. My name is Izuna Uchiha, and I am the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Izuna smiled slightly, without any excessive motions. Hello, I am Akabane Karema. Even if it is an opponent, for now, the courtesy is still the same. Akabane bowed slightly. He noticed Danzo's expression. It was obvious that the teacher had also gotten word of the appointment on short notice. Since everyone is here, then I'll just get to the point. Akabane Karema, I hope you will explain in your comic that the foreigners who got the Sharingan paid an excessive amount from it, said Izuna nonchalantly. Akabane thought secretly in his heart, do these two took the initiative to meet just for this? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Not likely? Akabane thought for a while and replied with the same rhetoric, I don't know much about Sharingan's nature. Do you have any suggestions? Sharingan is also known as Mirror Wheel Eyes. We don't know the specific power that he obtained, but it is certain that even if foreigners could use it, it is still almost impossible for him to release the full potential. Izuna explained it throughoutly. Which means, it is not just eyes that derivates through the bloodline, but also evolve in the process. It is integrated with the Uchiha's blood. Foreigners can't use it. Even if it can be used, I think it is a very special case, and the bearer must have paid a great price. Danzo and Izuna asked and answered, then fell silent again. You want me to explain this in the comics? Akabane catches the whole point. Even a fiction story should follow certain common sense. With these messages, it will make your story whole. As for how to picture it, this is your freedom. I only hope you will have a reasonable explanation. Izuna said kindly. I understand. Akabane looked at Danzo and finally nodded slightly. Izuna's goal is still to reconcile. The difference was that he chose to told the messages and let Danzo discern the truth for himself. The second Hokage was very hostile to Uchiha, so naturally, there has been researched for it. He believes that Danzo has a certain ability to distinguish between the two. In some ways, indeed, Sharingan transplantation has not been successful so far. Danzo thought secretly and finally remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the two parties. For Akabane, this is not just an agreement but also a manifestation of goodwill. He believes this is another reason why Izuna Uchiha himself arranged a meeting with Akabane and Danzo. It's not that Uchiha can't talk about these things. Chapter 70. Take your time to think about my proposal. Izuna Uchiha said with a smile. Danzo's expression remained unchanged as if he had not been affected by what Izuna has said. Then Izuna bowed slightly and disappeared instantly. Sensei, do I still need to go for training? No, now disarm your clone. Danzo glanced at him and said angrily. Well, I was just doing this for countermeasure. I'm not as tough as you, Sensei. The clone grumbled. Danzo was too lazy to bother and disappeared instantly. Akabane clone was released at the same time, and the memory returned to the original body. On Konoha Street, the original body took notice. He was planning to go home and sleep, but he thought of Tsunade, so he had to go to the comic store again. Many people at the store came to buy comics, but Tsunade sat in front of the door and wondered, so distracted that he didn't even notice that Akabane had come. Not leaving yet. Ah, you are back. Tsunade got up and then immediately asked, how is it? What did my uncle said to you? Nothing important, just let me patch it. Akabane sat down and said, patch. Tsunade thought for a long time but still didn't understand what the word meant. Just to add the setting. Akabane explained. When it comes to patching, the main story is essential, but the settings need to be slightly modified in case of some situations. He sat down, without thinking, started swiftly draw Kakashi's portrait. This page setting needs to be added to the next volume, so it must be finished as soon as possible. Kakashi. Tsunade glanced, then stood behind and watched in amazement. A minute or two later, a black and white portrait of Kakashi appeared on the paper. His forehead was moved up, revealing the Sharingan on his right eye. However, after drawing the portrait, Akabane put the paper away. Hey, what did you just do? Tsunade imagines that the large blank space needs to be filled with something. How can he stop drawing halfway? I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest for a while and then continue. Akabane said and yawned. You forgot, I was woken up by particularly someone this morning. Stingy. Tsunade muttered dissatisfiedly. Isn't it about climbing the window in the morning? If you don't climb the window in the future, I will continue the drawing. Ugh, you. Tsunade clenched her fist, then took a few deep breaths and sneered. If you could be easily wake up, I wouldn't be bothered to climb the window in the first place. And by that, I will reluctantly work overtime. Akabane spread it out again and continued to draw. In the beginning, it was Kakashi's brief introduction. Konoha's Jounin and a former member of Umbu. 10-year-old Jounin? Your setting is exaggerated. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Jounin are just titles. During the war, the mortality was high, as well as the promotion rate. Akabane replied and continued to draw. Next is a bunch of data, Ninjutsu 10, Physique 9, Genjutsu 8. Tsunade didn't understand at first, but she quickly realized it later. 10 is estimated to be the highest point. The higher the data, the stronger the strength. Looking at the first few descriptions, the ninja named Kakashi in the comics is almost overpowered, and there is no shortcoming. She was about to say until she saw the data of his chakra 5. 5? Are you kidding? That's minuscule. Even amongst the Chuyunin, such a ninja that had 5 points of chakra hasn't existed, which is too exaggerated. I'm not an exaggeration. Sharingan wouldn't come with a price. Akabane had to explain his reason while continuing to write the description. The main reason for this paragraph was to revise the use of Sharingan by an outsider, so questions about Kakashi's chakra are naturally a top priority. Sharingan, also known as the eye that reflected the soul, its power is closely related to Uchiha's bloodline and their spirit's will. Tsunade looked at it word by word and was shocked when she saw the last sentence. Because of his teammate's voluntary gift, Sharingan was successfully transplanted, but without Uchiha's blood, he had to pay a huge price to use it. Akabane did not describe it too clearly, to make a vague that thirst the reader's imagination. Nov. L. B /JNN. Tsunade carefully thought about it, and then asked, the condition to fully adapted with Sharingan is by voluntary gift, and his lack of chakra was used as compensation. Close. Akabane wrote a final line of note, thanking the Uchiha clan for their help with the information. This information was told by the Uchiha. Tsunade stunned, impossible to believe. Yes, Uchiha patriarch himself, he said. Akabane smiled, did not elaborate. She was still speechless, but that is the truth. Akabane put one hand on the drawing board and showed it directly to Tsunade. And what I'm supposed to do? Tsunade was confused. You were more familiar with Izumi-san, please help me send this to him, and tell him to patch this to the last page. Akaba said nonchalantly. Tsunade wanted to give him a clear punch in the face, and no matter whether she agreed or not, the piece of paper would fall into her hand in the end. Akabane sat on the chair, the piece of paper hanging in his hand. Hey, take it. Ugh, I'll deliver it for you, but expect me to knock on your window. Tsunade took over the page and sneered. I have a door in my house. Akabane is speechless. Did she forgot her promise a few minutes ago? That wouldn't be enough for you to wake up. I don't care, it's a deal. Tsunade waved and ignored him. She didn't say that she couldn't sleep yesterday, so she got up early and rushed towards the window to see who was in his room. Forget it, it's up to you. I have to go back and get some rest. If persuasion failed, Akabane could only give up. It's not a big deal anyway. Although Tsunade has a sense of shame every time she comes in through the window, what can you expect from her? Tsunade cast instantaneous jutsu and quickly disappeared from his sight. Akabane was planning to go home and went to sleep, but when he turned around, he suddenly thought, isn't the direction Tsunade is running? That direction is the factory. Did she send it directly to there? He was confused for a while. Somehow Akabane felt a little guilt in his heart, and he should have taken a trip by himself. Akabane-sama, you're back. His employer asked with some regret. What's the matter? Akabane took a look and found that a lot of people came around. They were all holding the comic, and suddenly one of them asked, Akabane, my child likes your comics very much. Can you draw a poster for him? I'm willing to give you money. He is just an ordinary person, not a ninja. 100 taels is not a small number for him. Akabane took a closer look, and there were many people like him because they were ordinary people, so they didn't dare to ask. Okay, but it doesn't matter what the money is. I can only draw 10 posters. In addition, I will choose 10 lucky winners for free posters every time the new volume is updated. Chapter 71. 10? Everyone glanced at each other, a little surprised, and hesitated. There were around 20 or 30 people, and only 10 could get a poster. Don't worry, I will choose randomly, of course. This gentleman will get one today. Akabane pointed to the man who spoke first and then sat down. What should I draw? He thought for a while and simply drawn something he hadn't before. Soon enough, the first was about to finish. Come on, here you are. Akabane gave the completed poster to the man. After took a look, he hesitated, and after a moment, then he couldn't help but ask, is this also a character in the comic? No, it isn't. It was from another comic I plan to draw. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. Akabane replied. Monkey D. Luffy? It's a strange name, and the style of the painting is so bad. He thought the drawing style was different from the usual, but it's free. Forget it, this is good enough. Soon, the other posters were finished. It's difficult for everyone to accept the new style, but they couldn't complain either because it's free, and they still happy about it. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Well, the next free of posters will be randomly distributed in the comics, and everyone can take their luck. Akabane stretched out. After the quota run out, the surrounding villagers quickly dispersed. Is it true that you're going to work on a new comic title? It's just warming up. It's tiring enough to work on one title overtime. Recently Akabane has no plans to draw a new title, and the sales report hasn't been released yet. If he has free time to draw another title, it would be best to spend on drawing more Naruto comics. Kazumi didn't understand what he said. However, during this time, he felt that Akabane was probably impossible to start work on another project. Unless Akabane-sama makes a breakthrough and can maintain 2 shadow clones at the same time. Akabane returned home carrying the tools and saw his mother bandaging Tsukiya in the family room. I'm back. What happened to you? Are you okay? Akabane saw the wound and went to pick up the gauze on the table. It was because of your father, teaching this girl to use kunao, then she injured herself. His mother poked Tsukiya's head while explaining in a bad mood. I'm the one who asks for it. Tsukiya had slowly able to adapt to her current situation. Seeing that Akabane's mother was blaming his father for her injury, she immediately explained the details. I'll be paying more attention next time, so it wouldn't happen again. Next time. Saki's eyes widened. There is no next time. Saki decisively decided, and Tsukiya only could reply with a smile. The two glanced at each other, secretly relieved. Seeing this scene, Akabane chuckled. Afterward, he looked at his status panel. His eyes suddenly widened. The points requirement for the Uzumaki's traits dropped by 1 point. This is enough to prove that the blood with the Uzumaki clan can lower the price. But, after took another look, he found that the point that had dropped was the perception ability. Because Tsukiya's traits are perception? Akabane sighed inwardly. Even if I drained Tsukiya's blood, I am afraid that the points wouldn't drop significantly. But if he could get blood such as Mito Uzumaki, it might be able to give much more impact. She has remained as the strongest amongst the Uzumaki clan and can't be compared to Tsukiya. However, it would be impossible to simply ask for her blood. Now, I have more than 400 points on hand, and I will get some points later, plus the 4th volume will make around 1,000 points. Akabane put the tools aside and sat on the table to ponder. Tsukiya's hands are bandaged, and now she is quietly reading the 2nd volume. After settling in at Konoha, she mostly spent her time reading comics. Just like her, other children are boarding with the Senju's household. These Uzumaki children are now assigned to the few remaining households of the Senju clan, but they will gather in Mito's courtyard every afternoon. Of course, not training ninjutsu or physical exercises, but a group of people reading comics together. Like now, Grandma, I have finished reading the 2nd volume. Should I continue to the next volume? Shinamai, you have finished reading it, but most of your friends haven't. Please wait for them. Mito Uzumaki is caring and gentle. But, you're all a team now, understand? With those words, Shinamai Uzumaki held back his words. Afterward, the comic book was distributed to each one of them, and they enthusiastically read it pages by pages. After some times, one of the children asked, Grandma, why is Sakura getting good grades, but she is worse than Naruto in battle? Yes, Naruto at least tried, but she hasn't. Someone started a discussion. The others couldn't help but complain about their views on the story. Her overall ability and theory are good, but she doesn't have the will to fight. She doesn't even know why she fights. Mito Uzumaki explained lightly. The will to fight. A group of children didn't understand what it was. They all looked at Mito in curiosity, hoping she could give more details into it. People always have goals in the fighting. For example, everyone in Uzumaki village is a fight to protect their home. Mito Uzumaki said. Grandma, it means that Sakura doesn't have any goal. Someone thoughtfully said. Yeah, she probably only care about that cute boy in her eyes. Mito Uzumaki sighed. Although this is a comic, such scenes do exist in real life, and there are a lot of them. It turns out to be that. Then, what about you, Grandma? What about me? Mito Uzumaki sat on her chair with a look of nostalgia on her face. If I had the chance, it might be for the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, or it may be for Konoha. But she was well aware that it was too shallow. As the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, she is very strong, but because of that same reason, she will attract the attention of every village once she leaves. My child, once you became stronger, you will understand the reason why you need to fight, same as Sakura here. Mito Uzumaki said sternly, don't let negative thought affected your judgment. The vitality of the Uzumaki clan is undoubtedly, but for Konoha, these 10 children of carefully picked will become ninjas in the future, but as for the Uzumaki clan, she has a heavy heart. How many of these children will live in the shadow of hatred if anything bad happened to their village? I'll protect my village. We will become strong. I want to become Hokage like Naruto. Stupid, we belong to the Uzumaki clan. Everyone started to quarrel again. Mito Uzumaki covered her mouth and smiled, and the weight in his heart swept away in an instant. Well, everyone has finished reading the second volume, now you all can read the third one. Chapter 72. You've just sent it? That was fast. Yeah. Tsunade held the piece of paper and dangled it proudly. Stop shaking it. You can have this one too. Akabane sighed and took a picture from his pocket. What? Tsunade covered her mouth in surprise and quickly recovered her calmness. It was a portrait of her. It's nothing, just a portrait. Akabane shrugged then thanked her sincerely after a pause. Thank you for delivering me the comic. Piece of cake. I want to practice my physique anyway. Tsunade put away the portrait happily. You are so diligent. I have to work hard, as well? Akabane took out his drawing tool. The 5th volume is still halfway done, and he has to finish the rest today. Good, you finally start to work hard. Forget what I just said. It's his shadow clone again do all the work? Tsunade was speechless, but she should have expected it. However, all of a sudden, she saw Akabane brought out a set of tools. Do you think I'll just slaking? Akabane chuckled, and after pondering for a moment, he began to draw. Well, then, I'll continue my practice again. Tsunade was instantly full of motivation. Even this slacker has started to work hard, what reason left for me not to do the same? But she just traveled a far distance back to back, and now she couldn't perfectly control her punch. Boom! When the voice came, Akabane paused to analyze. She took less movement, and her control has improved quickly. But then again, how can medical ninjutsu be created without this kind of control? Akabane sighed for a while, and then quickly back to his work. Towards the evening, Akabane-sama, Yamano-san's carts have arrived, and he brought the printed comics. I see. Please inform someone from the store, and I'll handle the publicity. He has heard the message from Tsunade, so it wasn't so surprising. Kazumi Karema nodded, and then looked at Akabane suspiciously, felt that something seemed wrong. He pondered as he walked. What exactly was wrong? No matter how I think about it, something was off. By the way, Akabane-sama has put a lot of work there. I'm rude. Kazumi Karema reacted. In the past, Akabane only leaves the work to his shadow clone alone to do everything. But today, he drew the poster by himself. It's a rare sight nowadays. Tsunade? Yamano-san is here. I'm going to meet him now, so I'll leave you alone. After lifting the clone and putting away the manuscript, Akabane shouted at Tsunade, who was still working hard on the distant hillside. Yep, I'm done too. Tsunade stopped immediately and caught her breath. I'm going to compile the 5th volume. Okay. Akabane hurriedly rushes toward his house, took out the previous script, and compiled it with the one he drawn this time, then straight went to the store. When he arrived, they were already done with the unloading. On the front door, a group of people was very busy. Even the director of the printing, Noda Ichiro, was so busy to help unload the goods in person. Yamano-san, thank you for rushing out this batch of comics. Akabane went forward and bowed in thanks. It only had been a day or so, and the 4th volume had already been rushed out, showing the high efficiency done by the worker. This was because of the Daimyo-sama. Yamano smiled, then gave Akabane further explanation. Daimyo-sama heard about the comic, then he mobilizes a lot of manpower to the printing. Daimyo-sama knew about my comics. Akabane was baffled. Yes, Daimyo-sama said that this comic is an emerging cultural industry that should be encouraged. Yamano smiled brightly, with some gratitude in his tone. Thanks to your cooperation, the printing production department of our factory has been flourish. That's good news. Now shall we talk about more? Inside. Akabane sounded a bit agitated when he said that. He took Yamano and walked into the store. Yamano didn't find it strange, so he followed him into the store. Yamano-san, did you got asked about the caravan? Akabane nervously asked. I've arranged 2 caravans to work together, and the other one wants to sell it alone. 3 caravans. Yamano became nervous and apologized. There wasn't enough time to get more than that, so, no, I'm sorry. I was so surprised that you can find 3 caravans in a short time. Akabane said it heartily. JNN. Can I ask, where 3 caravans went for? One team goes to the land of snow, and one goes to the land of river, which means that the last team generally goes to the land of iron. Yamano explained. In addition to the land of river, are relatively stable. Akabane thoughtfully. Well, the land of river is quite peaceful. So far, the land of river is located between the land of fire and the land of wind and is a buffer zone between the 2 countries. At this stage, there is no war between the wind and fire, and the land of river can be at ease. However, when the war starts again. But the timing of this is pretty good right now. Then thank you, Yamano-san, 5th volume will also trouble you. Also, after some time, I may assign you to publish another comic title. Akabane bowed and thanked, and then took out the prepared volume. Another kind of comics, are you busy? Yamano said in surprise. It's not that. The other title is just a trial. After we could stable these sales, send it out to see the markets in the other countries. Naruto's regional culture might be too difficult to accept. Of course. He was also not sure whether One Piece would be accepted abroad. In that case, you can send someone to the factory when you need it. And by the way, next time you can hand over Mito-sama's token to the clan member, the people in our factory will recognize it. Izumi Yamano suddenly remembered and added with some embarrassment. Thank you so much, then. Akabane got up, picked up a large poster at the back, and carefully covered it with a cloth. Kazumi, you put this at the front door tomorrow, and then go to the street to put some banners. Akabane interested. Yes, but what is the banner? Kazumi took it and glanced quietly through the cloth. It seems like a poster. As for the banner, I didn't have time to make it. You can ask someone to get it by tomorrow. The text will simply say that our comic has released a new volume so that the potential customers can buy it. Akabane said, picking the 5th volume at random and clipping a thin drawing into it. After a while, all 10 pictures were randomly clipped into the comics. Chapter 73. Making a banner could work as a simple advertisement. However, the next day, once he saw the installed banner hanging on the street. The comic has been updated, dear customers and friends, come and buy it now. What? Akabane stood under the banner, confused for a long time. They directly copied my sentence without changing it? Akabane continued to walk down to the comic store with a long face. Once he got there, his eyes suddenly widened. It was because the store was surprisingly crowded. With such a rubbish slogan, Akabane was silent for a moment, feeling that he got insulted. It can be assumed that there weren't many advertisements in this world. Akabane sighed slightly, then walked outside the store and observed it throughout. Huh, is that? A chakra wave caught his attention. Akabane looked over and saw that the chakra surged came from a boy in a white robe. He stood there quietly, conspicuously from the surroundings. A Hyuga? He turned pale and immediately walked closer. Before he tries to greet the boy's shoulder, the little boy had already turned around first, noticing someone approaching him. Akabane saw the boy's eyes were using Byakugan. Hey little boy, do you try to cheat to get the free poster, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Akabane said helplessly. He'd forgotten one thing, the ninja world had hundreds of ways to cheat. The little boy was a little ashamed, and he whispered. Well, there is no rule that I can't. I'll tell it now that you can't. Akabane said. Pick up a pen to write another rule at the door, then add one last sentence. We have the right to interpret the rules as we want. The Hyuga boy bowed his head and mumbled. Then Akabane heard a voice. Can't use any ninjutsu? Then I'm lucky enough to get the posters without any of it. Ah, you liar. When you ever won anything that relied on luck? It was Tsunade and Jiraiya that argued. Akabane turned his head, and all he saw was Jiraiya, who got blown away with a punch. I have won it twice. Tsunade pouted, then shook her head slightly and entered the store. Tsunade, I don't think. Akabane was helpless. The prize could also be said as a gamble on luck. In that case, Tsunade put it all in gambling. Huh, do you think I can't get it? If he looks closely, it is not difficult to see the subtle difference in stubbornness. But Tsunade couldn't read it at all and just picked a copy. This is a real bet on luck. Akabane was a little nervous. What if she gets it? Yosh? It's been a long time since, I bet. I must have good luck this time. She was full of motivation. Then she opened the pages slowly. Just hurry up with it, and it will be over. Jiraiya also took a copy casually. You don't understand the feeling of gambling. Tsunade's eyes were gleaming, and she acted like a master gambler. Page by page, it felt like flipping. In the end, no poster appeared. Akabane let out a long sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, your luck, my ass. Jiraiya looked excited as he flipped through the comic he took. Suddenly a page of posters fell out. Wow, ha ha ha, I'm the lucky one. Bang! Tsunade threw a punch, which almost hit Jiraiya the second time. Then she threw down another 100 ryo angrily, and by that, no one could stop her. She carefully picked another one from the shelf, but still nothing. Forget it, Tsunade. Akabane couldn't help it. When she got the first promotional poster, if it weren't for Danzo, she won't get any rewards. I'm nowhere near quitting. After 10 more copies in a row, still nothing. Jiraiya, for the sake of your own life, I advise you not to laugh. Akabane pulled Jiraiya and said in a low voice. Although he tried to hold back so hard, it wasn't Jiraiya if he didn't add more fuel to the fire, especially in front of a pissed-looking Tsunade. Jiraiya also wanted to provoke a bit, but his ribs ache inexplicably. Tsunade, bad luck is not your fault, maybe next time. Bang! With another clear punch to Jiraiya, Tsunade put away the 10 comics she bought and left angrily. These 11 books are just enough for her alone to read, and buying one more will be a waste. Besides, this one has already consumed half of her savings. I was trying to comfort you. Jiraiya said angrily, covering his head. I can't imagine the pain. Akabane said sympathetically. He was also a bit of a gambler in the previous life, and he felt the same way as Tsunade. Jiraiya couldn't understand any of it, but it probably meant bad luck. Jiraiya sat on the chair by the door and began self-reflected. After a while, wow, this young lady is beautiful, Akaba, what is her name? Jiraiya was refreshed and excited. You'll understand after you finish read it. Akabane shrugged. Akaba, I find that you have a hidden talent at drawing beautiful girls. If only you don't even think about it. I wouldn't draw that kind of thing. Needless to say, Akabane knows what this stupid means, but fortunately, Jiraiya also lacked some common sense. Once he got the inspiration, excitedly, he began to take out his tools and pour all of it into the paper. Hey, don't draw that kind of thing in front of my store. Akabane was pissed. However, just like Tsunade, who couldn't stop her addiction, nothing could stop Jiraiya as well. He put some strokes here and there, and within a few seconds, he roughly drew the outline of a curvy woman. Don't bother me, my inspiration is bursting out, and my hands are trembling. Jiraiya was also very excited and drowned too deep into his imagination. He has made rapid progress in terms of drawing skills. However, everything that he drew was 18+ drawings. At this time, many people came out of the store to watch. Akabane was about to stop it but heard a familiar cough. Jiraiya, there is a limit to nonsense. The third Hokage? What a coincidence again. Akabane looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a suspicious look. If it's him, he won't stop it. Chapter 74. Isn't it too much to draw that kind of thing in public? Isn't that Hokage-sama's student? What a shame. Seeing the third Hokage appeared, the onlookers immediately made all kinds of noises in the distance. What's wrong with drawing this? This is art. Jiraiya blushed, followed by incomprehensible words such as natural beauty and human art. Jiraiya, take your training now. Yes, sensei. Facing Hiruzen, Jiraiya can only put away his tools in disappointment. It's a good thing to have passion and determination, but you must place it in the right place. Hiruzen Sarutobi scolded patiently. I'm sorry, sensei. Jiraiya also frowned with regret. If you don't start your training now, you will be left behind by Tsunade and Orochimaru. I want to be as strong as Orochimaru. Jiraiya heard it, then exploded and said unconvinced, I will be going to Mount Mayaboko later to train. Oh, isn't it will be a Chuunin exam in the next 10 days? If you can keep up this confidence, you surely can prove yourself on the exam. Nov. L. B /JNN. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile. I will surpass Orochimaru. Jiraiya was heavily motivated all of a sudden. Then he immediately left the store. What a simple-minded. Akabane sighed silently. Hiruzen also knew that, and just because of his little motivational speech, Jiraiya took it wholeheartedly. He has the same character as Naruto, isn't he? Hiruzen smiled softly as he was smoking from his pipe, then looked at Akabane's 4th volume. He hasn't read it that far, but Uchiha didn't make any trouble anymore yesterday. Hiruzen doesn't know what happened behind it, but he could see that they've reached some agreement and compromise. So he picked up the comic and just looked at what inside. Although I saw some through my telescope, I couldn't read it up close. Well, after only used a few ninjutsu, Kakashi fainted. Isn't he embarrassing the Heitake clan? Hiruzen suddenly jumped out of such a question. That's the price he paid. Ha ha ha, I just said it out of nowhere, don't mind me. Hiruzen continued to read and then paused on a certain page. Akabane glanced at the place where Haku appeared. Oh, it's Zabuza and Haku. Hiruzen could feel Akabane's gaze and took a look at his pocket. Hiruzen looked stiff. Sarutobi-sensei, if you don't bring any money, I can give this comic for free. Akabane smiled lightly. Well, I forgot to bring some, but it still needs to be paid for. I will send someone 100 taels when I owe back. Hiruzen's face blushed. Because I'm a shadow clone, I didn't bring any money with me when I went out. I just habitually touched my pockets before I remembered about this. Afterward, he pulled out his pipe as he was leaving. Sensei, be careful on your way. Akabane bowed, and when the third Hokage had left, several people came out of the store. They looked back at Hiruzen's figure and then said in amazement, even Hokage-sama likes reading comics. Unbelievable. Of course, I have to give my comic to Hokage as a review. Akabane proudly said it. But these people reminded him that the next time he makes a slogan, it should be added. Comics that even Hokage loves. Imagine that? I want to buy 10 comics. At this time, there was a sudden voice came from outside, and everyone immediately turned their heads and looked over. He looked arrogant, with a fan symbol on his back. Akabane glanced at him, and he always looked familiar, and he seemed to have played against each other, but he thought about everything. Akabane can't remember a single name. The other person glanced at him, then moved his eyes nervously, pretending that he didn't see it. Ryu Uchiha, okay, these are your 10 comics. Kazumi enthusiastically took 10 copies from the bookshelf, stacked them in, and then handed it to Ryu. As soon as he heard the name, Akabane remembered. Ryu Uchiha was his classmate who caused trouble on an opening day. Sure enough, Ryu was charmed by the comic and now bought up to 10 comics at once. And I also want some of the 3rd volumes as well, please. Ryu said it with a little bit rushed and turned his body sideways, for fear of getting caught by Akabane. Akabane is no stranger to this expression. Most otakus met their acquaintances on the street, probably with this expression, including Akabane from his previous life. Okay, right away. Ryu then threw 4,000 taels on the table. Kazumi chuckled happily, and his movements were a lot more awkward. He bought 10 copies of the 4th volume in one go. Uchiha clan is really rich, but Ryu's outfit looked so familiar. Akabane took a closer look. Yes, black hair, blue shirt, white short pants. It's almost identical to Sasuke, except for being left behind, resulting in, he got no protective gear. Still, is he cosplaying? Akabane was shocked as he inspected Ryu throughout. These are your comics. Kazumi folded the rest, wrapped it in cloth, and rolled up a large pile. There's so much of it. Ryu stayed for a while, then gritted his teeth and picked it up, and casually walked to the Uchiha's residence. Kazumi, does he come here often? Akabane asked curiously. Yes, he has come here. Every new volume has been released. Kazumi replied. When did he start dressing up like that? Oh, did you talk about his outfit? It seems like this happened a few days ago. Kazumi said after a moment of recollection. A few days ago, huh? Without a doubt, he was cosplaying. Akabane was startled. If more people in Konoha love comics the way Ryu did, maybe a comic exhibition can be held. Akabane-sama, what is cosplay? Kazumi asked curiously. It's a kind of people who dress up like the character from the comics. Akabane explained roughly, thinking secretly in his heart. The more I think about this, the more I think it is feasible. Ninja could transform themselves using ninjutsu, and it won't hurt if they are using it as cosplay. When I'm done with the business on the Land of Waves, I should arrange this kind of activity. Akabane was excited just to think about all the fun, but it could be troublesome for him. As the organizer, there are too many things to do. The most important thing is that there are still a lot of stories from the Land of Waves arc. Forget it. Kazumi, I'm going back. Take care from here. Once you're free, count the commission for the printing. Akabane waved his hand. After doing missions back to back, I finally managed to rush out the 5th volume, so I had to take a break once in a while. Please leave it to me, Kazumi replied as he sorted out the money he had just collected. To be honest, Akabane doesn't know how much the store earns every day, but he did not doubt Kazumi. Fortunately, Kazumi was in charge of some of the accounting in the clan before, and by that, he could save Akabane a lot of problems. Otherwise, it would cause him headaches day and night. Chapter 75. Sensei, recently we got the support from a certain local merchant. Thus, we will be able to slowly gain control of the country of waves. Murasaki reported his mission's progress and was puzzled at the same time, seeing that they just made significant progress, but suddenly Danzo recalls them back. Sensei must have a special purpose. Sakumo is guessing the reason for their recall. This isn't the right time to directly control the Land of Waves. Occupying a stronghold is enough. Danzo explained coldly. Yes, Sensei. Both of them replied without any further questions. Soon, there will be a Chunin exam. Prepare yourself. You two and Akabane will participate together. Danzo said lightly. The Chunin exam. Sakumo was shocked, then after thinking about it, time flies. Akabane as well? In that case, let's go back for now. A trace of joy appeared on Murasaki's face because they haven't met for some time. That's all. Danzo waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. However, when Murasaki and Sakumo left, he snorted coldly as he looked at the Hokage's office in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the Hokage's order, the Land of Waves is now within his hand. The route must be established. Danzo's eyes were full of resentment. In his view, the Hokage is too soft. He willing to passively waiting for the enemy to attack first. Peace is bullshit. As long as there are differences between the 5 major countries, and there will be, how can you rely on peace? There has been a newly released volume, Sakumo. It seems that Akabane was having a good time. Murasaki said it with some jealousy. Now Murasaki and Sakumo were in the Land of Waves. The nation is an isolated island located near the Land of Fire, and they don't have a hidden village. Thus they rely on other villages such as Konoha. The natives were blown by the sea breeze every day, and that's how they got their distinctive darker skin. I'll teach him some lesson after we got back. Sakumo said lightly. Exactly? I can imagine that he is just sleeping all day long. At Akabane's room. After last night, I earned more than 1,000 points. Now I can exchange it for ability. After a good night's sleep, Akabane got up and stretched out his waist. The shadow clone on his table has been released, but the manuscripts were scattered on the ground. It seemed that he worked hard yesterday. Shadow clone is convenient. Akabane sighed slightly, then opened the list and found the Uzumaki's vitality. I only got 1,000 points, and this is the most important perk to be redeemed. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. Exchange points into the Uzumaki's vitality exchange completed. The Uzumaki's vitality has been learned. In the next second, he felt his body change rapidly. First of all, his physique rose by 10 points, making his overall physique reach 40 points. Moreover, now Akabane feels a great strength all over his body, which is completely different from before. This feeling is awesome. The Kurama clan lacks physique the most, and Akabane's shortcomings in this area are now compensated. His hard work after all this time was not in vain. Huh? He suddenly heard a small movement outside the window. Is someone climbing the window again? Akabane was pissed, then he picked up a piece of paper and quickly drew a few lines. Suddenly, the window was opened, and a figure rushed in quickly. In an instant, Akabane put up his guard. Akunao? His hands quickly form a seal. Substitution jutsu? Boom? N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. After a loud noise, the figure disappeared immediately, followed by the remains of a chair that was chopped in half. Akabane, someone broke in again. Tsukiya's worried voice was heard from downstairs. It must be Akabane's friend again, don't worry. His mother answered it habitually. Yeah, he got some weird friends. They always like to climb windows. Saki smiled softly, not worrying about the loud noise at all. Is that so? Sukiya answered suspiciously and then looked upstairs. On the second floor, at Akabane's room. Hey, don't do such a dangerous inside my house. Akabane put away the kunao and released his genjutsu that he had cast on Murasaki. I didn't expect you have improved this much. I couldn't even react. Murasaki clutched his throat, his face full of pain. Even if he released illusion, the pain of being pierced by kunao in his throat was still very clear. It's not just physical improvement. Sakumo looked at Akabane and the broken chair on the floor. His drawing skill is tremendously increased too. Sakumo, aren't we friends? If I didn't use a substitute, you would hack me to death. Akabane said while still shocked. No, I just feel like you can easily dodge me, so I was serious. Sakumo replied directly. Isn't it you who got a grudge against Sakumo? Look at Kakashi. He passed out after using a few ninjutsu, which is too pathetic. Murasaki provoked. Okay. To answer simply and directly, Sakumo sheathed his sword as he looked a bit mad. Oh, ignore these details. Akabane coughed lightly and sat down on the bed, with no plans to find a seat for them after they destroyed his beloved chair. Indeed, everyone should ignore the details. Murasaki nodded. Didn't you currently had a task? Yes, we had, but I can't tell you the specific tasks. Murasaki sat on the floor, talking while helping to clean up the wreckage. It seems that it was Danzo's mission. Konoha's missions are all open and transparent commissions, there is nothing to hide, and now his two teammates' personalities had changed a bit. It was probably some kind of infiltration. Akabane did not say thoroughly, but skate over, that attack before, what was that for? Hey, course. Test your training result. Yeah, very convincing. Akabane then remembered that the Hokage also mentioning about Chunin exam in the next few days. Yes, speaking of which, where is the Chunin exam will be held this time? Murasaki got stuck halfway and looked at Sakumo awkwardly. The land of wind, hidden sand village. Sakumo glanced at him and replied badly. Hidden sand village? This means that he has to leave Konoha again and go to a hot and dry village. Don't think about it. Sensei said you must participate. Murasaki knew Akabane's nature and stopped him from slacking. Sakumo hesitated for a moment as he knew very well that Danzo wouldn't grant Akabane's request. The Chunin exam is not just about yourself. That's what it said. Akabane sighed. The Chunin exam is more like another battlefield to show the strength of the hidden villages and to take the exam. You must be in a small team. If he wouldn't go, it means that Sakumo and Murasaki can't participate. He doesn't care about the title, but forget it, just take the trip. I haven't been to the desert after all. In his previous life or now, he has never seen a real desert. Just look at the photos array of scenery. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so uncomfortable. Chapter 76. Speaking of sand hidden village, Akabane also thought of another thing among the caravans mentioned by Yamano. It seems that one of the caravans is heading towards there. The land of wind and the land of waves are next to each other, and this trip is a great strategy to promote One Piece. Great idea. Since we are going there, it would be a waste if I don't use this opportunity. I could hit 3 birds with 1 rock, Akabane thought to himself. By the way, Akaba, how's Team 6 going? Murasaki asked suddenly. They weren't in the village for some time and didn't know much about the Team 6. I guess, they are doing well. Akabane himself wasn't sure, and Hiruzen's words to Jiraiya should be more than mere motivation. Whether they go or not, we will go anyway. Murasaki clenched his fists with both hands and said with a firm expression. Why so serious? Akabane looked confused. Murasaki couldn't have any problems with the Hidden Sand Village, right? Hidden Sand Village will be our enemy sooner or later, and we must collect their information in advance so that we will not fail once we meet them on the real battlefield. Murasaki explained firmly. It makes sense. Sakumo nodded in agreement, with a thoughtful expression on his face. I can only say that's the worth of being Murasaki. Akabane sighed. Why did you just said? Murasaki took out the comic book and was about to read it. It's nothing. I just think that sensei was right to pick you. Akabane shrugged. Murasaki's strength is not top-notch, but his overall strength is quite impressive, coupled with his complex thinking. In a sense, he has the same way of thinking as Danzo. Of course, Danzo is more ruthless and unscrupulous, which no one can't match. Of course. Murasaki nodded in agreement with a hint of pride. However, Akabane wasn't referring to Danzo, but the third Hokage instead. After all, the team arrangement was made by Hokage himself. Wait, I didn't pay much attention before. What's the matter with Kakashi's Sharinon? Go to the last page, Sakumo said lightly. When Murasaki turned to the last page, he saw a special page attached to the back of the 4th volume, with all the information of Kakashi on it. What? A 13-year-old Umbu got blinded after a mission, and his teammate gave him the eye. This plot, it is too much for me to digest. Murasaki stuck his chin with a painful expression on his face. Sakumo then wiped his short knife and said lightly, it's a fatal injury of our clan. In addition to knife skills, the Heitake clan is also well known for their assassination prowess. For them, injuries to fatal parts such as the eyes are the most undesirable. There isn't much to said when you're on the battlefield. Akabane closed his eyes and shook his head after a moment. When we are on the battlefield, life and death are like a thin thread. That's true. Murasaki put away the comic and sighed. Then he said, as I said earlier, I'm going to practice. So hardworking all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm not a genius like you. Murasaki shrugged, waved goodbye, and jumped directly through the window. But, without a system, it would be difficult for Akabane to graduate with the fragile body that he had before. I'll take my leave too. Sakumo got up, glanced back at the remaining pieces of wooden chairs that they broke, then he paused for a moment and said, the money for your chair. Forget it. It was just a joke before. Akabane waved his hand as a sign to reject the money. He had plenty of money to buy 1,000 chairs. Okay. Sakumo was not polite with him, carrying his saber and preparing to jump out of the window. But you know, there is a door in my house. Akabane pointed to the front. What's going on with everyone visited him without going through the door. Sakumo was stunned for a while, then nodded, opened the bedroom door, and about to leave. Someone's coming through the door. Tsukiya Karema looked up to the second floor and saw Sakumo coming out from the second floor. Huh. Tsukiya was a little surprised Akabane's friend managed to use the front door. Sakumo was slightly startled. Why everyone's expressions are so surprised, and who is this little girl? Oh, it turned out to be Sakumo. Seeing face match the description, Tsukiya suddenly understood. Uncle and aunt, I'll have my leave. Sakumo bowed slightly, very polite. Go, really good boy. In the kitchen, Akabane's father poked out his head with a happy face. Sakumo bowed once more and then went out. Akaba, your friend is so polite. As expected, from the Haytake clan. His parents were overwhelmed because this was the first friend of Akabane to leave the front door politely. Akabane stuck his forehead, although it was all truthful, it sounded really sad. I'll go out too. He wanted to go out, not for training but to meet Danzo. There are still a few training sessions left, and I have to make up with the numbers. In addition, the final plot on the Land of Waves has to be completed before the Chunin exam. Think about it carefully during this time. There is no leisure at all. It is almost busier than before in the Uzumaki village. Akabane sighed slightly. Akabane went straight to where the roots are. As soon as he arrived, a figure appeared in front of him. Still under the disguise, the same black clothes and mask as the rest of the team, but this time Akabane can recognize some of them at a glance. Yoriko, are the people from the team here today? You got me again. Yoriko was a little unwilling, scratched her head in shame, and then couldn't help coughing. I remember that the team has special training today. The current root team is not the real root in the future. Most of them are elite candidates drawn from the Umbu. Yes, it's me, Akaba. Yoriko nodded. Then I'll be the first N/O/VEL/B/in.C//OM. Yoriko is not yet a member, but she has talents and was selected by Danzo. Therefore, she is qualified to participate in the training of root. Akabane nodded, then walked towards her and whispered, if you can, you should quit the root. Huh. Yoriko was confused. Then she looked at Akabane in surprise. She originally wanted to ask back, but seeing Akabane's serious eyes, she immediately held back the second half of her words. Let's go. Akabane passed her and walked into the cave. Yeah. Yoriko nodded and disappeared instantly. She knows what Akabane means, but she couldn't express it with her words. Didn't Akabane speak with enthusiasm? The root isn't bad. Yoriko was slightly confused, but there was no strange expression on her face. The training sound became clearer and clearer. Walking to the base, Akabane saw that a group of people were already exhausted and could be trained as harsh as ever. Sensei, everyone looked tired, so I can just give them a rest. Akabane walked to the front of the training team and said with a slight smile. However, seeing him, all members of the root team suddenly changed their faces. Rest? With such a horrible genjutsu, rest would mean nothing. Akabane-san, no, we are not tired yet. Someone cried out in horror. Yes, we are not tired. We can still train further. The voices of others echoed. Akabane, as you heard that they are not tired. Danzo said with a smile, then waved his hand to signal everyone to finish their current training. Am I that scary? Akabane rubbed his hair speechlessly, and then simply set aside and waiting. Chapter 77. The one who insists on coming will still come. However, these people are pushing themselves too far. I will give them something to eat later. Akabane thought to himself. The session has been great this far. I feel more and more that you can lead the roots in the future. Danzo said lightly. Nope, don't drag me into your problems. Akabane whispered. What's the roots' goal? What will happen to Konoha in the future will be solved by the roots. Also, some international disputes may cause problems. So creating the roots is simply a countermeasure. More and more hidden villages are intervening in Uzumaki village, and they're waiting for the Uzumaki clan to perish. We, Konoha, can't fight up front, so we can only rely on Umbu to take action. Danzo looked at his harshly trained ninjas. Rarely, there is a bit of emotion. Are you going to lecture me about your last will? Akabane answered casually. Danzo paused after hearing this and then sneered. No, how could I die in that kind of place? They're not going to make it, are they? If I pass out, I will be very troubled. Akabane looked up. Several fell on the ground, and if this continues, everyone will end up in the hospital. N/O/VEL/B/JN.C//OM. Don't worry. They are all elites among the elite. Danzo is very confident with his pupils. It's good that you trust them, sensei. Akabane had nothing to say. Anyway, this is a good chance for me to train my genjutsu. After some more sessions, Well, that's it for now. However, everyone has collapsed to the ground, except that they haven't passed out yet. Akabane looked around and silently sealed his hands. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing Jutsu? There is no need for psychological guidance because these members have accumulated enough fatigue and fear, with only re-stimulation will stimulate their fighting spirit. Finished. Akabane sat down relaxedly and continued his drawings. Danzo glanced at him. Then his eyes moved back to his pupils. Arg. Waves of screams, along with everyone on the field at the same time they wake up. Enough. Gasping, fear, everyone looked at each other in great shock. They're all dead, they're all dead. Cough, 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 it hurts. Danzo frowned slightly. These root members are all elites. Although there is no way to ignore the pain of death, how could they be this disoriented? Why is this happening? He hadn't experienced the genjutsu and didn't understand what was going on, so he turned to look at Akabane. I pulled them into the same genjutsu. Akabane said lightly. What? Danzo was shocked. Hell Viewing Jutsu doesn't have this kind of effect. Moreover, this kind of genjutsu consume chakras exponentially. You brat. Danzo then took a deep breath. You've got stronger, huh? Sort of. Akabane responded muffled. He would feel uncomfortable when he used the genjutsu frequently. But now, it doesn't take him much effort. Akabane knew it well. This is not only caused by his increasing chakra volume but also his vitality recovery, which has been significantly accelerated. How about that? Do you want some more? Akabane was glancing around. Of course. Unlike before, everyone gritted their teeth and sat up this time. Count me in this time, okay. Danzo sat down and asked. No problem, but sensei, I will be in trouble if you can't resist. Akabane nodded his hands and mobilized chakra inside. Only a little almost survived the final wave. Some people have broken out of the illusion. They're more tired than before, but this time everyone was in pain, but not one person loses their will to the fear. They slowly overcome it. Danzo secretly said in his heart. Chapter 78. Okay, that's it for today. Akabane got up after packing up his tools, ready to leave. That's it. Do you want to do one more? Some of the root questioned in disappointment. Although the illusion is terrifying, they can see the horror of the battlefield and making significant progress within 2 sessions. You are too presumptuous. Danzo said coldly. Calm down, everyone. If we don't rest now, the illusion could permanently harm our mental state. A man in the root explained. Akabane glanced at him, knowing so well about illusion ninjutsu, he seemed to be from the Yamanaka clan. Even their weakest member still could handle another session without any trouble. But hardworking is just not Akabane's style. Then he waved his hand and went to the cave. After entering the cave, a figure appeared. Clone? Akabane looked back thoughtfully. He saw Danzo was still at the training ground. Our deal here is over, you don't have to come again. Yes, sensei. Akabane nodded. The main purpose of the training is to overcome their fear of death. Now that the goal is achieved, of course, there is no reason to continue. But, if you're interested in becoming my successor. Nope. Akabane refused without hesitation. Danzo nodded, then the clone disappeared. After passing through the cave, his footsteps gradually slowed down, and he looked back at the cave where the training ground was. The root now is only a bunch of living dolls. To overcome the fear of death is to gain no fear of sacrifice. It's none of my problems either. Akabane closed his eyes, cast aside the thoughts in his mind, and returned to the village. When passing by his comic store, Akabane saw someone copying and drawing in front of the door. Jiraiya? No, it seems not. He thought of Jiraiya for the first time, but it was not Jiraiya's figure from a distance between the crowd of onlookers. Who is it? He was initially got curious. It's very good. Yes, it looks a lot like it. He seems to be from the Yuki clan. Akabane overheard the voice coming from inside. He curiously looked for the source, but he was only 10 years old and couldn't see what the boy was drawing. After pondering for a while, Akabane jumped onto his roof. Akabane looked down and saw a boy sitting in the crowd with a drawing board and drawing paper in front of him, and the pen in his hand moved quickly. He didn't draw lewd things, but it was Kakashi's portrait. A Yuki's boy, huh? Akabane was impressed, and immediately remembered his name. This guy is in the same class as himself, and he has a strong chakra control and decent genjutsu prowess. Nah. Makoto Yuki shook his head and tore off the drawing on the drawing board. Some people could understand it, and couldn't help but ask, you draw much better than someone called Jiraiya, but why did you tear it off? It's a different thing. Makoto shook his head, with a trace of confusion on his face. He took drawing with passion, so he couldn't ignore a simple mistake. But Akabane had to admit that this guy is better than Jiraiya. You are just copying, you don't have your own style. Copy? My own style? Makoto Yuki was baffled for a while, and he didn't quite understand it, but then he suddenly thought where that voice came from. Akabane-sama, what are you doing there? His employee doesn't need to look, he can tell Akabane's identity by his voice. I just need some fresh air. Akabane replied snappily, but Makoto was deep in thought. Just copy. Draw your own picture, and I suppose you think that drawing can enhance the construction of your own illusion, but to build a solid and perfect illusion, the prerequisite is that you are mentally strong enough. Akabane rare being patient, and with that explanation, Makoto only becoming more confused. Everyone looked at Akabane from below. Makoto then took a deep breath and said, can you build a perfect illusion? Almost, it's okay for you to work harder. After Akabane finished speaking, Akabane with both hands cast an instantaneous jutsu. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. So fast? Everyone was shocked that Akabane, who was only 10 years old, was so talented. Whoa, you're so talented, Akaba. Makoto was stunned for a long time. I see, Akabane, thank you, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Makoto Yuki. If he has the will, he will learn my skills and become a great cartoonist. Akabane showed a bit of joy just to think about it. Maybe we can work together to make anime? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a great idea. Of course, he can do this himself. But using illusion to maintain animation and games, such work is boring, and he can't enjoy it. What's the point of that? Therefore, Akabane couldn't be happier when he saw that some other than him was interested in drawing. I really look forward to it. I hope he can hone his skill soon. Well, I lend him a hand. The more he thinks about it, the happier Akabane becomes. That drawing talent in Konoha is rare? He was walking while thinking, but he had already arrived at his front door without realizing it. Just outside the door, Tsukiya had sensed it, and ran out from inside. Akabane is back. Tsukiya is really amazing, you noticed me so fast. Akabane knelt and patted her head. Amazing indeed. His father sighed with some worry. She could potentially become a great weapon of war if she got into the wrong hand. Okay, let's go. Akabane walked inside and greeted his father, then returned to his room upstairs. Shadow clone jutsu? Poof. This time Akabane could perfectly summon 2 clones. Clone A is responsible for chapter 26 to 29, Clone B starts from episode 30. Wait, what about you? Afraid not, I'll do some work on my own. Akabane replied irritably. With that being said, the clones still weren't convinced. I do really miss the simple, hard-working, and non-rewarding clone who I used to work with. Chapter 79. Akabane did tell the truth. Right now, he wanted to create a plot for Nami's country and the start of the pirates as soon as possible, so his 2 clones drew Naruto comics, and he drew One Piece comics. Of course, as the person in charge of all of his clones, being lazy and having lots of free time was a privilege. Even though it looks very diligent, in reality, after the second clone finished its work, I couldn't draw anymore. Akabane. Whoa, there are 3 Akabane. The little girl opened the door and was about to say something, seeing 3 figures of her brother at the same time. Tsukiya, huh? What's wrong? You can't just come here. You're rude. Akabane gritted his teeth, and these 2 clones did indeed have a slightly different personality from the original. Their way of speaking also varies. Then the real Akabane made a hand seal. Poof. The 2 clones disappeared at the same time, then he looked at Uzumaki Tsukiya with a smile and said, that was just my clone, don't mind their words, they are stupid. Ah, so it's brother's clone. The little girl understood something new to her, and she nodded. So what brought you here? Akabane asked. Oh yeah, Uncle Yamano came with lots of comics. Tsukiya excitedly said while waving her hand. Again? He always finishes his duties on time. Luckily I've been working overtime today to finish the plot for Nami's country. In his heart, Akabane was a little surprised, and that made him happy. The sooner it is done, the more comics I can produce, and that sounds good. Alright, then. Akabane answered, then looked up at the ceiling. Last night, he counted the promotional funds and banners that were too late to open. Thinking about the banner, he did take it seriously. Forget it, focus on the front. It's all my fault for trusting Kazumi too much. Akabane sat down and thought about what slogan would look more attractive. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. What is this? Tsukiya looked up and asked innocently. Tomorrow morning, we will cooperate and help each other. Tsukiya, don't read it. Akabane felt embarrassed and immediately asked her to stop reading. What's the matter? Again, Tsukiya asked with an innocent face. Just don't read. Akabane continued writing and almost finished his banner. On the side of the banner, she also added some cartoon characters as decorations. Cool. Tsukiya's eyes shone at the banner. Huh. Akabane smiled as he folded the banner, then took out a blank sheet of paper. Next up is a poster. What's the paper for? Tsukiya asked again. This will be a promotional item that must be displayed tonight. Akabane explains that it is simpler and faster than banners and things that are foreign to Tsukiya. In just a few minutes, he could finish the poster. Is Akabane going to go? I want to come too. After dealing with the dateline of banners and posters, now he is dealing with Uzumaki Tsukiya. In order to let Tsukiya take a walk to a new environment, Akabane couldn't refuse. At the comic shop, people were waiting for Akabane. Isn't Mr. Akabane here yet? Yes, but I've sent people to pick him up. Kurama Kazumi said apologetically. It's okay. I'll wait a while. Yamano nodded. All comics that are going to be sold have been prepared. At this moment, a tall and short figure appeared from a distance. Sorry, I'm a little late. Akabane apologizes. Since I have some business, I came a little late. It's okay, Mr. Akabane, so this time you want to market a new comic volume release. Yes, this is the 6th volume. 8 chapters in total. You can print them all at once. Akabane handed the messy manga over in haste to him. Thank you for working hard to help me. Don't mention it. As a writer, you are the one who works the most here. Yamano smiled. Each comic book sells for 100 ryo, which is quite a bargain. Even so, their factory made a lot of money from selling these comic books. Kazumi, go to the old place and display this banner. Ichiro Staines handed it over. Sir, is there more? Kazumi Karema scratched his head awkwardly and held the final banner in his hand. I originally planned to install it right away, but I was afraid that I would be scolded if anyone was left behind. Spread it and see. Tomorrow morning, there will be a new release of this comic volume officially. Give us support to continue to expand the ninja culture. See you later? Kazumi Karema was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help but think in secret. Is there a special meaning? Maybe my insights are not broad enough to understand this sentence. Kazumi Karema thought to himself, then looked at the poster he was putting up. The poster is quite normal, no longer showing Kakashi on the bridge, and in the background are ninjas named Haku and Suzuki Uchiha. Just looking at the poster, you can feel the atmosphere of a fierce battle. Demon of the Hidden Mist vs Copy Ninja. Naruto Bridge. Under each banner, there is a directory listing, from which you can easily view the synopsis of the comic volume that will be marketed. This is a masterpiece. Kazumi Karema admired her even more and felt that the banner in her hand had a mystery that she couldn't see. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. There are no regulations in Konoha that regulate advertising costs. So Kazumi displayed the banners on the streets. And when he came back, he couldn't stop himself and asked, Akabane-san, I can't understand the meaning of your slogan on the poster even though I can read it. Does it have a deep meaning? Oh, to make it look attractive, I made it that way on purpose. Akabane answered lightly. I see, you are a genius writer. Kazumi Karema praised him in awe. It's okay if you understand what I mean. Akabane tapped his shoulder and waved at Tsukiya. The two of them walked to the house together. Tsukiya took a few steps and asked in a low voice, Akabane and I, that brother said as if he understood. Now, this is the mystery of propaganda. Akabane thought for a moment and answered doubtfully. Honestly, he didn't really understand what Kazumi Karema meant. As long as the promotion gets a lot of readers and gets the point, that's enough. So you see, posters and banners are not necessary. The most important thing is that a new comic volume will be released soon. After all, no matter how you wrote it, it was better than the poster slogan Kazumi Karema made, but it seemed like Kazumi Karema had misunderstood something a bit by now. What mystery? Humph, I don't think it really matters. I'm a little tired now, so I should go back and rest well. Akabane rubbed his temples to relieve mental and physical fatigue. The two shadow clones were maintained simultaneously, and the original body was also working, although the increase in vitality was still extraordinary. However, this fatigue was not overly exaggerated because his body could still endure it. Okay, Chapter 80. It's a strange slogan, but it looks quite interesting. These kinds of banners are very interesting. The next morning, many people immediately saw the banners hanging on the streets, banners posted everywhere. Banners with cartoon characters like this attract a lot of people's attention. Karema Kazumi gave a big laugh. This morning, he was able to sell the comic books for the same amount as the day before. Even though Konoha is huge, people who buy the comics come from all over the place, but that is enough to show that Akabane's promotion is beneficial. Karema Kazumi returned to the shop and roughly counted the number of comic books sold. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Promoting ninja culture? The one who has the least ninja spirit is him, right? The third Hokage said while looking at the Naruto poster. Karema Kazumi was surprised and turned around to bow and salute, but saw the third Hokage waving his hand to let out a hint that Kazumi just needed to continue doing her job. But when he came here, he always said that again. How could Karema Kazumi be calm? After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and asked, Hokage-sama, do you want me to call Akabane-san? No, I came here just to have a look. The third Hokage took the fifth volume and turned it over. Good. Isn't this the girl on the side of the banner? Sleeping in the forest and facing such enemies, Naruto was in real danger. He was even more curious and looking down at the bottom, he couldn't hold his eyes and stared at the girl in the white kimono for a few seconds. No, I have to focus on Naruto's point of view first. He is the protagonist. The third Hokage shook his head and continued reading. But it's interesting, and I really want to know what kind of background this young girl character is. Ahem. What's wrong, Hokage-sama? Do you need a glass of water? Kazumi Karema asked curiously. No, my throat is just a little itchy. The third Hokage shook his head and placed 200 ryo on the table. This is the money to complete the previous bill. This time, I will pay it in advance. Okay, thank you. Kazumi Karema put the money in a drawer. Then he looked forward again. The third Hokage had come out with a comic book in hand. Hokage-sama, be careful on your way. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be that polite. The third Hokage smiled and waved at Kazumi, then continued reading the comic. She is a beautiful girl who is very kind to her enemies. Although the appearance looks quiet, gentle, and kind on the banner, it's a pity that a girl like that follows a cruel criminal like this man. Huh? So that's how it is. He was abandoned when he was a child and became homeless. He is willing to follow bad people, even though this kid is really kind. The third Hokage was dumbfounded, then sighed softly. He recalled that too many orphans had this kind of fate in the war era. Being able to maintain a kind heart and innocence in a bad environment like this girl named Haku is genuinely extraordinary. However, on turning the next page, there was a sentence that surprised. I'm not a woman. What? Everyone who reads it will be shocked and can't believe it. The expression on the third Hokage's face was shocked. He's a boy? How could Akabane think there is a boy who looks like a girl? Outrageous plot twist, I totally disagree with that. The third Hokage was furious, and he felt like he had swallowed dirt. It looked like a good female character, and when he had that impression, he told Naruto that he was a man. Luckily, Jiraiya is currently at Mount Myaboku. If he read this comic, it would be hard to imagine what would happen. When the third Hokage thought about this while sadly smoking a cigarette, Tsunade saw him walking, and then she greeted him from a distance, "Sensei." However, the third Hokage did not hear her because he was too focused on the comic in his hand and walked fast forward. When Tsunade thought she was about to catch up with him, he disappeared without a trace. What happens to him? Tsunade was wondered. How could Sensei not hear me? He seems to be holding a comic book. What makes Sensei become like this? After she wondered, she became curious. Then she continued on his way and arrived at Akabane's comic shop. Welcome? If you are looking for Akabane-san, he's not here yet. Who's looking for that scum? I came here to buy a comic book. Tsunade said quickly with a harsh tone. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It seems that the posters for the new comic book volume have been put on display. She quickly picked up one of the new comic books and quickly turned to the story's first page. Kazumi Karema was surprised because Tsunade, who liked the comic series, didn't seem to care about the posters he displayed. Is there anything special about the volume this time? Out of curiosity, Kazumi immediately took one of the comic books and read it, and he flipped page after page quickly. Not long after, both of them let out a loud sound. This beautiful girl turned out to be a boy? The plot twist is too shocking. No wonder Sensei becomes like that. Tsunade said to herself. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but laugh. The character who carried that great sword and this boy had very different personalities. Seeing the contents of the volume story this time, she couldn't hold back his heart. I'll go over to Akabane first, this guy did something interesting. No need, I'm here. Akabane yawned and looked at Tsunade and Kazumi languidly. Akabane-san, how could he be a boy? He's dressed like a girl. Kazumi Karema had a hard time accepting this plot twist. When she said she wasn't a girl, was he really not a girl? Akabane did not answer directly but asked a question at him back. What do you mean? Kazumi Karema didn't understand his words. Instead, Tsunade immediately understood. What you meant was that she was afraid that Zabuza would no longer accept her, so she was pretending to be a boy. Of 1,000 readers, there will definitely be those who make theories for something like this. In my opinion, she is a female, and maybe some people believe that she is male, even though the plot and personality have not changed. Akabane smiled lightly. So that's the problem. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully and closed the comic book in her hand. This made her a little disappointed. Even so, the third Hokage probably didn't take long to have this kind of thinking, and accept the plot. Has Jiraiya been here this morning? Not yet. Kazumi Karema returned the comic book, and it took a few seconds to realize that Akabane was talking to him. He's currently on Mount Myaboku, so he can't come here. Tsunade took another comic book and started reading it seriously. Mount Myaboku, too bad. Akabane felt a little disappointed because he could not see Jiraiya's expression when he read the comic for the first time. It's okay, that boy won't last long there, he'll be back soon, Tsunade said indifferently. At this time, she had several times flipped the comic book pages in her hands and continued to read it seriously. Then she turned around and said, that boy yesterday said that he would become strong in the future. Even so, I only need one finger to beat him. Because you have unusual power, can it be compared to Jiraiya who is struggling to become strong? Akabane muttered to himself. But Tsunade was right about Jiraiya not going to stay long on Mount Myaboku. It's great, because there's a new release for this comic when I just got back. Tsunade turned her head in surprise when she heard those words, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Tsunade, give me a copy. Jiraiya was looking forward to the latest updates, and he asked Tsunade to get a copy for him when he arrived. Tsunade felt helpless and took a copy from the shelf in front of her, then gave the comic book to Jiraiya. Wow, there's a new poster. I came on time. He felt pleased because surprise after surprise came when he entered Akabane's comic shop. Usually, Tsunade would hit him right away if he overreacted, but this time, she felt unnecessary. Did something good happens to her? Jiraiya found it a little strange, but he didn't really think about it. Then, he sat in front of the door and read the latest comic book. Wow, Haku-chan is so cute. Chapter 81. Tsunade read the comic book in her hand as usual, but her attention was actually on Jiraiya's face. What a cute Haku-chan, he said. Hey, I can't help but laugh when he finds out later. Wearing a cute kimono, and he's kind too. I really like her. Jiraiya fell in love with this character. Right now, he was immersed in his own fantasy, even forgetting that Tsunade was next to him. This is what we've been waiting for. Akabane glanced at Tsunade and felt sorry for Jiraiya. As soon as he turned the next page, Jiraiya's expression drastically changed. He was shocked as if his heart had broken into pieces. Jiraiya's love for the character was shattered. Currently, he is in the same phase as the third Hokage. Next to him, Tsunade burst out laughing until she burst into tears. A few moments later, Jiraiya, who had been crying in shock, asked with a rebellious expression on her face, "Isn't this a female character? She looks charming and adorable." "Not everything that looks like that is a female." Akabane sighed. When he first watched the manga and anime, he also had this feeling, so he wanted to draw according to the original story. No, no, no. This is not true, and all my efforts have been in vain. Jiraiya almost cried. What efforts? Kazumi Karema was a little curious, and even he was still confused about the fact that Haku is a boy. What does that have to do with his efforts? You do not understand. Jiraiya lowered his head, all his energy and soul vanished, and he said to himself sadly, I've been trying to train on Mount Mayaboku with the frogs there, and thanks to Haku-chan, I was able to stay there for days. But, apparently, it turns out. Sob. Is he really crying? Akabane's face was shocked. What exactly happened to him at Mount Mayaboku? Jiraiya, what's wrong? Tsunade asked carefully. This is the first time I have seen Jiraiya look so sad and so desperate since meeting him. Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. Jiraiya took the posters from his embrace and spread them in a bad mood. What kind of painting is this? Akabane ignored his words, but he secretly glanced at Jiraiya. Even though his face looked reluctant, he secretly glanced at Haku in the comic. He still looks cute and adorable in Jiraiya's eyes. Tisk, disgusting. Jiraiya, it looks like you are out of your mind. Are you attracted to men? Tsunade scoffed mercilessly. Nonsense. Seen from anywhere, she's a girl. Jiraiya shouted several times and left. He even dropped the posters and left them on the ground. And he was too lazy to pick them all. Seeing the fallen posters, Tsunade looked happy. After Jiraiya went a dozen steps away, Tsunade was about to pick up the fallen poster, but just as she was about to stand up, Jiraiya returned. Hey, that's my poster? Tsunade, don't touch it. It's mine. He suddenly came back in anger, grabbed the posters lying on the ground, and then turned around and left. Tsunade saw this with a blank expression on her face. After Jiraiya left, for some reason, Tsunade was very upset. After that, Tsunade sat down and wondered, why does he still want to have those posters? Looks like he doesn't remember it. He just doesn't want you to have it for free. Akabane sighed. Too bad, if I had, I would have taken it when she looked like she was leaving. Tsunade was annoyed after hearing this. She didn't expect that Jiraiya would come back after looking so depressed. With a sigh, Tsunade picked up another comic book. However, many enthusiasts want to buy these comic books, so it doesn't hurt to open a few if I'm lucky to get the posters I want. No, not this too. This is not good. After muttering, Tsunade sat on a bench and thought about the life of a Jiraiya. Why can people like him get those such posters? It's impossible if he has good luck, right? Tsunade was annoyed and was about to take out her last savings from her wallet. Hey, in a few days, I have a new comic title to be released. Are you sure you don't want to save money for that? Akabane said lightly. These past few days, Tsunade hasn't taken any missions, and now she used the money from missions to buy 3 comic books for a rare poster. Tsunade loves gambling, and her ambition must be fulfilled. I am afraid that I would spend all of my money this day. And something she was afraid of happened. Her money was running out. Please stop, Tsunade-hime, don't waste your money. Kazumi Karema advised her gently. He thought what she does is a waste of money. Tsunade is still stubborn and doesn't listen to him. She wanted so badly to have a rare poster. I'm sure that next, I will get a cat or water carrier. Tsunade turned to the bookshelf and still didn't give up. Akabane shook his head. This guy doesn't know how to stop before she gets what she wants. She has even opened many comic books. Moments later, she forcefully asked for the next comic book from the top shelf. 1 book, 2 books. It's useless. Until now, there was nothing good posters she got, but Tsunade wanted them badly. Akabane couldn't do a thing to influence her to stop. Of course, the people who could stop her are only the 3rd Hokage and Uzumaki Mito. Feeling desperate, Tsunade laid on the stool. Akabane-san, please tell her to stop. Kazumi Karema didn't know what to do. He couldn't bear to see the princess from the Senju clan looking pitiful. No, let her do what she wants. Until she gets the lesson of wasting money. Akabane said coldly, I think, next, you are going to get the dog, or water carrier and farm helper. No, please, not the dog. I hate that dog. Hearing what Akabane said, Tsunade feels upset with a facepalm. It is no ordinary dog. It was an expensive ninja dog bought and later adopted by a man from the Inuzuka clan. If it did not care for and educated correctly, the dog would not feel at home in the owner's house. If any evil intent arose from it, Konoha would not hesitate to sue that man from the Inuzuka clan. By the way, are the little ghosts living in the Senju clan all right? Yes, they are fine. My grandma takes care of them well. She usually reads the contents of the manga for them. Tsunade replied with a little sadness in her heart. Even though they were well cared for in the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan children always missed their home. Supposing Uzumaki village. Tsunade couldn't imagine what the children would do when they heard the bad news about her village. It turns out like that, so I have another way to make more money. Akabane was a little happy to hear that, and then became excited. Hey, have you heard of the comic exhibition? Comic exhibition. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Akabane meant. Young master, what is the comic exhibition? Kazumi Karema didn't understand it either. In short, it's a gathering event. Usually, people imitating the way the characters in manga dressed, and even to the point of imitating their attitudes and habits. Akabane explained. Imitating? Was everyone who came to the event dressed like that? Tsunade understood a little but still didn't understand it clearly. No, only a few people imitate and participating in the contest. Regular visitors have to pay if they want to enter this venue. Akabane explained patiently and slowly. Apart from that, people can also trade on the show. The items being traded are like paper fans with pictures, character figures, food and drink, etc. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Whoa, so it's like that. Tsunade's eyes lit up. So, what do you think? Akabane asked excitedly. Of course, the event has to be held. Moreover, you will also be releasing a new comic book title. Surely a lot of people are looking forward to it. I think you should prepare for it immediately. Tsunade is very fast in understanding things. After it was just explained, she immediately understood how the event would be held. Yes, as long as this event can be successful, money and so on will not be a problem. Akabane felt confident. Tsunade couldn't help laughing because she was too excited, and she patted Akabane hard on the shoulder and said, "Thank you very much, Akabane, as expected, you are such a nice person. I'll go and get ready first." Akabane's eyebrows lifted, nodding lightly. Tsunade excitedly carried manga in her arms and left. When she was gone, Akabane's face suddenly changed, and he complained of pain in his shoulder. This guy forgot to measure her strength when she was excited. That's too much. Chapter 82. So, Tsunade, are you going to pay for all these comic books? Yes, 10 comics in total. Tsunade bought 10 more comic books. Then he brought all the comic books she accepted to give them to Uzumaki Mito. When she gave the comic books, Tsunade remembered something. Grandma, money for these 10 comic books. Tsunade, I heard that Akabane is having a big promotion. If we buy books, we will also get free posters. Uzumaki Mito spoke with a gentle tone and smile, but her words' contents did not make people who heard him feel warm. Hearing that sentence, Tsunade fell silent like winter. After a while, Tsunade sat down and said, "That's right, Akabane will also be holding a comic exhibition, and I will also help him to enliven the event." Comic exhibition? What's that? Uzumaki Mito asked in ignorance. It's like, how can I put it? Tsunade held her chin and composed sentences to explain about the comic exhibition, then said, "It's like a big comic book sale event, and also people can buy and sell comic book related items, such as characters, posters, fans, etc. Visitors can also dress like a character in a comic book. So like that, it sounds great." Uzumaki Mito smiled. "Yes, so do you want to participate in enlivening the event?" Tsunade leaned forward and smiled. "Okay, no problem." When Tsunade started to look happy, Uzumaki Mito continued, "But, I will bring your money to the event. So I can know how you use your money." Tsunade was shocked. "Nov. L. B / JNN. Why? Even though Grandma agreed, but I can't use my money freely. This is not fair." To prevent Tsunade from spending all her money on gambling, Uzumaki Mito controls Tsunade's money tightly. At this moment, Tsunade was thinking about the bad things that could happen. What if Grandma used this opportunity to get specific items? This is very annoying. Tsunade was very upset. Grandma is so cruel. She is a smiling tiger. "Tsunade, don't think about it too much. I just want you to use your money as necessary." Uzumaki Mito smiled faintly. From Tsunade's small hand movements, Uzumaki Mito could immediately understand what she was thinking. After all, Tsunade grew up with her grandmother. Is it true? Tsunade lifted her face and felt motivated, then she enthusiastically continued, "Then I will think about what character I want to imitate. But, none of the characters I can play. Looks like I've decided what character to play." Uzumaki Mito said as she opened the first page of the comic book she was holding. "This is..." Tsunade looked at her doubtfully. If Haku were a girl, Grandma would be able to play him, but in fact, Haku was a man. What is wrong? Uzumaki Mito saw Tsunade's face and gave a strange look. This character is adorable. But why is Tsunade acting like that? "Grandma, you should see the next page," Tsunade said in a subtle tone. Uzumaki Mito nodded and slowly turned to the next page. Now she saw the sentence and understood what Tsunade meant. "Grandma, do you understand? I didn't think he was a boy, but..." Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. After that, her chakra fluctuated and instantly transformed herself into a figure dressed in white. Wouldn't it be if a boy dressed like this would look even cuter? It was such a perfect transformation jutsu. It was impossible to identify the character was male or female by the voice. What? Tsunade was stunned to see her, and she did not expect her grandmother to turn into an adorable figure. "Now go on to find people, leave me alone. I want to read a comic book." Haku's figure waved his hand. Even though he felt impatient to read the comic book quietly, he spoke softly. At that moment, Tsunade almost thought that it was the real Haku. "Since getting to know comic books, my grandmother has lived like a youth." Seeing her grandmother like that, Tsunade sighed, and she felt happy. "As long as Grandma is happy, I feel good too." "Okay, Grandma, I'll go first." Tsunade bowed slightly. Although the 6th volume has yet to be printed, according to information from Akabane, the manga will be sent to the village the day after tomorrow. Before that, I had to find people to play the characters in comic books. So Haku has been played by Grandma. Looks like I have to go to Jiraiya's place, that idiot really deserves to play Naruto. Tsunade thought to herself. When Tsunade stepped out of the house, she suddenly remembered something about Jiraiya. Where did that idiot go after he got mad? I don't know where Jiraiya went. Tsunade wondered while contemplating. However, she still couldn't confirm where Jiraiya was. Is that Sakumo? Sakumo, wait a moment. I want to ask you something. Tsunade shouted. What? Take Sakumo stopped and gave him a strange look. We will hold the comic exhibition soon. Can you play Take Kakashi? Asked Tsunade. No? Sakumo's face quickly turned indifferent. You just need to dress like him. Tsunade stepped forward and pulled him. Sakumo originally wanted to run, but Tsunade's speed exceeded his expectations, and he was caught when he was about to move his legs. Let me go. Sakumo struggled. I will not let you go until you answer. Tsunade threatened. Please, let me go. Sakumo still didn't give up. Then promise me to play Kakashi, and I'll let you go. The two of them quarreled on the road. Although Sakumo was a little interested in cosplaying, he didn't want to cosplay as Kakashi at all. But, right now, he didn't have a choice. Tsunade was holding his arm very tightly, and Sakumo really couldn't let go of her grip. What is this? Why are you forcing me like that? Sakumo didn't know what to do. Under Tsunade's superhuman strength, the control of his body was completely taken over. Damn, I can't do anything. Very well, I promise to play Kakashi. Okay. Tsunade smiled and loosened her grip. She let go of Sakumo's hand and bowed. Sorry, Sakumo, this is the first ever comic exhibition, so it should be a success. Yay, I really didn't think about it. Sakumo sighed in angry and waved his hand, then walked away from Tsunade. Get one? Tsunade was pleased and continued her search. She still hadn't found the role of third Hokage and many other characters. She was looking for all the candidates that looked suitable in her mind. He is very motivated. Seeing Tsunade passing by, Akabane sighed slightly. Alright, I'll help her find some. If Akabane let Tsunade do it all alone, he worries about the comic exhibition. While walking, Akabane thought of going to Uchiha Ryo. He thought Uchiha Ryo was the right person to play Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah, of course. Another reason is that Uchiha Ryo is easy to find. Every time there was an updated comic book, Uchiha Ryo would go to the comic shop to buy comic books and bought stacks of comic books. It looks like I just need to wait for him at the shop. Sooner or later he will definitely come. So easy? Not long after the ninja school ended, a silhouette appeared before Akabane's eyes. 10 comic books, please. Uchiha Ryo entered the comic shop and put out 1,000 Ryo. Okay, I'll get ready for you soon. Kazumi Karema replied and immediately went to prepare the ordered comic book. Akabane smiled and pulled up a stool, and said to Uchiha Ryo, Hey, sit down, please, I want to talk about something to you. Uchiha Ryo looked at him and coldly said, There's nothing we need to talk about. So you see, I'm going to hold a comic exhibition. You might not know what a comic exhibition is. In that event, everyone will act as characters in comics, and there will also be people selling character figures, posters, and painted fans. How? Are you interested? Akabane ignored Ryo's annoyed expression and said his plan. Uchiha Ryo didn't look at him, but then he glanced at Akabane and suddenly said, No, I'm not interested at all. Is that true? Too bad. Akabane sighed, If you refuse, it looks like I have to find someone else to play Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Ryo's eyes widened, and finally couldn't help but say, Looks like I can do it. Is it true? Okay, you are accepted. Problem solved? Akabane had a smile on his face. Chapter 83. The next day in the morning, Akabane was summoned to the Hokage residence by the third Hokage. After waking up, he ate breakfast and headed straight there. What is it? Tsunade said you were going to hold a comic exhibition. The third Hokage asked while smoking a cigarette. Yes, the plot for Nami's country has been completed, and the time is just right, Akabane replied. I see, I'll permit you to hold the comic exhibition, and I'll give you a free space. But I hope you can waive the entry fee, said the third Hokage with the smoking pipe in his hand. Regarding that, you must ask Tsunade directly. Akabane did not dare to agree immediately. I already entrusted everything about this comic exhibition to Tsunade. When she found out that I waived the entrance fee without consulting her, I was afraid she would use her fists to destroy my shop. I hope everyone who likes comics can come on to the show. I think this is a good decision. The third Hokage gave him a sensible suggestion. Also, Daimyo seems to be coming to the event as well. Daimyo too? You're just teasing me. Akabane was shocked in disbelief. Daimyo's residence is quite far away. What would he do at regular events? I'm telling the truth. The third Hokage stopped talking and didn't continue. Did you invite Daimyo? Akabane understood everything right away. The third Hokage took advantage of this event to restore ties with Daimyo, so he invited Daimyo and would turn the comic exhibition into an official event. For Akabane, this offer had both advantages and disadvantages, but it was different from Tsunade's. It won't hurt Tsunade either, don't worry. The third Hokage calmed down. Okay then, I'll go first. Hearing this offer, Akabane didn't know what to do. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Then Akabane felt that he should leave the third Hokage immediately. However, the third Hokage immediately knocked on the table with his smoking pipe, sighed, and said, No need to hurry, you are not allowed to go yet. Then just say what you want. Akabane felt helpless. Initially, he aimed to create this event to unite all comic fans, showcase ninja culture, and promote new comics. He did not think that the third Hokage would want to take advantage of this event. I heard from Danzo that you used demonic illusion, hell viewing technique to protect Konoha village. The third Hokage said with a smile. Would you like me to use it on Daimyo to ease the pain, and use this demonic illusion as a fantasy game? Akabane immediately understood what the third Hokage meant. Yes. The third Hokage nodded. It's really easy. I want to find shinobi who are skilled in genjutsu in Konoha. Then I will teach them. But I didn't find it, so I called you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sad, and he thought that the majority of Konoha's population was not as good as this child. This is not an easy task for a Hokage. According to Danzo's experiments, no one in the Umbu could do it. Fine, but I have a condition. Since people who have talent like me are very rare, I will not give them away for free. And since the income from the event I'm going to host is lacking, I'll look elsewhere. What conditions do you want? The third Hokage looked at the table and continued, don't overdo it. In the next Shinin exams, I hope I can ride the caravan, Akabane said. It's Kazigakure, right? The third Hokage thought seriously, and he knew that there weren't many caravans from Konoha to Kazigakure. He paused as he measured the profits he was getting, and finally, he agreed to Akabane's condition. Okay, I'll book it for you. Okay. Unexpectedly, my wish could come true, but it seems I forgot something. When Akabane comes out, he meets Tsunade. Hey, what did that old man call you for? Tsunade approached and asked in a low voice. Akabane's face stiffened, and he looked at Tsunade awkwardly. Must be about the Umbu, right? When Tsunade looked up, there was ninjutsu when she lifted her head 3 feet. The old man was watching them from above. Don't feel stiff like that. What's going on? Tsunade was a little worried. Can't he just accept it and come back to normal? No, that's not it. On the contrary, he supports this event. Akabane coughed. It's okay. I just understood it when I walked in and asked. Tsunade smiled and said proudly of her work, I've found most of the characters, and everything is ready. Well then, now I'm going back to the shop to discuss the details. Maybe Yamano-san has sent a new comic. Akabane said and waved goodbye. The atmosphere at the Hokage residence was not very pleasant. If it's been there too long, something will get troublesome. Akabane didn't want to be there long. Kurama Akabane said it for an excuse. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Tsunade was not afraid but energetic. Akabane sighed slightly. This young girl was very energetic before reality softened her feelings. Forget it, I'll go back and rest for a bit, and I have to find Shinkuyui. Akabane sighed. No one from the Umbu knows. In Konoha, apart from the older generation of the Kurama clan, I am afraid that only the Uchiha or Shinkuyui have a strong genjutsu technique. Finding someone with strong talent is not easy. She sighed slightly, her eyes looking around. The Ui clan is small in Konoha village. Akabane returned to the house a few blocks from his shop to find Shinkuyui's home. So there. Akabane looked around and saw Shinkuyui on the roof of his own house. The little boy stood in a high place and observing everything from above, and he watched everyone passing by. He's watching. Shinkuyui looked down and finally found Akabane on the way. With Akabane's size being only 10 years old, it would not be easy to find if not looked at him carefully. Then, Akabane ran and climbed the wall. Akabane, huh? Are you looking for me? Shinkuyui asked after seeing Akabane running towards her. Indeed, he studied people's emotions and expressions. Yes, do you remember what I said earlier? Akabane said with a faint smile. Yes, mental reinforcement, control, and finer illusions. Shinkuyui nodded and said. It seems you understand what I mean. Do you want to see my illusion? Huh? Is that all right? Shinkuyui looked at Akabane with a look of surprise on his face. As someone who likes to research genjutsu, Shinkuyui certainly wants to know a perfect illusion. Then, let's move places, Akabane asked with a smile. Okay, then let's go to my house. Shinkuyui said politely and immediately opened the door. Akabane followed suit, and the two of them entered the house. After sitting down, Akabane tried to explain the method first. The purpose of genjutsu is to disrupt the flow of the opponent's chakra and make it stuck in our illusions. Good. Shinkuyui nodded. I have learned demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. I can see fear and can see a terrifying side of the person under my genjutsu. I have studied and understood how to disrupt the flow of chakra. Based on that, I control and change the flow of chakra, and create an illusion that I can control myself. Akabane explained slowly. Of course. Talking about research, it's actually just using the chakra exchange method. Shinkuyui thought hard, and then asked sadly, I'm afraid this jutsu requires the Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai to be performed perfectly, right? Kekkei Genkai Akabane is a plus of this genjutsu. Without the Kekkei Genkai, it will not affect the 5 senses. If you talk about perfection in illusion, then it really is. Akabane is not evasive, but at this point, I believe you are qualified to do so. In fact, it's not just the Kurama clan's genjutsu that can affect the 5 senses. For example, in this genjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. As long as he can master this genjutsu in its entirety, he will definitely be able to overpower the opponent's 5 senses one day. A strong person who has the blood of the Kurama clan can turn illusions into reality. This is the essence of their Kekkei Genkai. I see. Let's immediately try to practice it. Shinkuyui nodded excitedly. Very well, then I'll use a technique. Genjutsu? Shinkuyui immediately fell into an illusion. He saw from a distance. There was a colossal fox monster roaring upwards. What is that? Shinkuyui was shocked. As she tried to take a closer look at the fox beast, she was continuously releasing energy bombs, each attack leaving tremendous damage. Even though he knew that the fox beast was not really in his presence, it was all genuine. For a moment, Shinkuyui felt that what he saw was real. Suddenly, bang! With a loud thud, the fox beast's ball of energy headed towards his side. The terrifying chakra gathered and destroyed everything instantly. Shinkuyui felt pain all over his body. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw Akabane in front of her. The genjutsu cast on him has been cancelled. Shinkuyui was terrified. If Akabane used his Kekkei Genkai, Shinkuyui would die. Because for a while ago, Shinkuyui felt like he was going to die. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Once the one receiving this genjutsu believes that he is experiencing reality, the success rate for turning the illusion into reality will inevitably increase. Of course, Akabane didn't use this technique. Remember and think carefully. You are very talented in genjutsu. I am not praising you. I am telling the truth. Akabane smiled faintly and stood up to leave. Thanks, Akabane. Shinkuyui feels energized and motivated. I wouldn't have achieved that if I only attended school lessons. I don't think that Akabane is a person with a warm heart. Extraordinary? Chapter 84. Old man, what do you mean? Tsunade came to the Hokage residence and clenched her fists on the table. I will provide monetary and material compensation. The third Hokage was afraid that his desk would be destroyed, so he immediately convinced Tsunade. Compensation your ass, that's not what we wanted. Is Daimyo a comic book fan? Is the princess a comic book fan? Tsunade angrily said. Besides, do you know how much profit Akabane and I will get from that event? Tsunade, money matters are not a difficult problem. Your grandmother will not be too concerned about it either. The third Hokage only wanted to use Uzumaki Mito to suppress her, and he didn't want to see Tsunade sneering arrogantly in his office. Tsunade felt a little worse instead. You won't be able to use grandma to pressure me. My grandma herself will also be participating in this event, and she will be playing the role of Haku. What? Mito-sama, become Haku? At first, the third Hokage immediately imagined Uzumaki Mito playing Haku, but out of respect for the elder, he quickly forgot about it and took his mind off. He was silent for a while. To him, it was even more troublesome now. When in front of Akabane, the third Hokage was very confident. As for Tsunade, the third Hokage, it is clear that Uzumaki Mito will limit her money, plus she is a heroine who understands the situation clearly. The third Hokage believes that Uzumaki Mito will help her to persuade Tsunade. My plan is becoming more difficult to realize. The third Hokage was in a quandary. While looking for a way out, he was smoking a smoking pipe. As far as I know, Daimyo and the princess are fans of the Akabane comic. He thought for a moment and started with an approach. Is it true? Tsunade looked surprised. This is amazing. Daimyo and the princess also read the Akabane comic? Yes, Daimyo has also ordered the nearest printers to help print the comics. So that's how it is. It's no wonder the printing doesn't take long now. Tsunade immediately understood. With that many comics, if you only relied on the printing equipment that was in Izumi Yamano's printing factory, it would be impossible to print that many comics in one day. It turns out that Daimyo is helping him. All of this is becoming clear now. However, just saying that won't make Tsunade change her mind. The third Hokage kept saying things that could change Tsunade's mind. For money matters, you can charge me according to the number of people present at the event, and the merchandise doesn't need to be free. Teacher, can your words be held? Tsunade said with a cold sniff, then she waved her hand and turned around. It seems that this condition is still not acceptable. Hey, Tsunade, why are you so angry that you want to destroy the table? Akabane thought to himself. After being preoccupied with Tsunade for a while, the third Hokage failed to persuade her. Tsunade returned to her grandmother's house after she tried to destroy the Hokage's office. I don't know whether the comic has arrived or not. According to what was promised, it will arrive today, Akabane said while glancing at his point. 476. This is strange, the Chunin exams are about to take place, the Jounins are no longer in the village, but the points are not increasing quickly. Forget it, it's time to exchange points first. Akabane was walking while looking at the panel status. It has been a long time since he had increased his attributes. Now he has 40 physical points and 78 spiritual energy points. After thinking about it, he immediately exchanged 10 points of physique and 7 points of spiritual energy. 50 physique, 85 spiritual energy. There were still more than 200 points left, and if it were 90, it would look even more perfect. Akabane sighed. Although Akabane is not a person with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, he always feels better when he sees whole numbers. Smelly brats, let's unload the book. Izumi Yamano has arrived. Akabane heard the voice and immediately went to see him. Yamano-san, you finished so quickly. As Akabane walked into the shop, he saw that Izumi Yamano directed his workers to drop the books at the door. Ha ha ha, this time there were a lot, so it's almost impossible for us to ship today. The comic book that arrived today was half as thick as the previous comic book, so it was delivered in 2 carts. Izumi Yamano was able to complete his order in a short amount of time, indicating that the printing skills of the team were excellent. Izumi Yamano was ordering his workers, and after a while, he turned around and said to Akabane, "Since the time is so short, we didn't print as much as the previous one. It's okay, let's market some first. When you come back, remember to add a bonus to the workers. I will immediately pay a portion of the proceeds from this sale," Akabane said with a smile. "Thank God, this time we're really exhausted," Izumi Yamano said happily. The cooperative relationship between the two of them has improved and is not as productive as before. Of course, Akabane invited them to dinner. On the one hand, everyone was very strict at this period. On the other hand, he did not bring a poster prepared for One Piece comics at the comic exhibition. Besides, it doesn't hurt to buy them dinner after they've all worked so hard. Akabane smiled faintly, and suddenly he thought of the comic exhibition he would have in a few days. He said to Izumi Yamano, "Yamano-san, in a few days, I will be holding a comic exhibition in Konoha. If you are interested, you can attend." Comic exhibition? What's that? Izumi Yamano's eyes widened, but Kurama Kazumi's expression wasn't that different either. Comic exhibition? I never heard of it. You can imagine that people come and dress as characters in the comics, and there are also some products that will be sold at this event. Akabane smiled faintly and said, "Everything is free, except the merchandise." Free. Izumi Yamano was delighted when he heard this and immediately nodded and agreed, "That's great. I will give the workers a day off n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Very nice. This is my first time hearing it. Once the workers have worked hard, the client invites him to dinner, and the director gives a day off." In an instant, the workers were getting happier. "Akabane-san, I also want to take a day off." Kurama Kazumi was a little hesitant to say it, but she ventured to ask. "No, you can't have a day off yet. That day you have to help me to sell comic books and merchandise," Akabane said with a smile. "What?" Kurama Kazumi was stunned for a moment, but she nodded subconsciously afterward. On the other hand, Tsunade went to the mountains to inform Orochimaru about the comic fair held in a few days. When she just came out, she saw a strange bird on top of the bath. It was like watching the bathhouse. Birds? That bird looks weird. Tsunade frowned slightly, not because the bird looked strange, but because the bird was doing something unusual. It's not a bird. It's more like Jiraiya? After realizing it, he immediately understood why the Orochimaru continued to ignore him. Jiraiya summoned him 3 times. He finally assumed that Orochimaru was blocking all noise from outside. Shit. Jiraiya, you are very annoying. Akabane sighed, "If you mess up again, I won't comfort you." No, by the way, this is when I take medicine, I go first." He immediately recalled Sun's cruelty and left immediately. After he left, Orochimaru's mouth slightly lifted. "You are an idiot. You're patient enough for spoilers like that," Akabane said emotionally. When Jiraiya tried to annoy him, Orochimaru just pretended not to hear him. This is the best way to fight Jiraiya, by acting like you don't care about him. Orochimaru smiled lightly. "Want to go for a walk?" Akabane was stunned. It seems that Orochimaru's arrival was to meet Jiraiya and meet him on purpose. Akabane was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Okay, let's go. Near here is the Forest of Death. People are rarely found there, and few people go there to settle their business." Akabane and Orochimaru were walking on the same side. Orochimaru did not say a word along the way. All he did was walk. But, without realizing it, the two of them had used the shadow clone technique. Their real bodies were wandering and being in other places while their shadow clones walked into the forest. "It's so easy to talk to someone like you, Akabane. Do you have any special training with Root?" Orochimaru's shadow clone asked in a low voice. "Root? I was expecting it. You work under Danzo too." Akabane also lowered his voice. "Yes." Orochimaru nodded and fell silent again. The two of them continued to enter the forest while thinking about something, but their eyes continued to pay attention to the surroundings. After walking for a long time, Orochimaru took something out of his pocket. "What is this?" Akabane asked with suspicion. "White snake skin. When I returned from the village of Uzumaki, I met a white snake in front of my parents' grave. Why are you telling me about this?" Akabane didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking. Even though he had a good relationship with Orochimaru, they weren't limited to just exchanging important information. Orochimaru was silent for a while and said, "Danzo is a poisonous snake. If you work with him, you have to risk being bitten by him at any time. Oh, even though we are still weak now, there is no point in working for him, but there is always a chance that we will bite him back. I want to cooperate with you," Orochimaru said in a flat tone. "Oh, I see." Even though they were only shadow clones, their nature was not that different from their main body. The real body will receive the exchange of information between the two. Akabane closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and said, "Danzo knows that I have developed demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, so I think you are working with him now." "Of course." Orochimaru was not surprised and apologized, "Sorry, I disclosed your personal information. This is my fault." "It's okay. It's just a trivial matter." Akabane shook his head slightly. "Hiruzen-sensei has made a deal with Danzo. 1 year from now, Hiruzen-sensei will guide you, and I will come with Danzo to study." Orochimaru continued. "It's the same as I guessed. Perfect, every day I will be here." At that place, the two of them simultaneously raised their shadow clones. Chapter 86. I haven't played with you in a while, and I really want to try to do a contest with you. Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, hoping to get a response from Akabane. Never mind. Akabane shook his head while waving his hand. Fighting against you will be a tiring fight. Well, honestly, I'm not sure I can win against you either. Orochimaru chuckled slightly. Both of them have the same judgment with each other, and they are indeed a balanced opponent. Regarding the exchange of information, Danzo is unlikely to bother me just now, but in the future, he can find out what I will do by putting a curse seal on my body. But Akabane returned to the comic shop, then thought in his mind. This information cannot be trusted just like that. If the white snake were to deceive him, then this trade would be at risk. Akabane-san, what are you thinking about? Kazumi Karama gave her a strange look at the Akabane's new face, and it worried her. Nothing, I'm just thinking about a lot of things, Akabane answered and lay down. For now, things will go according to plan, so I don't have to worry too much, at least for this year. N/O/vel/b/b/jn.c//om. I will. As Akabane was about to go home, he saw Inuzuka Ishii and Heitake Sakumo in front of him. Akabane, it turns out you are here today. Sakumo smiled. Inuzuka Ishii hesitated a little, and finally called out, Akabane. You guys are taking the dogs for a walk. Each of them held a ninja dog. The wolfish was staring at Akabane as if to say hello, and the others were looking at him indifferently. Akabane, I've heard about last time. Forgive me? Sakumo had not finished his sentence, and Inuzuka Ishii bowed and apologized. Akabane was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's okay. I'm the one who didn't do it right, so I'm not too worried about it. I'd like to have a few copies. I haven't bought them in a while. Sakumo looked at the price. It costs 300 ryo. The comic this time is thicker than before, so the price is a little higher. Kazumi Karama explained. Yes, I understand. Sakumo took the copy, and then he sat in front of the door to read it. Spike sat on Sakumo's head. The dog's eyes stared at the comic book and occasionally stared at Akabane. This ninja dog's intelligence is not as high as Pakhan. It couldn't speak human language, but it could understand human words, so it looked confused. This is truly hiding in mist technique on a large scale. Sakumo was surprised. Can this kind of technique be done? Yes, I have met a jounin who can use it on a larger scale. In using the hiding in mist technique, the larger the scale is covered, the more chakra is used. Akabane said with a smile, for example, your son, who is in this comic, can only use the hiding in mist technique once, and if he tries to use it again, he will run out of chakra and die. What is my son? You can't just decide that? Sakumo endured his irritation. Right now, he was desperate to hit someone. Running out of chakra and dying, that's too cruel. Inuzuka Ishii muttered to himself. Using this much chakra was impossible for a chunin to do. But can I do this when I reach jounin? But seeing Kakashi's performance just now, he felt it was possible. Too miserable, right? Inuzuka Ishii is a little worried. He feels concerned about Sakumo, who has a little chakra. Don't look at me. I have no problem with chakra. Sakumo, who tried to remain silent, could not hold back his anger. He looked at Akabane in annoyance. According to the story in this comic, the chakra of the Heitake clan will become the entire village's laughing stock. There's another reason. It's because of the Shurinon. Akabane smiled and waved. He has been looking for information about Sakumo, who does not have many chakras. Among his peers, he has the capacity of the medium to lower chakra levels. Sakumo shifted his gaze and returned to follow the storyline in the comic. Regarding the Heitake clan, they have a good relationship with my clan. Kakashi should have his own ninja dog. Akabane, you made a mistake. Inuzuka Ishii proudly said a mistake in the comic story plot. Fog won't be a hindrance for dogs. Akabane just smiled. He didn't want to be a dog who likes to tell spoilers. It shouldn't be. He knew I had Ninken before. Sakumo said and then flipped the comic pages. The speed of his eyes and his understanding of seeing images is very fast. He can read a page in a few seconds, and then he immediately turns to the next page. Not long after, Sakumo almost reached the last page. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the dog that was above Sakumo's head barked. Sakumo stopped reading and lowered the dog that was on top of his head. Then he stroked the dog's head, saying, Don't worry, I'll only adopt you. I don't want to have a lot of brats like you. The comic book shows the figure of Kakashi casting the summoning technique and summoning 8 Ninken. This is a smart dog. Akabane was surprised and then said with admiration. Of course, that's Ninken. Somehow Inuzuka Ishii said with great pride. The Inuzuka clan is very professional in training Ninken. Ninken is their fighting companions. Akabane looked at Spike, then looked at Inuzuka Ishii's dog. He thought for a moment and then asked, Looks like this dog is more stupid and not as aggressive as Spike. What do you mean stupid? Iwamuro is very smart, but he is a relatively passive type of Ninken, and Spike is a kind of fierce Ninken. Inuzuka Ishii explained. He, as a member of the Inuzuka clan, really understands the behavior of Ninken types. Akabane nodded and asked another question. Is there a type of Ninken that can speak and read like a human? But it's also not weak if trained properly. At first, Inuzuka Ishii thought Akabane's question was stupid, but Akabane looked serious. When he was serious, cold sweat on his forehead would pour out. Akabane, maybe you don't mean Ninken, but human, Sakumo said coldly. Akabane was stunned by his reaction as if his question was just making it up. He paused for a moment and asked again, What about those who can speak and read? Ninken does have a breed with high intelligence, but generally, they require long training, and this type is not suitable for fighting dogs. In our clan, we do not have Ninken breed like that, Inuzuka Ishii said after previously doubting Akabane's question. Ah, so it's like that. After hearing this, Akabane gave up his intention of adopting Ninken. It looks like taking care of Ninken is much more complicated than taking care of a dying dog. About this, he couldn't hold his breath. To get the Sunin title, I don't think I need Ninken. After Inuzuka Ishii said for quite a while, Sakumo didn't speak anymore, and he looked dazed. Akabane felt like asking, Sakumo, why don't you turn the page? No, this technique. Sakumo pointed at Reikari attentively. Is there something wrong? Inuzuka Ishii was a little confused. Is this a strange technique? Reikari is a technique that is in my imagination, but unfortunately, I don't have lightning attribute chakra, so I can't learn it. That's why I drew it here. Akabane said. This technique will be complicated to use because to realize this technique requires nature transformation as well as holding chakra to change the form, Sakumo said. Yes, you are right. You need to pay attention to natural transformations and shape transformations. Shape transformation. Sakumo looked at Akabane and closed his comic book, then pondered. Chapter 87. Hey, what's wrong? Sakumo suddenly got up and walked out of the comic shop with his dog. Inuzuka Ishii was worried and closed the comic he had not finished reading and followed suit. So the technique can be mastered under certain conditions. Sakumo muttered, but I doubt that ordinary people can use it. What are you trying to say? Inuzuka Ishii didn't get what Sakumo said. I heard that the Sherinon could see high-speed movement. To perform Reikari, you need a Sherinon so that your chakra output can be controlled. In such a short time, Heitake Sakumo was able to figure out Reikari's shortcomings and strengths and how to realize them after analyzing them. The more he understood, the more he admired Akabane. How impressive, you can create great ninjutsu just by thinking about it. Inuzuka Ishii felt very jealous. Remarkably, he can create rational ninjutsu with only imagination. And while I still can't do anything. Nov, L, B /JNN. Ishii, don't think like that. Your talent is not in this field. Sakumo entertained. Inuzuka Ishii's fighting talent was not strong, so he was assigned to a relatively weak team, did a lot of training, and only did low-level missions. Thank you for your concern. Inuzuka Ishii felt a little depressed and touched Iwamuro, softly barking as if it comforted him. Like its owner, Iwamuro tends to be gentle and unsuitable for fighting. I'll go home first. Suddenly I'm interested in the technique now. Sakumo said goodbye. It's okay. I also have to bring Iwamuro home. Inuzuka Ishii said with a smile. Great. Sakumo nodded, turned around, and walked the other way. But one must pay close attention. It is not difficult to see the electric current in his hand. Sakumo has chakra with the attribute lightning. I may not master Reikari, but change is possible. Sakumo thought in his mind. The comic was just an essay, but based on the description Akabane explained, he felt that Reikari was a technique developed from basic techniques. If I master the basic technique, I will be able to develop it even further. Reikari? Forget it, that technique just doesn't suit me, no matter how great it is. Akabane shook his head. As S-rank ninjutsu, it would require 2 high points. If it was just a matter of points, he could collect them and wait for a while, but at the same time, Akabane knew very well that he was not suitable for this kind of high-speed ninjutsu. Akabane-san, do you intend to motivate Sakumo for him to practice this ninjutsu? Asked Kazumi Karema, who was curious. Based on the Akabane behaviors, he understood, he wouldn't say much if he didn't have a specific goal. Sakumo isn't the type to write scripts, and he will make his own Reikari. Akabane smiled faintly and said, and I just wanted to take a look. Kakashi's Reikari, Suzuki's Chidori Current and Chidori Sharp Spear, etc. It is a form of development from Chidori. Can Sakumo, who lacks the Sherinon, develop the perfect Chidori with his own characteristic? Akabane is very curious about this. But I think I forgot something. Looks like there is something I want to say to Tsunade, but I can't remember. Akabane held his chin and thought deeply. I really can't remember. Forget it. However, something I can't remember shouldn't be necessary. Akabane shook his head and stopped thinking about it. She waved at Kazumi Karema and walked out of the shop to return home with a heavy heart. With the end of the Land of Waves story arc, the panel status still had a few points left. If there were enough points, he would immediately root them all at once. Reikari and Ice Release are not something difficult. But in fact, he wasn't even able to change the one-handed seal technique he most wanted to change right now, which required a full 1,000 points. The points I have now are too few. Akabane sighed. Now I just need to focus on the attributes and chakra. Reikari is indeed a proper ninjutsu. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage moved the telescope technique away. He then thought, I always felt that something was wrong between Orochimaru and Akabane. Hiruzen, have you read the latest comic volume? At this time, the door to the Hokage's office suddenly opened, and the third Hokage immediately covered the crystal ball with a book and asked, what's wrong? This ninjutsu is called Reikari. It might be a top-ranking ninjutsu that can be realized. Danzo opened the comic page and said casually. Both the third Hokage and Danzo were the masters of the masters in the ninja world in this era. Just by looking at the comics, Danzo could feel that this ninjutsu could be developed. As for the third Hokage, he had understood everything from afar so far. For the third Hokage, who mastered all 5 attributes, it shouldn't take long to master this ninjutsu. But I don't have the requirements to perform this ninjutsu. To develop this, ninjutsu requires the Sharingan for optimal chakra control. The third Hokage sucked in the smoking pipe in his hand and said calmly, "Yes, the Sharingan. Too bad, we don't have those awesome eyes," Danzo said grimly. "So what would you do?" The third Hokage slightly suppressed his tone and frowned. "It's okay, even if you say that I'm still very interested in learning it." Danzo turned around and slowly left the Hokage's office. "Danzo." The third Hokage paused for a moment, sucked a smoking pipe, and said, "Don't forget our agreement. You promised not to do anything suspicious." "I know, I'm still not looking for Orochimaru." There was a slight sneer on Danzo's mouth. "I really haven't looked for Orochimaru. Orochimaru will notice immediately after the meeting. Besides, soon the village will have a comic exhibition, Daimyo and the princess will also attend this event. I hope you can plan for security." The third Hokage said slowly. "Comic exhibition." Danzo tilted his head, his tone slightly raised. "What is that?" "It's not a formal event. It's just a show that plays characters in comics." "Play a character?" Danzo frowned slightly. In his view, the third Hokage was well aware of these kinds of things, but he did not know it at all. "It seems that lately, I have been too busy dealing with root troops, and I am a little lazy looking for information about the village." He sniffed dissatisfiedly and said, "Why doesn't that kid practice, but instead take care of insignificant things like this?" The third Hokage disagreed and said, "As a ninja, we don't have to pay too much attention to missions and training. You also have to socialize with others, and the same goes for your Umbu route. Stop it, I'll do a good job on the security plan, and I'll go first if there's nothing else we discuss." Danzo turned around and ignored him. The third Hokage let it go. They have known each other for a long time. They are familiar with each other and understand each other's temperament. It is difficult to change this aspect in simple words. Then he returned to his seat and watched Akabane and Orochimaru walk. "Hokage-sama, Jiraiya." "Jiraiya," he. At this time, a Chunin came to him. "What's wrong with Jiraiya?" The third Hokage frowned and asked. He climbed to Hokage Rock, and brought painting tools on the edge of Hokage Rock. "What is this idiot planning now?" Chapter 88. What? Jiraiya climbed the Hokage Rock. Akabane was shocked when he heard the news. Shouldn't he still be badly injured? How could he climb Hokage Rock? "Yes, Akabane-san," Kazumi Karema said while panting heavily. "He got this news from a buyer." "All right, I'll be there to take a look, and you go back to the shop." As Akabane walked towards Hokage Rock, he heard a lot of people talking about Jiraiya. A crowd of people walked over to the nearby Hokage Rock. "What the hell is that idiot doing?" Akabane was taken aback. This news almost shocked the entire village. On various roads, the citizens looked up and saw the Hokage Rock from a distance. Akabane saw a figure who was painting the Hokage Rock from the path. "Damn, this idiot really scribbled on Hokage Rock, didn't he think about the consequences he would bear?" Akabane muttered to himself. "So far, no one has dared to scribble on Hokage Rock, and only Naruto has dared, that too in the future." In front of Hokage Rock. "Jiraiya, what are you doing, you idiot? Get down." The third Hokage shouted angrily. "Sensei, I want you to see," Jiraiya shouted at him, "the art I made, this is my own handcrafted." "Jiraiya? Damn you." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, who was initially very angry, immediately froze. By now, Akabane had arrived just below Hokage Rock. With her excellent sense of hearing, she could hear Jiraiya's words even though they weren't very clear. "Huh. Akabane lifted his head with a gasping breath and saw Jiraiya standing beside the Hokage Rock, then bowed. What makes Jiraiya like this? I don't know. Maybe something made him feel sad. Akabane doesn't know what happened to Jiraiya. That afternoon, suddenly Jiraiya climbed the Hokage Rock. There must be something that made him like that. Who did it? Tsunade was astonished. Even though Jiraiya seems very cheerful lately, except when he finds out that Haku is a man, he doesn't look that sad. Does Jiraiya, who is always cheerful, have psychological problems? Lately, the third Hokage doesn't pay much attention to Jiraiya, and his eyes. Suddenly remembering Orochimaru's cleverness, Akabane immediately stopped his sentence. Tsunade slowly looked at the wall next to the Hokage Rock. "I see." She immediately understood. Having undergone special training, Jiraiya wanted the third Hokage to see his progress, and he even challenged Orochimaru. What a fool this fellow. Tsunade's words were cruel and heartless, but her tone was soft. But, if left to continue like this, he will trouble a lot of people. Akabane sighed. Currently, the wall next to the Hokage Rock was covered in graffiti that Jiraiya had made. Although his work is not very good, it is better than Naruto scribbles. Everyone will immediately recognize it when they see it. "Jiraiya, come down now. Even though you didn't pollute Hokage Rock at all, scribbling on the next wall is also not allowed." The third Hokage shouted and then sucked up his smoking pipe. He already understood the problem, now it only remains to ask this brat to come down. "Sensei, look at my painting." Somehow Jiraiya felt very sad. For the first time, he was pleased that the third Hokage gave him attention personally, not Orochimaru. "Yes, I know very well that your painting skills are excellent, now come on down." The third Hokage sighed. "You know very well." Tsunade was dumbfounded for a moment. "Is it true that Sensei knows his painting skills very well?" Akabane was silent, but his face showed a doubtful expression. In a sense, the third Hokage might not be lying, but the truth was questionable, and she shouldn't have spoken directly like that. At the same time, he saw a shadow spread from above the Hokage rock. Shadow clone technique? Jiraiya doesn't seem to have finished his painting yet. Akabane laughed. He felt strange and could feel a shadow moving above his head. The Nara clan has stepped in, and soon the Yamanaka clan will also be helping, Tsunade said casually. She was sure that they would stop Jiraiya. But now she feels sorry for Jiraiya about something else. Hopefully, Sensei can forgive him when he comes down. Tsunade sighed. The third Hokage is feeling guilty now, and he will be fine. Akabane turned and left. Akabane tried to link this incident, and he got a little hint. After thinking about it, there must be something that made Jiraiya like that, and I was worried that it was Orochimaru. You seem to have understood the situation. Tell me, what happened? Tsunade caught up with him. I don't know, this is just my hypothesis, Akabane said while looking at the mountain wall behind him. Jiraiya's painting skills are much better. Tell me even if it's just a hint, I'm very curious. Tsunade intercepted Akabane. I guess Jiraiya has come to Orochimaru to invite him to a duel. And Orochimaru accidentally provoked Jiraiya. Akabane said while shrugging his shoulders. n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. Maybe you are right. Tsunade agreed with Akabane's answer. Orochimaru might just want to help Jiraiya, but, you know what kind of person Orochimaru is. Akabane laughed and didn't continue. The guy looks cold, and to comfort and help his friend, I'm afraid he's not very good at it. Tsunade sighed. Although that is not necessarily true, in his opinion it is most likely correct. On the other hand, Orochimaru might not have thought that Jiraiya would go this far to prove himself. Why are you asking me to come down? Not far from there, Jiraiya's scream was heard. You idiot, you're overdoing it. If in the future you do something like this again, I will bring you down myself. The third Hokage walked away from him and said, now, go and clean your scribbles. Okay, Jiraiya touched his head and sighed. Now go, there's nothing for you to watch. The ninjas began to disperse the crowd. Jiraiya tried to lift the water, but he was having a hard time because his hand was still injured. Ayu goes to help him. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and was about to get on to help, but Akabane stopped her. No, let's just go, let him be with the third Hokage. That's what I wanted to try to say. Tsunade reacted and turned her head. She saw the third Hokage standing under the Hokage rock, and then she looked at Jiraiya who was wiping the scribbles he had made. Akabane walked away, but his heart sighed. Someone just wants attention from others, but other people perceive him as a nuisance and want to get rid of him. How ironic. Luckily Jiraiya got what he wanted. By the way, Akabane, when will the comic exhibition be held? Tsunade asked curiously. Regarding the event, we are no longer involved in organizing it. Danzo-sensei and the third Hokage will arrange the planning of the event. Akabane shook his head. He suddenly realized something when Tsunade asked about this. He had something to tell Tsunade. After thinking for a long time, a flash of light flashed through his mind. By the way, have you got someone to play Uchiha Sasuke? I've got it. Orochimaru wants to play it. Chapter 89. Snap. Now I remember. Akabane continued his steps and said, I have asked Ryo Uchiha to play Sasuke Uchiha. I am afraid of the time. What? Tsunade was stunned when she heard what Akabane said. Yes, I see. Before I wanted to tell you first, but I forgot. Akabane said while holding his forehead. Since when did you have a good relationship with Ryo Uchiha? No, that's not so. He comes to my comic shop often, and I thought he was suitable for this role, so I asked him. Akabane explains what happened. This has become troublesome. Tsunade sighed. Deciding the cast wasn't a big deal, the real big problem was asking one of them to step down. Their problem is Orochimaru and Ryo Uchiha. No problem, I have a solution. Akabane paused for a moment and said. What is the solution? Tsunade felt her mind stuck. Orochimaru is an arrogant person, how will he give Sasuke Uchiha's role to Ryo Uchiha? Just thinking about it doesn't make sense. Hehe, it's still a secret for now. Akabane smiled slightly and joked. Tsunade didn't respond and was pensive. When she realized, Akabane was already 10 steps away from her. Hey, where are you going? I want to go back and rest. Akabane waved his hand. He thought now was not the right time to meet Orochimaru. That person used Jiraiya. First, he wanted people's attention to be diverted to Jiraiya. Second, he was afraid that the third Hokage would continue to monitor him through the crystal ball jutsu. Right now, he must be doing research somewhere. Why are people weird today? Tsunade looked back at Hokage Rock and looked at Akabane who was walking away. Everyone has changed a lot, but... Hey, something fell from Jiraiya. The sheet of paper? The third Hokage quickly caught the sheet of paper. Then he came down and focused his attention on the sheet. After Jiraiya wiped the ink stain on the stone wall for a long time, he looked down and was stunned. The painting is in Sensei's hand? It's not mine. Jiraiya, Haku does look cute, but in fantasizing you also have to have boundaries. Hokage when paused for a moment and put the painting in his pocket. I will confiscate this painting. Teacher, no. Jiraiya cried without tears. This was a masterpiece he had painstakingly combined after he studied the scenery in the hot springs. You two pervert. Tsunade clenched her fists. But then she left the two of them alone. I'm sorry Jiraiya, I paid less attention to you. I'm very sorry. The third Hokage touched his head. The third Hokage extra privately trained Orochimaru for a year, and Orochimaru had grown so rapidly that he could inherit the third Hokage's ideas. In the end, Tsunade and Jiraiya were ignored. It's okay. I have sages on Mount Myaboku who always help me train hard. Jiraiya touched his head behind him and was somewhat embarrassed. Yes, fortunately, there is Mount Myaboku. The third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. Jiraiya wasn't a child without talent, but to be honest, I was his teacher at the academy, didn't know the proper training for him. I never thought this child has his own way. On the next day, Akabane was still asleep, and suddenly a snake came in from the wall. When he felt something was nearby, he immediately opened his eyes. What the hell is this? The snake was not big. He cleverly raised his head and beckoned. Hiss. The little snake climbed onto the table, so that it was equal to Akabane's height, and then a human voice came out of its mouth. Akabane, it's me. Wait a minute, let's get out and talk. Akabane cast Shadow Clone and turned the clone into an insect, and they came out of the window and into the forest. The little snake followed behind him. Not long after the two of them reached the forest. After making sure no one was around, Akabane said, is this some summoning technique? Yes, I've been studying ninjutsu related to them recently. The snake vomited a letter and said. The snake raised its head again, making a questioning sound. Previously Tsunade had asked you to play Sasuke Uchiha, right? But I think that role is too naive for you, and I have a character that suits you more. Akabane's mouth lifted slightly. Do you remember the first painting you saw? Uchiha Itake. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. It was just a painting. How can I play it? Yes, at the comic exhibition, not only are the current characters being played, but there are also several characters from the next comic volume so that you will play Itake Uchiha. I rejected it, said Orochimaru indifferently. Why? Akabane was stunned by his reaction. Because you actually have another reason, right? Don't forget, snakes are very sensitive. Orochimaru said with a sneer. Yes, you're right. I asked Ryo Uchiha to play Sasuke, so I thought it would be funny if you played his older brother, Akabane said with a smile. Is Itake Uchiha Sasuke's brother? Orochimaru wondered for a moment, then he laughed softly. Interesting, I will find him. After speaking, the snake disappeared because the time limit for the summoning had ended. Shortly after that, the Akabane clone disappeared on his own initiative, and the memory of this clone returned to the main body. Luckily he wanted to. I was able to instigate Orochimaru to play Itake. I'm a genius. Akabane can't wait to see that exciting sight at the comic exhibition. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Then Akabane looked up at the sky and found that it was very early in the morning, and he still felt sleepy. Problem resolved, time to go back to sleep. Chapter 90. What are you doing here so early? The still sleepy Akabane asked. Hey, you haven't been out of the house for 3 days. Tsunade was leaning against the window. Akabane sat on the bed, and his consciousness gradually returned. After completing his responsibilities, Akabane only stayed at home for 3 days in a row, and he spent 70 to 80% of the day sleeping. Go to the main gate. Tsunade thought that maybe she wouldn't see Akabane in a month. What's up? Akabane held his breath as he woke up. He was afraid his breath would smell, and it was a shame. Tsunade crawled in through the window and through the scroll. A scroll? She opened the scroll, and it had a sentence written on it. For a comic exhibition, what else do you need? Akabane felt helpless when he thought about it. Of course. Tsunade said without hesitation. The show is 2 days from now. I'm afraid we won't have time to prepare for it. You must be kidding. Tsunade didn't understand what Akabane meant by won't have time. Is it just acting? There are several things that need to be prepared as soon as possible. Akabane explained, for example, such as posters, place layouts, etc. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with a surprise. You know that you still have to fulfill these things, but you can be lazy for 3 days. Because I know I will be very busy, so I use my time to rest. Akabane got up and changed clothes after several stretches. He changed his clothes in front of Tsunade, and his face didn't change. Nothing seems wrong. Tsunade didn't know what to say, and she just sat and waited. She looked around, occasionally looking at Akabane. By the way, is everyone in your clan physically weak? Tsunade didn't understand. This person is indeed a salted fish. How can her fleshy body be so strong from day to day? Yes, Akabane said lightly. Then why do you? Because I drink deluxe every day. Akabane licked the corner of his mouth as he said. Tsunade didn't understand what he was talking about, and she asked hesitantly after a while, what is deluxe? Well, it's milk. Akabane had finished changing his clothes, then he opened the door to the room. Let's go. Okay, I'll wait for you outside, Tsunade said, jumping out of the window. They both went through different paths. It looks like taijutsu to her has gotten even stronger. Akabane sighed slightly and walked out of the room. Are you going to go? Saki Karema was preparing breakfast, and she heard footsteps on the stairs and immediately turned her head towards him. Yes, I'm going out to prepare for the comic exhibition, Akabane explained. Was it Tsunade who just came here through the window? I'm leaving? Women are creatures who love gossip. Tsunade probably climbed the window to avoid this situation. Akabane complained in his heart, waved his hand weakly, and left the house. Come on, hurry up. Everyone's waiting. Tsunade said excitedly. Everyone. Yes, the people who organized the venue and also my grandmother. Seeing the confused expression on Akabane's face, Tsunade explained. Akabane said, I know, we need workers, but why is Mito's grandmother coming too? Maybe he's bored, so he wants to take a walk. Tsunade's tone was helpless. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki and Senjo Hashirama's wife, she played a major role in the entire ninja world as she moved. No wonder. Akabane sighed. After living for a long time in a village with a strong Japanese culture, he naturally became an otaku who really became one with the otaku culture. Nothing is wrong? Let's go to my clan land first. The two of them rushed down the forest fringe from the Karama clan land to the Senjo clan. On the way, a question suddenly crossed Akabane's mind. As an old otaku, will Mito Uzumaki also participate in the comic exhibition? Seeing her getting closer to Tsunade's house, she whispered, I just want to ask, what character will Mito's grandmother play? Haku. Haki? I see. Luckily, I asked first. Akabane was secretly grateful that he had asked first. If he had found out after he had arranged the script, it would be too late. Tsunade paused and asked, is there anyone playing Zabuza? No, I couldn't find a suitable person. Tsunade replied, maybe you can play it for a while. Play it for a while. Akabane was shocked. How can a good girl say that? Ask yourself that, otherwise, it will embarrass others. No one spoke now. The two of them just ran without opening their mouths. After a while, they saw the land of the Senju clan before their eyes. I think the third Hokage will play Zabuza. I can't use water release at all. Akabane said seriously. Water release? Will they use ninjutsu? Well, there is a scene to be played in the show. I plan to show off the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. At first, Akabane didn't think about doing this show. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But when he found out that Damio would be present, how could he not put up a great show? This drama is not difficult to play and will even look fun for the opening show. This is indeed a good plan. Tsunade's eyes lit up, she said excitedly. After that, she rambled on about her own thoughts, and she was even more excited than Akabane. Along the way to the Senju clan. Wow, that's a good suggestion. This time we turn to Mito Uzumaki. The difference was that she looked somewhat apologetic. If you want to play in this show, Haku will be my time to appear. If you don't want to, Grandma can play Sakura. Tsunade rolled her eyes and spoke. What? Really? Mito's face looks bright. In contrast, Akabane's face looks dark. Akabane immediately paused, lest the situation worsens. No, we only need to play one character for the opening. Grandma Mito, if you really want to play it, you can wait until the opening is over and use shadow clones to play it. Who is Uzumaki Mito? The highest level person in Konoha? I had to make her play Sakura. Sakuma would be embarrassed if she found out about this, and she would tear herself apart. Huh, that's not fun. Mito Uzumaki sighed and said happily, let's go see the venue first. All right, let's go. When Tsunade shouted, a group of people suddenly ran out of the courtyard. Akabane glanced at the group of people. They were all here. Speechless. You must guard this place. Mito Uzumaki looked to the side. These people were the guards assigned to be in charge of clan land. As you requested, Mito-sama. They all nodded. Let's go, Akabane. I want to know how you arrange the place. Mito Uzumaki smiled softly. Ahem, there are actually a lot of things we can't do today, but it's a good choice to go out there and arrange some things. Akabane stuttered. He felt stunned to see these people. They contributed greatly to helping the first Hokage build Konoha. Some things would be better explained immediately. What? Haven't you finished setting it up yet? Mito Uzumaki was stunned, then smiled a little and said, it's okay, I can help with a few things. Alright, I'll go to the shop first to get the poster. There are many posters to display. Akabane had already asked Izumi Yamano to print it, and they sent it yesterday. Chapter 91. Phew, finally, I can fool her. Akabane sighed to himself. Aged otaku is hard to fool, especially the smart group. No need, just let the clone run on its own. Mito Uzumaki narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. But, she will definitely get mad if I tell the truth, Akabane said to himself and felt even more sympathetic to Tsunade. No secret can be hidden from this grandmother. Let's go. Mito Uzumaki smiled softly. Everyone put their heads at him, and none of them objected. This is truly the aura of a leader. After all, she was the wife of the first Hokage. She was no ordinary Jinchuriki. Otherwise, she would not be able to have policy and leadership after Hashirama Senju's death and could destroy the Senju clan. Akabane admires this authoritative woman. Tsunade-chan, where are we going? Someone from the Senju clan asked. We're going to the mountains, but I don't know exactly how things are over there, Tsunade said while shaking her head. The comic exhibition location was extremely hidden, and it required Konoha's unique password to understand it. It is located somewhere in the mountains, and the place has its own characteristics. This is the only information. Let me see. Mito Uzumaki took the scroll, looked at it for a moment, then closed it and returned it to Tsunade. It looks like she knows. Akabane glanced at him, but he focused on the black mark on Mito Uzumaki's stomach. He suppressed his curiosity and didn't speak. For a moment, there was silence. After a while, Mito Uzumaki finally couldn't help but tell Tsunade and Akabane and said, aren't you curious? That person from the Senju clan didn't ask either. This person is very submissive, so he just listens, and he also doesn't want to say unnecessary things. This is what makes him even more boring. Grandma, do you realize where you are now? Tsunade said lightly. Akabane immediately nodded and continued walking. Boring little devils. Mito Uzumaki sighed, that place used to be the Umbu training ground, but since the Umbu was formed, it was abandoned. So there you go, this is where the former Umbu headquarters was. Akabane wished, a place like this must have had secret passages and shelters. In the event of a surprise attack, we can quickly escape via this secret passage with Daimyo and the princess. What a perfect place. You guys, look at the mountain. Mito Uzumaki pointed in the distance to a mountain that was taller than the others. It's still too far away, so I can't see it clearly right now. After their curiosity was fulfilled, they continued to move forward, reaching their destination in just a short time at ninja speed. Finally, we arrived. Is it next to the hill? Tsunade was silent for a few moments. How could a daimyo climb a mountain this high, where the next day there will be a ceremony for the inauguration of the new daimyo? Mito Uzumaki said with a smile. No one dared to respond. Let's go. There are already a lot of people ahead. Mito Uzumaki said. In that case, she wasn't afraid to talk about the entire land of fire. From the time the first Hokage took office until now, Daimyo is now considered a first-rate elder. Based on bloodlines, he is Tsunade's other grandfather. Of course, it's her grandfather's name, no matter how good it is. After all, the king is king. What's more, Tsunade's parents' marriage had political aims. Since the deaths of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, relations between the two clans have loosened up. Mito-sama, the leader of the Senju clan. Someone suddenly appeared and immediately knelt in front of Mito Uzumaki. You are a child of the Abarame clan, without me knowing you have grown up already. Mito Uzumaki smiled to receive the person's respectful and listened to the boy's babbling as if she really understood its shortcomings. Whereas Tsunade looked confused, she didn't know what these two people were talking about. By the way, if you have some free time, you can make paintings to sell or make gifts at the comic fair. Akabane enthusiastically suggested. Sounds good. I'll try it. Mito Uzumaki immediately raised his pen, dipped the ink, closed his eyes, imagined the object for a while, and quickly started drawing. His hands are very dexterous, and he draws very fast. Within minutes, a sketch of a character can be seen. Hey, is this me? Tsunade was surprised, picked up, and looked at the picture with embarrassment. The image depicts young Tsunade rolling the dice while holding a large amount of cash, and her face is pleased. Although her figure was not the same as the real Tsunade, her expression and temperament were perfectly drawn. It's hard to believe that Mito Uzumaki could immediately understand Akabane's words so quickly. Is she a genius? The talent of an aging otaku is terrifying. Akabane was secretly amazed. Very good, painting people close to us, your progress is very fast. Haha, we can sell this painting for a high price. Grandma, I don't agree with this painting. Tsunade's face turned white when she heard those words. If this kind of painting spread, Tsunade's reputation as a princess from the Senju clan would be lost. Is that so? Okay, I'll make another picture. After a few minutes, another little Tsunade was drawn again by Uzumaki Mito. This time, Tobirama Senju was carrying little Tsunade. The picture was warm and beautiful. No, this is even worse. Chapter 92. Sakumo, even though the one who said about this technique is Akabane Karema, this kind of technique is only theory. No, I think it takes one more step to bring this technique to fruition. Inside the forest of death, Sakumo Heitake was sitting on the grass gasping for breath. Next to him was someone from the Heitake clan. He was the current leader of the Heitake clan. He is also the Jounin Illit and the father of Sakumo Heitake. Well, you can try one more time. If you still fail, you should rest for a week. Kai Heitake said seriously. Yes, father. Sakumo took a deep breath and repeatedly concluded the hand seal, focusing the chakra residing in his body. Ox, hare, monkey. A series of hand seals he performed, and gradually chakra flowed from his body to his hands. The lightning attribute was extremely dirty and aggressive, making it difficult to control. Sakumo gritted his teeth to try to control and suppress the lightning attribute chakra to form. Chirp chirp chirp. A loud sound suddenly sounded, making Sakumo and Kai Heitake's pupils shrink from seeing a bright light. The light of silvery lightning continued to draw chakra to the palm. It continued to consume chakra, so the lightning's power continued to increase, making it brighter and more dazzling. Yep, with a shout, Sakumo ran for 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Boom! The sound of a loud explosion was heard, the rock that was hit by it immediately shattered, and the shards of stone fell. Kai Heitake, who was observing, suddenly moved and parried the shard with a kunao, then he rolled up his sleeves and led Sakumo away from the rocks. At this time, Sakumo was unconscious. Kai Heitake's mood went awry. In theory, this technique could indeed be realized, but this technique was too difficult. Even Kai Heitake, who was an elite jounin, could not do it. But, my son did it. Sakumo, you are amazing. Kai Heitake said proudly in his heart. Drawing is not something difficult. You can learn it too, Tsunade. After all, drawing is an art. Mito Uzumaki said with a smile. No, it doesn't look like that. Tsunade said with an annoyed face. According to Tsunade, Mito Uzumaki is an older woman who has strange tastes, and this makes her uncomfortable. Drawing is very useful. Mito Uzumaki stroked Tsunade's head, showing the picture she had just made. In this picture, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Tsunade, and her parents are all there. It's like a family photo. When I'm not with you anymore, and when you don't have the energy, you can still make money drawing and painting. Grandma, what are you talking about? Tsunade's face flushed and felt awkward. Stupid girl. Every human being will surely meet his end. If not for his young grandson and Konoha's peacefulness, Mito Uzumaki would have preferred to see Hashirama Senju. Akabane was silent. When she brings up this topic, it makes me feel embarrassed. But she was right. Without Mito's supervision, Tsunade would lose everything. I'm just kidding, I still have the spirit of youth, and I can still live for years. Mito Uzumaki smiled. He did not make these drawings, was even very polite to her own shadow clone. The shadow clones also greeted back, and then they got to work. Akabane sighed inwardly. I could say that I'm a lazy person, but she also did my method. Humph, this is boring. I'll go take a look around. Tsunade pursed her lips. After trying to draw, Tsunade felt that it was not as easy as her grandmother said. And Tsunade was also not very interested in Akabane and Mito Uzumaki's methods, and even she was not challenged, she felt that she did not have to study them deeply. Well, don't go too far from this area. Alright, after hearing Mito Uzumaki's warning, Tsunade left the pavilion. Akabane wants to stop Tsunade. The only ones left in that place were Akabane and Mito Uzumaki. Akabane still felt annoyed by Tsunade's action. Even though she was a girl who was only 10 years old, she had a black heart. In the pavilion, more than a dozen people were hard at work. Half an hour passed, Akabane's heart began to complain. So this is what it feels like to work under the supervision of a village elder? If I slacked off, I would get scolded. If I work hard, it will tire me out. This is annoying. Akabane was annoyed at Tsunade's previous actions. She shouldn't have had to leave this place. Hey, I have drawn a lot of pictures, and meanwhile, you have only drawn a few. After Mito Uzumaki finished his final drawing, he smiled gently and said, you shouldn't do something half-heartedly if it's for your good. That attitude is not good if you are on the battlefield. Yes, mother-in-law. Akabane wiped his tears in his heart and cursed Tsunade, who had left him alone with Mito Uzumaki. Chapter 93. After more than an hour of hard work, Akabane felt tired, and his shadow clone was cancelled. Are these many posters enough? Mito Uzumaki asked for confirmation. Of course, it's not enough, but I've reached my limit, Akabane said breathlessly. Finally, Akabane found a way out of this condition. Mito Uzumaki wouldn't force Akabane if he couldn't last long. Mito Uzumaki nodded slightly, paused for a moment, and asked, do you already have an arrangement for this event? As an elder and one of the workers on this project, she naturally asked this kind of question. For the opening program, there will be a Kakashi vs Zabuza show, then after 1 hour the visitors have free time, and they can shop, and they will come back together for the closing program. Will there be a special show at this event? Mito Uzumaki nodded in understanding and asked again. I haven't been able to decide which free shows to show at shopping time. It depends on my skills. When the closing ceremony ends, I plan to join the scene when Haku gets killed, and then I plan to. When he was about to finish his sentence, Akabane suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hey, I can add a song. For example, like the song Blue Bird. What are you planning to do? I'm planning to add a song, but I'm afraid no one can sing it. Of course not, but with my memories and genjutsu, I can produce it in an illusion form. I obviously couldn't find a suitable singer in this world. Mito Uzumaki's eyes suddenly lit up, and she turned to Akabane and said, how about me? Huh. Akabane's eyes were filled with doubt. You're too old to do this. You little devil, don't look at me like that. Actually, I have a lot of talents that you couldn't even guess. Mito Uzumaki said softly and proudly. But I can only use genjutsu to convey this song, can those in your body do it? Akabane was a little worried. Don't worry, this will work. Mito Uzumaki said while stroking his stomach, and the Ninetales who were inside trembled. Don't you dare move. Right now, Ninetales can still see the outside world. If Mito Uzumaki strengthens the seal, it would be the same as in a dungeon. If it were Mito Uzumaki, that would be a plus point. Akabane agreed to her proposal, immediately exerted the chakra within his body, and immediately activated a harmless genjutsu and no visual illusions. He just turned his chakra into a song. Mito Uzumaki closed his eyes and started listening to the melody. The sound of this music is produced from Akabane's memory, so it's a bit unstable. After a few minutes, his genjutsu was stopped. It wasn't Akabane who cancelled his genjutsu, but Mito Uzumaki had deliberately let go of the genjutsu. Okay. She opened her eyes and tried to remember the song for a moment. Shortly after, Habitatara. Madarana to it, Mito Uzumaki began to sing a familiar song to Akabane. When the song was being sung, Akabane couldn't hold back his tears. Bluebird, this song is full of memories. After the chorus, Tsunade heard her singing and approached the voice. She only heard quietly from outside the pavilion. Tsunade was touched because she could feel the emotion in the song, not because of her grandmother. Not long after, the song ended. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Mito Uzumaki said discontentedly, hey, if musical instruments do not accompany it, this song is not very good. Yeah, but it's good enough. Akabane did not intend to flatter this sentence. I think I have an old musical instrument in my house that can go with it. Mito Uzumaki smiled and said, don't worry, I just need to remember the lyrics and the melody. It's easy to have discussions with geniuses. Akabane was envious, and at the same time, he saw a bush in front of him. Tsunade, what are you doing there? Mito Uzumaki smiled with her distinctive character, soft but actually black. Oh, Suna-chan is back, how do I sing? Mito Uzumaki has been aware of it for a long time. Tsunade wiped her tears and walked out of the bush. Even though he was deeply moved, but he said, that doesn't sound good at all. Even though she previously shed tears, she still said that. She really couldn't be honest with her own feelings. Since the two people in front of her knew her true feelings, Tsunade shifted the topic by asking, what is the name of this song? Bluebird. Akabane said, it tells about us having the freedom and shall to achieve our dreams. The song titles are great, and they align with the meaning of the song. Mito Uzumaki said with emotion. Tsunade was dumbfounded. She thought this song was a song from her grandmother's hometown, but it turned out that this song was Akabane's song. Now that I think about it, again, this would be great for the closing ceremony. Akabane smiled and added, and I will add fantasy with genjutsu. I'm looking forward to it. Mito Uzumaki smiled faintly. Among the ninja in Konoha, the one with the most brilliant ideas and cunning minds was probably the boy in front of him. But Akabane always makes her interested. Otherwise, her life will be even more boring. By the way, Tsunade, how are the others? Most of the restoration work on the site has been completed, and it only needs to strengthen a few tunnels. Tsunade was not cranky. She was really inspecting the restoration place. Then we can arrange a place that's been restored, right? Mito Uzumaki looked at Akabane, who was an expert in this field. For matters of layout, you can arrange it. Akabane didn't know much about the comic exhibition, so he didn't have many layout requests. Judging from Mito Uzumaki's drawing style, her taste is not bad, and I can entrust her layout. So you aim to be lazy again, but I love this job. Mito Uzumaki smiled and continued, then what are you going to do? Don't talk nonsense. I don't mean to be lazy. Akabane was quick to argue. Akabane had initially been intended to find a bed secretly, but when he remembered that he still had a lot of work to do, he immediately gave up his intention. But Tsunade clearly couldn't believe it, her eyes filled with doubt. Since Daimyo is also coming, the show should go on very well. Akabane explained immediately. Alright, so how do you organize it? First, I'll go to Sakumo Heitake. Akabane is very confident in Sakumo's talent. As long as he had enough time, he was sure that Sakumo could develop his own Chidori and Reikari. Of course, it doesn't matter between Chidori or Reikari, the difference is not that big in plain view. If Chidori was present, Zabuza and Haku could appear with Kakashi in the final scene. If Sakumo doesn't have time to learn it, I'll help him. I'll leave the work here to you. Akabane waved his hand and immediately left the pavilion. He couldn't last longer in that place. Grandma, I think he's going to be lazy, Tsunade said while curling her lips as Akabane left. Suna-chan, occasionally close your eyes, then your life will be more beautiful. Mito Uzumaki said it with some purpose. Yes, Grandma. Tsunade knew that Mito Uzumaki was sarcasm, her secret gambling. Besides, aren't your designs and layouts better than others, right? After thinking for a moment, Mito Uzumaki started drawing. Chapter 94. Sakumo has succeeded in developing that ninjutsu. Akabane returns to the Tiki manga and is shocked when he hears the news that shakes his mind, destroying his predictions. Someone from the Heitake clan told me that he was successful, but it seems that as a result of the extreme training, he is now unconscious and being taken to the hospital for rehabilitation and treatment. Kazumi Karema said. He was taken to the hospital. Akabane's eyes widened. This kid is trying hard and pushing himself too hard to develop this ninjutsu. When Akabane and Sakumo talked about Chidori, Akabane hoped that Sakumo could develop it as much as he could. What's the point of mastering strong ninjutsu if you don't have a healthy body? Yes, reportedly, he used chakra for lightning release too much. Kazumi Karema explained. So like that, take it easy, Akabane said casually. To perform Chidori, lightning release chakra will continuously stimulate the user's body, so using ninjutsu like this continuously will cause certain damage to the user's body. And the damage caused by ninjutsu cannot be restored quickly. However, because Akabane was very worried about his friend's situation, he immediately went to the hospital to see Sakumo's situation. When he arrived at the hospital, he wasn't the only person visiting Sakumo, there were Third Hokage and Danzo. Hey, are those two here already? Third Hokage, sensei, when he just arrived, Akabane was confused by the presence of these two people. What really happened? This shouldn't be a big problem? The Third Hokage smoked his smoking pipe and understood Akabane's feelings. Shaking his head, he said, don't worry, Sakumo has regained consciousness. We are just afraid that the ninjutsu he uses has too many side effects. Let the doctor check his condition. Yes. Danzo understood and waited. So like that? Akabane nodded. I'll wait for him to wake up again with these two old men. After learning of his friend's state, Akabane naturally knew that Chidori did not cause much damage to the user's body. Still, for the Third Hokage, this new ninjutsu needed to be identified. He will write down the complete data about Chidori on the scroll of seals after knowing the side effects. Gentlemen, the lab results are out. Sakumo Heitake is in good health. Within a few hours, the damage caused by the lightning release chakra will heal naturally. Hearing this news, the Third Hokage became relaxed. At the same time, Danzo was silent and looked into the room, then looked at Akabane and asked, didn't you decorate the place with Mito-sama? There are several programs that need to be discussed with you and the Third Hokage first, Akabane said. Oh, The third Hokage stared at him for a moment, then raised his smoking pipe and asked, "What program?" "Currently, the program structure we are compiling is like this." Akabane explained the programming and performances at his comic exhibition event and explained the plot in more detail. The third Hokage thought for a moment and agreed with Akabane's program layout. Good, since Daimyo was also present at this event, the event should be interesting. I agree with your suggestion. If you need help, just talk to me. I'm glad you agreed right away, and one more thing, I want you to play Zabuza. Hearing the third Hokage's approval, Akabane was very happy, and he immediately made another request. At first, I didn't know how I should ask this, but now it looks like the third Hokage has opened his hand. Well, the third Hokage looked doubtful. Playing Zabuza, he said. He remembered that Mito Uzumaki played Haku. He thought for a moment. The third Hokage took a smoke pipe and said, "During the event, I have to accompany Daimyo until the last program. So, I'm afraid I don't have much time for that. I think Danzo can replace me." "Oh, I'll be very busy too." Danzo glanced at him coldly while refusing. Actually, Danzo didn't know why the third Hokage refused, but there must be something that made him feel reluctant to play him. He was very sure of this. "Using Shadow Clone is fine too," Akabane said with a smile like Mito Uzumaki. "He's right, using the Shadow Clone, it won't affect you to accompany Daimyo," Danzo said with a sneer. Left this matter aside first, let's see how Sakumo is." The third Hokage waved his smoking pipe and entered the patient's room. Danzo sneered at the third Hokage and said to Akabane, "I'll go first, don't visit too long, let Sakumo rest." "Yes, sensei," Akabane bowed and accepted his suggestion. Danzo nodded slightly, turned around, and headed for the hospital exit without any intention of entering Sakumo's room. After entering the room, Akabane saw Sakumo and his father. Kaihei Tasaka felt envy, but he still felt proud. He just thought that he couldn't keep up with the increase in his two teammates' speed. Murasaki, don't give up. This technique itself is not very good, and there are still many shortcomings." The third Hokage half entertained and half reprimanded Sakumo. Sakumo and Akabane understood this very well, so they both agreed with the words of the third Hokage. Well, indeed Chidori is an imperfect ninjutsu. Akabane did not finish his sentence. Be able to bring the ninjutsu theory into reality within 2 to 3 days. A person with talent, Sakumo has no trouble performing a ninjutsu that suits him. I'm pretty sure of that. After seeing Sakumo recovered fully, the third Hokage left the hospital. Before he left, the third Hokage said something to Akabane and then left quietly. Akabane didn't want to go into the details, and he encouraged the third Hokage to look back. There will be no good results. Now the goal has been achieved, and his request is accepted. The entire team was discharged from the hospital. Akabane spoke with Sakumo and Murasaki about the comic exhibition schedule and program. In a performance show, what must be prioritized is a rehearsal. The third Hokage mentioned the rehearsal when talking about the previous character cast, so there's no need to tell him anymore. As there were still many people to tell, Akabane didn't waste his time. After meeting them, he immediately went to Ryo Uchiha's house to tell him. There will be a rehearsal the next day. This kind of thing must be notified as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be in danger. Who can face Tsunade, the third Hokage, and Mito Uzumaki at the same time? Luckily, I didn't have to go to this rehearsal. Akabane benefited greatly here. He was the one choosing the cast of the show himself, so he didn't have to go to the rehearsal. Chapter 95. The setting must match the one in the comic. Don't be late. You have to work faster, and every audience must enjoy this event to the end. Throughout the comic exhibition, Mito Uzumaki's voice continued to be heard by everyone. Tsunade, who can only obey her, is very helpless. In the last 2 or 3 days, Tsunade saw her grandmother's figure that she didn't recognize. Grumpy and firm, it's as if her grandmother has changed her personality. Almost everyone has been scolded, including the Shadow Clone third Hokage, but no one dared to argue with her. Why is that stupid Akabane could being lazy like that, while Tsunade continued muttering in a low voice, and she became irritated as she thought about it. Don't think about it. That kid is more slippery than an eel. He must have been planning this for a long time. Jiraiya was also jealous of Akabane's situation, but unfortunately. Hey, don't let yourself get caught. Akabane's friends looked into the stands on a mountain and then looked at each other and sighed enviously. There is more than one stand on the mountain. Akabane tried to make the display looks perfect. He placed stands on the mountain tops and mountain walls. From these stands, visitors can watch the show entirely. Akabane is currently laying on stands in the central area. Daimyo and his entourage will use it. Luckily, there is Mito Uzumaki who always helps me. Otherwise, it will be very tiring to organize the whole comic show. Akabane thanks her emotionally. In these 3 days, Mito Uzumaki has transformed into a decoration designer, director, and vigorous. Akabane saw something in the distance, and his eyebrows raised. A ninja with the rank of a Chunin came from the forest and rushed towards him. At the same time, in the depths of the forest, there was smoke and dust slowly visible. Akabane jumped into action. He created a hand seal with both hands, and he spat out a great fireball. Mito Uzumaki felt the fluctuation of Churka, and she saw a great fireball burning above the stands. What an incredible fireball. Akabane uses this fireball as his signal to warn his friends to get ready because Daimyo will be arriving soon. Listen, everyone, Quickly clean up the venue in a minute, and get ready at your respective places. When they heard this shout, everyone immediately rushed over. After 3 days, these people were used to Mito Uzumaki's instructions. If anyone were late, they would immediately get scolded on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the place was empty. Not long after that, Mito Uzumaki appeared next to Akabane. She looked into the distance, smiled, and said, "Looks like they'll be here soon, that old fellow, I haven't seen him in more than 10 years. Okay, I have to go too." Akabane was about to leave the stands. "As someone who has a big contribution to this event, it is fine for you to stay here," Mito Uzumaki said. "No, being around people from the older generation makes me feel uncomfortable." Akabane jumped from the stands. "There are so many stands here. Why stay in such a troublesome place?" Mito Uzumaki walked to the secret path and stood in front of the stands on the mountain wall. "Oh, Your Majesty, don't crowd. It's dangerous. Most of the people sitting in the stands are civilians, so their perspective is not the best." But Akabane didn't care. He just wanted to watch the comic show, not with this view. He just wanted to join in on the fun. "Your Majesty, I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm glad to see you who are still healthy." When a wagon passed her, Mito Uzumaki saluted and smiled gently. These words are casual when said by other people, but if the one was saying is she. "Oh, aren't you Mito? You still look pretty like when you were young." Damio returned Mito Uzumaki's salute, but his tone was filled with envy and sadness. The third Hokage just stared at the two of them awkwardly, not daring to say a word. Older people relations are truly. "Of course. Damio, please have a seat." Mito Uzumaki weakly pointed at a seat, but she pointed it out indifferently. For this scene, everyone who was there pretended not to see it. Damio was led down from the wagon to his feet. He was too old and needed people's help. He glanced at Mito Uzumaki with a sneer in his heart. Even though they were both born in the same generation, they looked like a grandfather and granddaughter. "Why?" An annoyed Damio was led by his servant to sit down. After Damio sat down, everyone immediately followed suit and took their seats. In this comic exhibition, there will be 3 programs, first an opening ceremony performance, followed by an hour-long free performance and spectacle, and finally a closing ceremony performance. Mito Uzumaki smiled faintly. "I am the host of this event, Mito Uzumaki." Her voice could be heard throughout the forest because chakra strengthened it. "What? I can hear her voice clearly. Oh my god, it was Mito-sama. Great, I never thought I could see her here." In an instant, all the stands immediately recognized Mito Uzumaki, the only person who lived from the legendary era in Konoha. She is the leader of the Senju clan. Akabane sighed a little. It would be great if Mito Uzumaki wanted to become the third Hokage. However, since the second Hokage stepped down, the Senju clan no longer participates in politics. Without wasting any time, let's start the show. Mito Uzumaki smiled lightly. In an instant, dazzling lightning shone down on the stage below the audience. Lightning release, go! This scene immediately caught everyone's attention. This is the start of the show. Of course, Open Sakumo, who cast this ninjutsu, but instead the shadow clone of the third Hokage. Next, several figures appeared on the path. As the trees around the stage had been cut down and arranged, the scene in progress could be clearly seen from the various stands' angles. "Grandpa, look at that. There's Kakashi." In a stand, a girl screamed in surprise. With a calm face and covered by a mask, this figure is almost the same as the comics. Behind him were 4 people, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the person they had to protect, Tajuna. "Don't tell me, this is..." Damio stood up in surprise, his old body forcefully supporting him. The vision of his eyes was already slightly blurred, so he narrowed his eyes. "Your Majesty, calm down. This is just acting," the third Hokage said softly. In other words, the actors are the ninja from Konoha. The princess was interested and immediately asked to be sure. As she spoke, the scene on the ground continued. A calm puddle suddenly turned into 2 human figures. In the next second, the chain was pulled. Boom! Before the explosion occurred, Heitake Kakashi immediately created a shadow clone and went into hiding. The audience screamed while they were watching this scene. "Hey, is this a real ninja fight? Isn't this too dangerous? Is that also part of acting?" In this scene, many viewers were screaming in surprise. Fortunately, there is a ninja who explains it clearly. Otherwise, they will be scared, and there will be chaos. So far, the effects have been good. Akabane paid all of his attention to the scene on stage. He felt a little that this was like a live-action anime, full of memories. Of course, Jiraiya didn't dare to use the kunao to stab his own hand. After all, he wasn't from the Uzumaki clan, and he didn't have a strong body resistance. He only used a simple eye trick. The storyline after that is the same as the original plot. Damio and the princess had been stunned for a long time in the stands. Even though they live in a world of ninja, but witnessing such a fierce battle has never happened in their lives. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Even though the scene on the stage made everyone worry a little, they still enjoyed it. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Mostly when the 2 large waterfalls collided with each other and destroyed the entire forest, mountains, and rocks around it, it was more memorable than the one in the comics. Is this a real ninja fight? Damio was so impressed, and he was very excited to follow the show. What a terrifying power. If this guy wants to kill me, will the guards stop him? On the other hand, the princess did not worry too much about this matter. Hakuni-san is on stage. Is it coming to an end? The girl was both surprised and somewhat disappointed. She still wanted to watch it. Hey, Haku is a man. Damio was just trying to correct his granddaughter. No, I already think of her as my older sister. The man named Akabane is so disgusting. The little princess said firmly. Mito Uzumaki only smiled when he heard that. Haku is a character that she plays, and it will not be revealed now. It will be more surprising if it is revealed later. Don't worry, the show will continue in the last program, and this is just the opening ceremony. The third Hokage spoke with a light cough. Zabuza, who was appearing on the stage, was his shadow clone, and actually, the water dragon bullet technique that Kakashi did was also his doing, so he even has 2 shadow clones on the stage. Since using this powerful technique simultaneously consumes a lot of chakra from the shadow clone could suddenly disappear if it was continued, and it would be an anticlimactic opening show. Great show. It's excellent but too short. It would be better if the entire comic plot had a show like this. Chapter 96. Ordinary people who saw this performance felt happy, while the ninja saw something beyond their ability. For ordinary people, the ninjutsu used in this show is very impressive and exciting. But the jonin understood how much chakra it would take to perform ninjutsu in this short show. Apart from other things, all the audience's attention is on Kakashi, including the jonin who are watching. Besides, when Haku came out to take Zabuza away, he used a needle to fake Zabuza's death in order to escape. Everyone on the stage knew that Zabuza was actually the shadow clone of the third Hokage. To keep the needle-pierced shadow clone from disappearing, it needs excellent control and method. Of all people, only Mito Uzumaki was able to do it. For the next program, the visitors can descend from the stands in an orderly manner via a secret passage, and there will be other performance under the stands, and you can watch it freely. The ninjas guarding the stands began directing the audience. But, in the stands where Akabane sat, no one listened to what the ninja said. After the opening show ended, they immediately looked at Akabane. Akabane-chan, what is the next performance? All the curious visitors wondered. Everyone knows Akabane and knows who he is. Nobody knows comic exhibition as well as he does. Intermediate programs can be enjoyed freely. I don't know well about the next program specifically. You can just watch it. Akabane smiled slightly. How could I say that there will be 8 shadow clones from Mito Uzumaki holding her own show on the stage? Are you kidding me? Akabane plans to leave the stands immediately. However, an umbu came to him and said, Akabane-san, Damio wants to meet. Damio. Akabane was taken aback. Akabane initially thought that if he were in ordinary Konoha citizens' stands, he would not be found, but now he understood that it was useless. Yes, Hokage-sama ordered you to come there. The umbu said again to hold Akabane away. He could understand Akabane's real attitude. Akabane felt strange and nodded at him and said, Are you from Root? You worked hard. I remember you now. The umbu, who his genjutsu had trapped, would call him San. Hearing Akabane's words, this umbu was shocked when his identity became known to the other party. Oh, thank you, Akabane-san. The umbu is taken aback. Although Akabane's words sounded like praise, to this umbu's ears, they sounded strange. Okay, I'll go first. Akabane said goodbye to everyone and then made a hand seal with both his hands, then his figure flickered rapidly down the mountain. His movement made the umbu's eyes react. The current Akabane still doesn't have the body that meets the requirements to move quickly, but he can rush to the Damio stands without taking much time. But Akabane deliberately took a detour. Damio, the show has already started? As soon as Akabane arrived at the foot of the mountain, there was a mysterious silhouette sitting. This figure is wearing a robe with red clouds in it, and the eyes of this figure are red. Itaki Uchiha. It was a character in the poster. Everyone's attention was on this figure. Not long after, another figure appeared. I will kill you, Sasuke Uchiha said. Of course, this is actually Ryo Uchiha. After a while, Sasuke was unable to move his body, and a badly injured Itake walked towards him one step at a time. I'm sorry, Sasuke, maybe another time. This scene is very familiar to Akabane's eyes, even though these two characters' voices are different from those in the anime in his previous life. Overall, it's pretty good. This scene was widely known. It's Itake, Sasuke's brother. He is very handsome. The crowd stopped and made their first comment, and there were also girls screaming. Although the plot has not yet been released, everyone can feel the two siblings' emotional feelings who do not understand each other through this short show. Of course, the most important thing is their faces are handsome. Ryo Uchiha heard what these people said, making his face turn red. He initially enjoyed the cheers, but eventually, he realized that the crowd's cheers were on Itake. What's more, who plays Itake is Orochimaru. This is bad. Orochimaru got carried away and seemed to be enjoying it. Akabane shook his head and sighed helplessly. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Think about it, who do you think compiled this situation? Itake and Akabane's eyes met for a moment, then Akabane looked away and went up to the stands. I hope Damio and his entourage can get down from the stands so I can lure them for a bit. Akabane was secretly looking forward to it. The people can sit and chat with each other, even if what they say is not necessarily true. For example, Mito Uzumaki, who leads the comic exhibition events and contributes to many activities, is all just fulfilling her hobby? Akabane is just trying to guess, and there is also a purpose behind showing this event to Damio. I think this is just for entertainment and to strengthen the relationship between the two parties. Meanwhile, it turned out that this was a platform used by both parties to discuss the problems that occurred in the Uzumaki clan. At this point, Akabane could see clearly. But, while walking on the edge of the stands, he heard a conversation from above. The content is not that different from Akabane's thoughts. Daimyo revealed his predicament to Mito Uzumaki and uttered the Land of Fire's position. After that, the third Hokage tried to mediate with his half-assed strategy, trying to cool off the two sides. Here the third Hokage was the mediator. Get up, don't worry. Being here means you're ready. Akabane, who was still in doubt, suddenly heard a voice from the side. Akabane was surprised because someone suddenly grabbed his hand, and after he paid attention, he saw that it was Danzo. Sensei, what's wrong? Protect Daimyo, Danzo whispered as he looked at Akabane, then motioned for him to keep going. Eavesdropping, while protecting. Akabane sighed in his heart, and once he felt sure, he continued walking towards the stands. Whatever the situation, I'll try to speak first. If they don't want to listen to someone from the Karema clan, this isn't my part. Stop right there. Who are you? As soon as Akabane arrived, he was stopped by two guards. I'm Akabane Karema. Daimyo invited me to meet him. Akabane said confidently. The two guards then turned their faces to Daimyo, and Daimyo waved his hand in a gesture. Right now, Tsunade was already in the stands, and she was sitting beside the princess, the two of them not chatting much. When they heard that Akabane was coming, the two of them turned their head over at the same time. Akabane, you are the one who proposed this event. You and Tsunade will accompany the princess to go around and have fun, said the third Hokage. That's right, princess, you can think of them as your relatives. You can tell them if you find something you want to buy. Mito Uzumaki smiled and said softly, They? A relative? Akabane screamed in his heart. This elder lady is digging a hole for me again? The princess didn't know what to do, and she looked at Daimyo doubtfully. Grandpa, you can go with them. No one will dare to bother you. Daimyo smiled and looked very excited. Thank you, grandfather. The princess jumped with joy and immediately walked out of the stands excitedly. It seemed she didn't like the atmosphere in the stands either. Then let's go. Tsunade smiled sweetly, looking gentle and pleasant. The smile of a girl from the lineage of people respected in Konoha was gentle and pleasant. I hope she doesn't think of anything strange. These two girls are the same age, so they are overall compatible with each other. I hope there won't be a big problem. Akabane grumbled to himself. This time he couldn't do much. All he could do was keep an eye on these two girls. Chapter 97. The princess looked very happy and left the stands without a hitch. Akabane and Tsunade followed her behind, staring at each other and then sighing helplessly. Hey, what's your name, by the way? Shut up. For what purpose am I telling you? When leaving the stands, this girl's character dragged to a comfortable place and start painting. If it weren't for Tsunade, people wouldn't come to him. Hey, apparently, there are other people who are good at drawing here too. Erika was shocked. Look, I'll invite you to have fun. Tsunade smiled brightly. Shinkuyui finally finished her first drawing, then she looked forward to greeting the people in front of her, but she was surprised at someone. She didn't recognize the person who stands between Akabane and Tsunade, but she knew that this person was a princess. It could be seen from the clothes she was wearing. Shinku, this is Erika's daughter. She wants to buy your painting. Hey, choose a painting that you think is good. Tsunade introduced Erika to Shinku and then offered Shinku's painting. Huh? No, I'll give you. Shinkuyui was shocked. She never thought that she would benefit from this. No, you deserve money from this. Erika refused the gift and took the money out of her pocket, then casually handed it over. I don't have money for the change. Shinkuyui said shyly. It's okay. You can have the change. Erika said lightly. Erika doesn't think much of a small change. It can be seen that facials cost a lot of money. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, seeing Shinkuyui's work of art filled Erika with ecstasy. I thought Tsunade would prank me, but it turns out that this painting is worth buying. The quality of the picture is no less than the original work. Shinkuyui's paintings are ranked second among paintings by people I've seen, and of course, the quality of the paintings isn't bad, Akabane said with a smile and raised his eyebrows. Second. Akabane Naizen, then who is the first? Shinkuyui and Erika asked together with curiosity. That's Mito Uzumaki, Akabane said. Mito Uzumaki does have a lot of talent, and all of his talents are at a terrible level, one of which is drawing. She can even manage a team, design, and lead an event professionally, even though she just learned a few days ago. What? Shinkuyui was stunned, while Erika became even more curious. I didn't expect Mito Uzumaki to be that great. Erika could only sigh in regret. Let's go. I'll take you to the next place. There are many beautiful and exciting performances in this comic exhibition. Tsunade said excitedly. Akabane looked in a direction. When viewed from this route, the next place is Jiraiya. Why is this being so problematic? Women are scary. I can see it already. It looks like someone is painting up front too. Erika said. Yes, this person is named Jiraiya, Tsunade said indifferently. Jiraiya, huh? That name sounds like the name of a strong person. Erika is looking forward to it. Beyond what she thought, it turns out that Konoha has a hidden dragon and tiger. It turns out that apart from Akabane, there are many other expert painters here. Tsunade sneered and said irritably, just go and see, if you like the painting, you can buy as much as you want. Very nice. Erika is still a little happy. This time, she doesn't need to spend the money. At least Jiraiya can now learn to respect the wishes of consumers. Erika gets into the crowd, and she struggles to get in until she is caught between the crowd, and she just finds out that most of them are men. But she didn't really think about it, and she still wanted to see another beautiful work of art by a master painter. Isn't this a bad idea? Akabane was getting worried. Leave it alone. There aren't many good birds in the daimyo residence. Tsunade pursed her lips without sympathy. No, I mean Jiraiya, can he draw well? Akabane sighed. Akabane could already imagine that Jiraiya's painting would be destroyed. Of course. I mean, this is Jiraiya. Ah, what do you do? Put that. No, my painting, my painting. Who asked you to paint these messy things? Here's money for you. From now on, you have to stop painting. Then Erika walked out of the crowd after she had expressed her annoyance at Jiraiya. Hey, you stinky flat-chested girl. Did you ask that person to draw? It has nothing to do with me. Don't blame me. Tsunade waved her hand in annoyance. Jiraiya looked at Erika, immediately approached and persuaded her. Looking from her clothes, she was a princess. Go on, don't come here again. Jiraiya waved his hand and didn't want to see them again at all. Seeing Jiraiya's behavior, Akabane felt sorry for him with all his heart. Work in art is full of waves and storms. Of the thousands of words that were in his mind, Akabane was just. Keep going, Akabane whispered. Jiraiya didn't feel anything, but he wanted to cry when Akabane said, keep going. Keep going. Tsunade patted his shoulder, then waved at Erika for him to follow. Jiraiya became angry while gritting his teeth. This guy now looks like a master raising his place and find a place to hide. Akabane put together a plan in his mind. It won't be long before the place these two girls pass by is sure to be in chaos. After a few minutes, Akabane made it to the mountain forest. As soon as he arrived, he immediately saw Kazumi Karema's stall. Many people flocked to look at the merchandise. Akabane-san, finally you. SHHH. As soon as Kazumi Karema wanted to greet him, Akabane shushed him. Kazumi Karema didn't understand the situation yet, but he immediately obeyed Akabane's orders and fell silent. Akabane bent over to get through the crowd. He secretly used the transformation technique to change his appearance to that of an ordinary child. What is this comic? Akabane takes a copy of the One Piece comic and pretends to ask a question. It's a comic with a new title, called One Piece. Someone answered. Is the plot good? Akabane asked again. Not really, the painting style is Orochimaru suddenly became like this. She caught up with him and then said emphatically, talking about life. Orochimaru was silent for a while, then laughed. From your story, I got a lot of inspiration, so comics are not a useless thing. What do you mean? Akabane was silent for a moment, unsure of what Orochimaru was trying to say, but he was sure that his words served a purpose. Nope, it's nothing, just want to discuss with someone, Orochimaru said after being silent for a while. What steps are you taking to take advantage of him? Akabane frowned slightly. Orochimaru's mentality has changed quite a bit. I thought I would join them. Then Akabane said calmly, by joining them, you will get more opportunities to achieve your goals. Ninjutsu research is both experimental and theoretical, and all of this requires authority and costs. He lacked theoretical knowledge and frightening talent like the second Hokage, so he had to do a lot of experimentation. Be careful. He is not easy to deal with, and the most important thing is you have a good plan for the future, Akabane said after a while. Danzo's method is very unpredictable and cunning, and he will attract people to follow him step by step. He is indeed a poisonous snake, but I am Orochimaru. Orochimaru is very confident. If you interact with a poisonous snake, one day it will definitely bite you, but Orochimaru is a person who was born to live with snakes. Good. Akabane nodded, not saying much. Even though no outsiders are involved in this organization, you should still be on Danzo and the Umbu lookout. And you can't be too open with them. Then he walked a few steps towards the distance. Suddenly, there is a gust of wind blowing and following someone who is in the middle of the road. It's Danzo. He looked at Orochimaru and then at Akabane. He was a little surprised, then said, so you are walking together, it will save a lot of my time. Sense. Akabane did not change his appearance but immediately bowed slightly. Well, soon there might be war in the Uzumaki territory, Danzo said nonchalantly. I guessed it, said Orochimaru while licking his lips. Even though this event looks like an ordinary comic book exhibition, there are negotiations before the war that took place behind this event. But, for him, this is an opportunity. When exactly? Akabane asked after thinking for a moment. It all depends on them, we will handle it passively, and for the time being, it will be around after the Chunin exams. Danzo lightly said. This is not a problem for me. Akabane just said to himself, he didn't want to get Danzo's attention too much, and better not go. This is like any other wars, Orochimaru said. Well, war is inevitable. If Konoha is to be stable, we have to use methods that dominate other territories. Danzo said nonchalantly. Then he looked at Akabane and Orochimaru, then said, Umbu and Root will likely be involved. So, I hope you can help me. Who knows what the future holds? I still can't entirely agree right away. Orochimaru replied coldly. Sensei, if I need to help with training, I'll do it, Akabane said confusedly. Akabane did not want to participate in the war directly, but he certainly did not want to participate in this war with Danzo. As for Orochimaru, he didn't have the slightest shock or emotion. From what Danzo said, he could still see that he was not at peace right now. Well, then. Danzo nodded. After seeing the two, he said, "It's fine if you know what to do. I'll go first and /o/vel/b//n.c//om. Goodbye, sensei." Akabane bowed slightly, then looked up and found that Danzo was gone. Akabane narrowed his eyes and thought, did Danzo know that we were working together? They think the same thing in their hearts. The two of them were silent and took a few leisurely steps, judging from Danzo's reaction to make her feel a bit comfortable, but Tsunade moved too suddenly, and she didn't really care what trouble she would get from her actions. "Hey, is there a problem? Princess, are you okay?" The guards immediately rushed to the source of the sound. Erika stood on her trembling legs, and Tsunade said lightly, "It's nothing, I just took her to the stands via a shortcut." "Tsunade, what are you doing?" Mito Uzumaki was about to scold her, but when she saw Erika's expression, she immediately realized that her prejudice was wrong. This expression, looks like she's not angry. "That was so much fun, so much fun," Erika said excitedly. "Tsunade-Nisan, will you do that again?" "Okay." Huh. Tsunade was shocked. She didn't expect Erika to react like this. For her, it wasn't easy to understand, but Akabane knew precisely what was going on. People are afraid to ride roller coasters, but they still love it. "Do that again." "Hey, Tsunade-Nisan, please." Erika kept pulling Tsunade's arm and acted like a baby. Tsunade didn't know how to react. Tsunade just invited her to have fun," Daimyo said awkwardly. He really doesn't understand what his granddaughter is thinking to act spoiled like that to Tsunade. All right. Tsunade grabbed Erika and jumped from the stands. Yep, totally in free fall. In the middle of the height, Tsunade stomped and walked on the side of the cliff. Snap. "Ah!" Erika shouted, and it reflected her fear. What was even more terrifying was that Tsunade fell to the ground and ran upstairs again. "It looks crunchy." Back in the stands, Erika's legs go limp and don't stop shaking. "This is so fun." Erika felt very happy, and she looked at Tsunade full of happiness. Tsunade was completely shocked by her reaction. Actually, what was she thinking? I guess she will get scared. Why does she like this so much? "Tsunade-Nisan, you." "Erika, come back here." Seeing Erika heading towards him, Daimyo immediately shouted to order her to stop playing. Once again, this little girl was scared when Tsunade took her. She is a princess, so Daimyo is very worried about her. "Well, the closing ceremony should start soon, right?" The third Hokage tried to change the topic. "That's right, third Hokage," Akabane replied. Akabane presided over and prepared for the closing ceremony. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown himself to a large crowd this time. "All right, let's begin. Daimyo-sama has a long way to go after this, so the sooner it ends, the better." Uzumaki Mito said indifferently. "Well, the land of fire hasn't turned into chaos yet, but it would be good to end it soon," Daimyo answered, then nodded, indicating Akabane to start the closing program. Akabane bowed slightly, formed a hand seal with both of his hands, and immediately left. Then, the comic exhibition will end soon, and the closing ceremony program will begin soon. There were 3 segments in the closing ceremony: plot shows, songs, and visual fantasy games. Everyone is requested to return to the stands immediately so that they can witness the final rites perfectly. Akabane's voice was amplified by chakra and spread throughout the mountain forest. Everyone started walking towards the stands. If some people aren't looking forward to this program, maybe they don't really care. They might just walk away, like Orochimaru. Several people walked towards the stands, and each stand's situation was basically the same as before. Meanwhile, Erika, who was finished with her roller coaster, immediately went to the stands and sat down. She took a few sips of water to recover her energy and prepared to watch the final show. After a few minutes later, the audience saw one silhouette after another appear on the mountain path. They are Zabuza and Haku, and on the opposite side Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto. At this time, Zabuza was locked by 8 Ninken and couldn't move, while Haku was paralyzing Sasuke, and Naruto was standing beside him. "Zabuza, you are going too far. Your wild ambition." Kakashi formed the hand seal with both of his hands, and then, chirp chirp chirp. A loud sound flashed from below into the stands. "Oh my god, this. Reikari, that really is Reikari's ninjutsu. Incredible, I've never heard of it." Not just ordinary people, but the ninja who saw were also shocked. The ninjutsu that was in the comics was wholly seen in front of them. The dazzling lighting made the spectators burst into tears. "Let me say it again. Your future is death." At high speed, Kakashi ran and hit Zabuza, who could not move. But then, a silhouette appeared suddenly, standing in front of Zabuza. In an instant, blood spilled onto Kakashi's hands. Zabuza was stunned, looking at Haku, who was protecting him. After that, he lowered his head and smiled darkly. "My future is only death? Ha ha ha. Kakashi, I think you're wrong again."